pretty well into what this game had turned into. But as for that second map, I really am hoping things do change quite a bit, and maybe a little bit more confidence is due.
Yeah, and it was definitely some micro adjustments that needed to be done in terms of small mistakes that still happened towards the end, though, right? Like, for example, we mentioned that smoke that didn't allow the coverage for Wingmen to get a plant towards that C site, which unfortunately faltered the round there for Thinking Men to lose that against YFP. Or just when the wall comes up towards that front B that Gompers was talking about, there's still a gap towards there that's an advantage for Penny because he knows about that wall. It's set up by the defense, but it wasn't taken account for against Thinking Men, or for Thinking Men against them, which lost in that round again. So then there's a little bit more in terms of like maybe nerves maybe at the beginning because you're trying to prove a point on your opening day in Split 1. But YFP, they definitely were the team that were a little bit calmer, which is why we see the result coming in their favor, winning against the map pick of Thinking Men.
I don't think there's anything that I was looking at with these teams, with those mistakes that you called, though, that I would be like, oh no, like I'm worried about this team. That's kind of something you lose that game tonight when you're after your win or your loss, you're reviewing things. You go, oh, wait a second.
Yeah. You go, unlucky, right. Really? We go again.
Yeah, exactly. So I'd like to see maybe even if in our next series, a couple of those little things can be cleaned up even just then after they get a chance to debrief a little bit. We're looking at Bind for our next map, though. And Vans, we had talked about kind of the compositions that YFP kind of leaned towards at the beginning and broadcast. But looking at Bind, this is one that definitely, when you look at Thinking Men, it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah. It's quite the opposite, too, because when we were giving a lot of praise to how YFP plays certain compositions, it wasn't really on any of these maps, right? You're looking at them thinking outside of the box on Split, thinking outside of the box on Sunset and Icebox. But then Thinking Men, they're the ones thinking for outside of the box for Lotus and now for Bind because they play a Raze Yoru, which we've already seen before, pulled out by Sentinels, for example, over in the VCTs, over in Americas. And Thinking Men just wants to mimic that a little bit more. They had the firepower to do that as well. They put, I think it's Paint on that Yoru, and then Reformed is actually the one that's going outside from a Sentinels role to play Raze for this roster. But now that you have Screwface in the roster, that might change. You might be able to have potentially here Reform play a little bit more of a initiator / support role while you have really Screwface given an opportunity to do a little bit more duelist to help with Paint and really run it down against YFP.
Be interesting to maybe even see just Screwface back on the Gecko, though, because we got to see that.
That is also true.
I do like to lean towards that for Bind as well. And I did like the Gecko, and I do think Gecko is quite strong when you're looking at Bind. Looking at YFP, I definitely have questions when we're looking at kind of what they're going to be leaning towards, because they have, you know, Gomps, they got their Sentinel, but they've also had that roster change because that was Moose on that role before. So I'm intrigued with if things will be shuffled around a little bit with Thief joining now.
Yeah, it seems like so far everything has been pretty much the way that it was left, just with a different player on both sides. I will say, though, like the addition of these two members, it really does feel like nothing changed. And honestly, it feels like with Screwface being added onto the roster in replacement of the previous player, it kind of heightened the team a little bit. Screwface's initiator is insane, and I know we gave some credit over to Screwface previously as well, but credit where it's due. Like, the amount of pretty spectacular plays that we got to see, despite, you know, pushing the wingman onto the site with absolutely no coverage, no clear, no nothing. Some of those plays were risky, but I think sometimes risky works, and obviously it put them in a pretty good position with that 13-11. Obviously losing, definitely not the way that they wanted things to go, but all in all, a close game.
Yeah, and that's the thing for YFP. Usually they come out with a Cypher in his composition on Bind as well, although having a Cypher could be nice for these trap plays that you want to try to do, like for your own trap kills on B site. But in general, Thinking Men comes out here with a Raze and a Yoru. That's perfect utility to counter those placements being done by traps set by the Cypher, and also the Yoru flashes with the rest allows for you to work behind enemy lines when you have a composition for YFP for the rest of the roster that has more utility for plant denials against, for example, a Wingman plant that Thinking Men usually has with a Wingman. So, with a Gecko. So there's going to be, once again, a lot of chess matches of how Thinking Men wants to penetrate behind the defensive lines of YFP and play behind those APCs and the triples of the A sites. And we're just going to figure that out once we get into game.
I will have to say too, like with the Cypher edition as well, it's going to be pretty aggravating for Thinking Men to push for anything. To be completely honest with you, if the Viper's wall was scary enough for them, you know, playing onto that Raze wall where Raze needs to be that explosive pressure in order for things to work out. I mean, there is a huge punishment for moments where you do tend to lack that confidence to push yourself onto site, which we definitely saw a lot of those first engagements, hence being the issue as to why that happened. But yeah, I would say Cypher's definitely going to be a scary game for Thinking Men.
I mean, I'd be so much more scared of the Cypher if it wasn't for, again, going back to that Raze in the Yoru. There's nothing I hate more than locking in as a Cypher, setting up my wonderful trips. I'm feeling so good about my gameplay, and then the Raze nade just comes along, breaks all of it.
Or
I'm just
Yoru
like,
clone.
oh. Or Yoru clone.
Or Yoru clone.
Yeah, it's just, it's a great time. So I definitely think with the potential lack of Sentinel, we've seen tape on these teams. We know what they like to go towards, but they could have changed things up in that month and a half, 2 months since we've last seen them. But it'll be interesting with that lack of Sentinel over on Thinking Men end if they'll be able to have enough of that firepower. They definitely have the agent composition for it, Gompers, to get them past, to make sure they can be retaking if they're not quite holding with a Sentinel.
Yeah, agent composition, I'm curious as to what that's going to be. A lot of teams have been cooking, and I kind of want to have it taste. I like food. So, in terms of that though, with the agent, I do believe yeah, but with the agents coming through in terms of that, like you pretty much said, the Raze nade and possible Yoru clone, like
all
great
the stuff.
Great
all
counters
the
to the Cypher.
Yeah.
Great counters to the Cypher. I really am wishing though that they have the confidence to do it. And again, I felt like that was the main issue with a lot of what Raze, honestly, in my eyes, despite there being a slight decay to a lot of the entries that they could have had down in mid, I really think that they were capable of doing a lot more than what they did on the side of Thinking Men.
We'll have to see if they're capable of it in this next map, because our agent select is ready, bind underway, so I'm going to send you two off and I'll catch you on the other side.
All right, going into it though, I'm super excited, Vancilli. I don't know about you, but you were right about the Yoru. Am I worried? No, I love Yoru. I'm kind of worried, but at the same time, I love Yoru, so it's okay.
Yeah, that's the thing. Thief still wants to use this right now for YFP, which is going to be very interesting to play against now. Against this composition, there's so much that could break these trips. We've already seen some tastes now of like even Energy coming out with new strategies to counter Cypher trips on Sunset, for example. So Anderson now taking this role of a Viper. Paint with a Yoru clone, reform with the paint shells. There could be a lot of util still here that breaks all of these trips. Nonetheless, though, at the end of the day, they have to force players to go in the site to go for a plant, because Screwface rotated out from a Gecko to play a Sky, which still brings a lot of value right now for this map on Bind. She's still a very good agent on this Bind on this map, despite the nerfs that came over to her over the last couple of months. So hopefully they find ways to break those trips. If not, YFP starting off on a defense right now, they might have a good opportunity here to shut down the aggression that could come out of Thinking Men.
Yeah, I would say, yeah, definitely something to keep out for in terms of that counter and whatnot. But I'm curious to see what side they start off on first. I do actually believe they were starting off on, defending. Actually, no, YFP starting off on defending. So, yeah, it gives them some leeway there to try their best to keep those rounds intact on the defense, and then maybe push for something more on the attack. But overall, I mean, seeing as to how this first round's going to start out is interesting. Majority heading towards B, which actually no, making that switch of the Viper down on A.
Yeah, with Thinking Man so far, Paint, you can already see him looking towards the cave. Yeah. So he has a lineup to put a TP to meet up with the rest of the team towards Fountain. So you could see for Thinking Man, they want to try to start adding this pressure and a fake towards this A side, where it could be a good call, because look at the amount of players that you currently have from YFP stacked up on this B site. It'll just have to depend now based on that. Are they going to over-rotate once they hear this pressure coming out from A? Or will they stick to their plan with B? Because they still have this camera up on the A side, though, for YFP. This is going to help a lot into this fake that they're trying to do for Thinking Men. Wow, it worked. A decoy and a Yoru breaking the camera. 4 players rotating over. There's no TP coming out from the Euro, so for Thinking Man, they want to take advantage of the U-Haul position that they've just gone. It's free estate for Thinking Man, and now Thinking Man have the whole map to work with. They could TP late if they want to. It just depends on the first blood that Paint gets.
Even then, they're not moving in fast enough to really make too much of a change. No, rotation coming through from Thinking Man. So despite that being a fake in the first place, they won the fight. So it may as well just be, I mean, the initial play. Yeah, plant coming down pretty comfortable in terms of the post plant.
And they're going to be in such a difficult position to retake because we just mentioned free real estate, free map estate that Thinking Man took. Now they have full control of showers, double control on U-Haul. They still have utility in terms of Paint with one more flash.
Yeah, YFP slowly taking things back, but even then, I mean, there's so little to play for, so little space as well. Crosshold being held, but YFP still managing to make some of those shots work. Just face to take the right clicks in, but regardless, it's Thinking Man 1v1, right click miss! And that would have been a beautiful win coming through from Screwface, but a defusal from YFP starting off in the lead after a dub in the last map.
Yeah, my bad. I didn't have a chance to look at the utility that YFP had while I was trying to talk through the action, but they still had a flash and a molly to work with, which already from that allowed for them to clear out a little bit more towards towels, towards that ninja spot, depending on how you like to call it. The boxes by the APC. Flushed out a player, and then they were able to flood in 4 fundamentals in the trades and win that in their favor for YFP. Thinking Man, though, with this first round buy that they've, or first round plat that they've gone, and it ended on a 1v1, they want to go for an all-out take on the A side on a force buy. So already going for lineups to take control of showers. This will allow for a Decoy Euro to move up and take control of that for a late hit. Even TP now towards the U-Haul. If the dog clears everything, yeah, you're in a good spot here. Taking control now. TP disappears. Camera sees so much.
No value coming out of the paint shell, though. But already thrown down backside. Penny is waiting for the plant. Paint shell of their own to be thrown. Waiting for the perfect moment to do so. And this might be it, though. Screwface already getting the plant down.
The unfortunate lineouts missed to try to delay that plant.
Grenade!
Needing to clear out whatever's happening down in U-Haul, which isn't going to be easy. 2 players holding it down. In terms of utility, I guess Screwface could really apply some pressure as well as physics. These guys. And a dream to be said, though, working around the back is Physic to try to take this attacker side. Maybe just dissect it just a little bit, though. 1v1 situation happening there in a flash that actually comes out on both sides. Beautiful from YFP. Although, yeah, already winning out the round. Thinking Men, no, they've lost it. It's a safe round through from Thinking Men in a 1-to-1.
Yeah, Zippo clutch coming out to save for YP because there was no time left. That was so unlucky from the flash that was thrown up there by Paint just at the cubby of U-Haul. It flashed himself, but at the same time, it flashed Physic on this very alert right here, which didn't allow for them to get that pick and to move into the site faster than that. Because if they actually had that kill, Paint couldn't get that kill on the diffuser, which they would have had a full stick and potentially the win there. So very well done. You'll take the timing, you'll take the luck on Thinking Man's side. And overall, though, at least YFP, they understand the lineup or the composition that Thinking Man has, that they still could play post-plant lineups with a Molly from Viper, a Molly from Brimstone. So they want to go for these flanks, and they keep doing it this time around as they want to try to find that pressure on the extremities. But it's a default play here from Thinking Man. They get both kills in these extremities.
2 already down, too. So if you're on the attacker side, this is a beautiful way to bring yourself up to that lead. They're making way of Screwface. So this is great. They know a site is clear for the taking. Question is, how is YFP going to take this information and maybe take the site back?
And it probably won't at this point. 2 Bulldogs invested. They went for a forced buy in that previous round, trying to buddy system up towards long B. They've lost most of their economy in terms of what they're trying to do there on that round, and losing this one here, that's 2 rounds in a row. That's only going to give you 2,900 or 2,400, sorry, which then doesn't allow for you to buy in the next round. So they're just trying to ease up towards the pipes, trying to get a lucky pick towards potentially somebody overextending, because Now the economy's snowballing here for Thinking Men. The force buy comes out in their favor. They're going to have a flawless in this round that's going to give him 3K each on top of a 300 credit plant. They're going to be looking pretty good for the next 2 rounds. Paint on top of that. Like he has dimensional drift when they have in the next round to play against an eco for YFP. You could find all that information. You could see if there's going to be a stack somewhere from YFP and then react based on that information. So Thinking Men are looking pretty good here on this start of the attack side.
Yeah, winning up that second round definitely put them in a very, very good position. Unfortunately for YFP, they have 4 spots so many times that at this point, I would just consider myself broke and try to get a fund from the government. There's no way I'm coming out of this one, to be honest with you. A save would be best for YFP, but it really is dependent on how this round's going to go.
Toxins coming up.
That paint's already moving out. Decoy running behind it. Snakebite 2 for them to deny orb control 2. So at least on the side of Thinking Men, they know that there's no control towards showers, potential though towards the B side because the smoke went down deep on the defense. So the jiggle goes there from Bones. He's trying to see if there's going to be any util behind there. And as the smoke fades though, you're definitely seeing here the TP in the site. Oh, but he didn't turn around. Doesn't actually know how many players are actually inside the site, but at least it might open up the door here for the B site at least.
Opening things up too. Oh, this is brilliant from Paint. Straight onto the site, and they've cleared out majority to get a pretty good understanding as to what's going on. Oh no, already moving themselves up towards window. Beautiful shot coming through from Jonah. I'm looking for the next, but Screwface, of course, goes down. Some sort of vulnerability there, but no push coming through from YFP just yet. It's unfortunate, but they get taken down.
No charges left.
Unfortunately, only 2 left here for the defenders. They're actually just still going to try to go for this, though, because you do have this half-buy eco that you kind of have for YB from that previous round. Double swing out from the site. Reform falls. They're at least trying to make this expensive against Thinking Men. As Penny's going to be LMS, last man standing. Here's a TP on 1 and tries to die to Spike, but Anderson is there for the pick. 3-1 on the scoreline right now for Thinking Men.
Wasn't necessarily expecting Thinking Men to do so flawlessly, but we did see the agent selection, and it is looking like it's working out pretty well with the Yoru. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, the game plan was there, right? Stacking up on one side, having a dimensional drift, realizing now that, yeah, I didn't get information on the A side of how many players were stacked in there, but as he ran across towards the spawn, there was nobody there inside the B site, so it was an easy cue for Thinking Man to take over B. The only thing, though, on the execution, though, is Vix kept one of his smokes and didn't use it for hookah, so that could have been dangerous if Jonah 6 actually landed some 6 shots with the Sheriff and more than 1, which maybe would have been a turning point for YFP on that previous round. But it wasn't the case. Thinking Men, they're still able to snowball the economy. And interesting enough, they're using an op on the attack in the hands of Paint. Sees a jump spot from that guy, and the second one coming out. Couldn't contact on the kill, but not clear on the left side. We'll let that flash.
Oh, okay, but that was a great shot on the Trailblazer, unfortunately. I mean, Physic came right out after that to try to take the trade-off, though. Yeah. Great first engagement, kind of being pushed up. Thinking Men have to think a little harder to see what they can do next.
That was a nice little play, though. The play off the contact, and then you had, okay, they're moving up with the op, and then they're going to try to gain the space, a orbital strike to actually pin the players down towards, forcing them to push forward, and then they went for a double swing for the kill. Thankfully, there was only 1 player there. If there was more bodies, then potentially could have been some even trades. The YP have a man advantage. They hit towards the site. And these are the trades.
Can you come back from this? Maybe not. Especially with the op down in the hands of Screwface, and huge investment to be pushed up on site that far with. But yeah, given away to D. Possibly not now. They've dropped it. They don't see the purpose of having that.
Yeah, which is actually interesting because That's a huge piece of util for the defense to use that operator on the D. That said, though, I think they want to focus on, okay, well, if they're going to try to opt, if they're playing against a Euro that could just TP behind enemy lines, maybe that's the reason why they don't want to play the op, because they might get caught off a position way too much. I love this nerdy trip that's being placed right now by Thief, by the way, but yeah, it's going to put them at least in a situation for Thinking Men that they could still buy because of the amount of rounds that they snowballed since that 4 spot that they had in round number 2. There's only Screwface that's low on HP, low on economy, but it's fine because all he's going to do on the sky is use all of this utility for his team to scale up towards this B side. They could take control of Orb for reform on long B as well and just ult in for an entry. But there's 4 players of YP here.
Okay.
Oh, somehow doesn't even identify who's on the other side. Reform has no idea and still doesn't even manage to get it. Regardless, the showstopper sabotaging the team of Thinking Men. So now they kind of lost out on the entry. Actually, maybe not. Regardless, they still do take out YFP, but that's absolutely insane. Majority YFP out of the picture. Now it's up to Thief to try to make something happen. Of course, the only thing left available, one piece of util that isn't going to do too much in terms of, yeah, pushing themselves onto site.
Dude, how did Penny still survive from that showstopper that looked like it landed right at his feet? He survived at 14 HP. He definitely wants to prove a point that he has a redemption arc, wanting to be one of the best duelists right now for VCL and have an opportunity to step up to the plate, and also wants to show that he could survive any of these ridiculous situations with the showstopper. Nonetheless, though, behind that showstopper for Thinking Man, you saw that amount of util that came and followed behind the showstopper. Orbital Strike came out on top of that as well, made it very difficult for YFP. Despite them having the power of numbers and reading the correct site, they just couldn't play against a double ult setup, rather, that Thinking Man had moving into the B site. I mean, look at the bodies that fell through. They tried to fight back towards that B main and probably got flashed out by Screwface's utility. There you go. The dog even on top of that with the Orbital Strike. There's nothing you can really do at that point when you've separated the map with, or separated the site with a showstopper and an Orbital Strike. So this is going to put the YFP in a situation where only one player is at a lower buy this time around, and that's Jonah with a Spectre. Getting pretty close to a pit. Yet they don't want to find the objective or use the objective to get that pit early. Nobody's taking control of Long B or Showers, and that's currently being denied and taken care of by Thinking Man for Showers to start.
Oh, and they were lined up beautifully for Scrubble.
Bomb buddy out.
Still, the nice trade-off coming through from Penny. So regardless, they've lost one. Not going to be too much of importance, though.
Portal closed.
It's going to stay pretty quiet. You're at the minute mark right now for YFP. You've lost your sky, so trying to get information at that minute mark is going to be impossible. The only thing that you have now is active information from a camera, and you have to play the buddy system towards Showers to try to find that information. I still like the pivot that you have from YFP, though, because if they take control of the Showers here and they lose short A, this is a important part of the map to control for your retake for the site to allow the other two to rotate across from the spawn. So it's good. They continue to push forward, though, and Bones unfortunately falls to Vix, and that makes things a little bit harder. Showstopper out.
Yeah, Penny knows the showstopper, despite the distance, all it will do is damage. Unfortunately, Screwface half that damage with the showstopper. So, not going to feel too good, though.
Spike planted.
2v4. And a snake bite to utilize. I mean, not really going to push for much.
Here.
And they got a hat. If they want to invest in a hat and just storm into the information they gather towards you, they get lucky.
Oh,
Last
Jonah with the
player
first
standing.
pick. And that might be the call here. Pick up this Vandal and try to save a Thief.
and that would have been brilliant, actually, if Jonah had just backed off and waited for Thief. So at that point, maybe utilizing that neural theft would have been the best bet, but Reform now shutting things down. Pretty nice and easy. Thinking Men up that 5.
YFP on an eco once again. Thinking Men are... They have pretty much everything under control. Whenever they're trying to go for Showers control, very passively done. There's nobody really watching it from YFP's side. when they're trying to move towards long B here. There's a little bit of pressure. They got results out of it from YFP because they had 2 ults to work with. Or sorry, 1 ult with an orbital strike through the Sky util. And then everything else, trying to hold U-Haul, trying to hold Hookah. They're just not really reading it or predicting where Thinking Men are trying to scale up and take control of the map at the beginning. So they're going to have to rethink that through. And if they try this time over to take control of Showers, this is the first time that they're going to do it at the beginning of the round where you still don't know what type of utility is being currently used by Thinking Men for the control of Showers, unless the only thing that they heard was an audio cue of the Yoru and a Snakebite. But they don't really know how many players are behind that util. So they're going to have to play this very cautiously. Is it going to be some sort of trap play information? Utilize the Skydog a little bit more towards long B so he goes through the TP so they get early information as well. Now, it's not going to happen this round, but that's something you're going to have to think about in round number 9 once this eco is done for YFP. If they're able to convert the eco, though, awesome. If not, at least try to salvage those next rounds.
Here. I mean, a great time for a timeout, too, just to figure yourself out, but still neural theft available. If they start to give themselves a slight disadvantage or even just an early fight, that could possibly happen out towards A, but no, just defaulting from Thinking Men.
They're just waiting here if there's going to be a Sky coming out, a Sky Flash, so they could stay away from it and try to rescale up, get the timing of the smoke dropping down. 20-second mark is down. So Screwface can position himself with the Outlaw, and instead of a jump peek that he was ready for, Physic goes for a dry peek jiggle. And allows Bones to be the second man to be on point with the Sheriff. Spotted by a dog, and they have to give up the spot.
Yeah, they've learned from previous iterations on the side of Thinking Men that YFP don't play around with long. Especially with that Sky Brim confusion they have going on. They're just waiting. With a TP there, a slight fake out. Oh, and Thief is leaving. This is perfect to try to gain some ground. And again, maybe hold the angle. They've seen it.
30 seconds left.
Is it going to be enough? No. Slight peek out forward. No smoke creating that coverage. It was close on Thief. And if they had picked up that mantle, maybe it could have been a different story.
Thief walked away whenever he heard the TP from Paint, the Euro TP coming out from the main TP over on Shower side, and it allowed here Anderson to move up and gain map control. That said, the gamble stack that you had from YFP towards the B site denied.
Yeah.
As you get the plant towards A, and post plant simulation now for Thinking Men.
Anyone else?
Okay, through the smoke, that's fine. Paint, go ahead and do it to him. Yeah, they're already at a disadvantage with the pistols, but
1 enemy remaining.
I guess if it makes sense there, yeah, YFP definitely not having a good time, unfortunately, regardless of that, but struggling a lot more than the last game, which has to feel good, as any flawless to really continue things on, but Thinking Men on a streak right now on the attack.
Definitely gets very annoying to try to get your gears rolling here when you get 4 spot and lost your stronger buy here in round number 2 for YFP. So seeing this scoreline right now is sort of normal as they're still trying to rebuild their economy. This becomes now a very important swing round and very doable for YFP to bring it back, because you get to a point now that your money's right. You could finally have full shields. You've finally also had enough ults so you could cycle it around should you be able to win the chess game of the ults that Thinking Men currently has as well under their arsenal. That said, though, it's not only on that. You have to have not necessarily better reads of how Thinking Men are working up on that map, but they have to find ways to fight back against this early control that Thinking Men is doing. All they need here is a dog, and then everybody's already falling back on the site, and it gives so much room here for Thinking Men to TP across and work both sites.
Paint is quite literally like a secret spy. And even then, they've thrown out the decoy. Beautiful play, already leading Paint into the pack and having Thinking Men push themselves to try to gain some ground. It's working out so far, but Physic might be that main obstruction. And Thief just a tad bit too late. Already so much damage being made. The Paint shell. Okay, thought it was going to at least do a little bit more. Maybe not. The smoke covering, and of course, somebody watching. They know Thief is there. They've heard the noise before.
Spike planted.
Oh. Waiting for the plant. They see it. Perfect for Thief if they can work themselves up and down to the left-hand side. 2 players watching for some sort of contact. Yeah, impossible to win. And that all started from just one very, very smart initiation through paint.
Yeah, and it was followed behind by Seekers on the attack too. Actually, it was on defense, I think, that I saw that coming out through as well, because Physic was able to get the information. He gets the Seeker hit onto Paint moving into sight, and also gets a couple of kills, which already puts him at almost halfway through the ult. So Seekers are exchanging information. YFP were in great spots after that to try to go for crossfire setups. But again, when you're playing defense, there still has to be anchors towards the other side, so they had lesser numbers against a full 5-man take here from Thinking Man. And unfortunately, it just didn't pay out in their favor. You saw the timing that Thief was trying to move in and get a hat in, but as soon as he walked through, he just stepped on hot molten mollies left behind by Vix, and he was already down to like 60 HP. So that made the chances very difficult for him to try to clutch a 1v2 with a Neural Theft to get information. But you see it off the timeout now. They want to fight for aggression, for the defense, and it's perfect, at least for this round.
Kind of beautiful, too. Off the rip. So you would think that this would have to be the round one, for YFP to take away. And it might just be Reform doing a good job at managing to make some of that damage happen, but again, Screwface gone, so no heals left available. You got the spike left down as well. Yeah, difficult round to win.
GLHF, 2 HP left, paint shells. You could get lucky here with a couple of shots, but
I have the spike.
Even if you win a 1-tap, you're going to fight against a drive-by 1v1 against Jonah P towards the end, and even a buddy setup. Yeah, you see here, able to get that shot into Penny, instantly trade it. Well done in the end, but I like the switch. But it feels like they're able to get these 4-position victories when they're backs against the wall for YFP. Remember that second round that they've gotten? It was off playing off angles at long B, having an orbital strike and contact play with the dog to actually get information and engage and initiate that fight. That round, perfect on the high-low push at short A, but that's because they gambled trying to close the gap because they have Stingers and a Guardian to work with, right? So you're trying to play a little bit closer against your opponents, and they're able to win that round. So now I want to start seeing that from gun rounds as well, because it seems to catch Thinking Man a little bit off guard.
Every time I see Scrubble like pop up, the eyes are so blue. I keep, it's like my attention just directs there. But goodness gracious, it's been pretty, honestly, the Yoru has been such a damn difficult thing to really get by. And that round honestly just showed it. And more time for the timeout for Thinking Men, just to kind of give a way to the round and having an understanding that they did something wrong. They want to fix it immediately, not to give any more rounds over to YFP is pretty responsible, I'd say, with the pace of how things are going.
This goes here.
Yeah, unfortunately there, you didn't get too much value of that Yoru since the forward push from YFP was able to deny that possibility of getting that space for Thinking Man, but this time they'll try to do it. Thinking Man trying to work out towards the short side. Very interesting with the trips here. It was to counter this showstopper coming out from Reform that it was going to be a satchel towards the top. But Reform went towards Showers instead. No damage, but there's still trips that could be useful right now to try to get a kill towards Showers. Nonetheless, here's the engagement of Thinking Man towards the A site.
Yeah, the Pain Shell kind of zoned them into a beautiful spot. The YFP are just ripping apart the team of Thinking Man. Zenny flawless round, rightfully so, of course. They
last round in
didn't have much to play for here, but the last round and a bye round as well at that. Finally for Thinking Men to really push forward with.
Great read for YFP to actually win that round on defense because of those trips placed behind. So again, thinking and understanding that, you know, despite your losing, what was it, like 7-2 on your scoreline so far, you have an anti-eco, or you have an eco of yourself. You're trying to fight a little bit closer with the Stingers and the Guardian to win that round, and then you're still in the zone to understand that they're going to try to showstopper while on the attack with Reform, and they cancel it out. Now they bring that confidence. They want to bring the fight back towards Thinking Man. Showstopper to clear space, but this time on the attack, they also read that. Defaulting back towards the spawn. avoiding the showstopper, and now they're forced to reuse utility to re-clear now towards the A side. So that means there's potential less utility for them to have to really engage on a post-plant situation. So we'll have to see what they're going to try to do. Is it going to be a contact play up, or will they use a Sky util? It looks like to be a contact play up with the wall.
Oh, yeah, there's no way they were getting out of that one. Physic was ready and prepared, unfortunately not knowing the Sky was there as well, and a pre-fire from Penny just to keep this team back. That's a nice hold from YFP, and it does do a good job at keeping things kind of at bay for a little bit, but Reformed is going to be that main issue, really moving forward, down inside of hole, some damage done, but it's not going to do enough.
Yeah, that smoke's annoying right now for YFP to really try to re-engage and regain the ground towards the A site. But this is where it becomes important. It's been a long time since we've seen a B side push towards to try to flank out towards the A site, because they know the lineup potential that Thinking Man has. Brimmy on Brimmy about to happen towards short A, which is going to be very important for YFP to win if they want to win this round.
Yeah, but this is great. I think Vix actually reads into this too. Oh no, they're playing for the post-plant lineup, and they've read into it. Maybe YFP are still slowly working around down to the back. Post-plant lineup still there. They know the molly has been set out, and they did call it, but unfortunately just a bit too late there. YFP, no time to play for anything at this point. Pate staying alive just in case, but still regardless. And he takes it. Doesn't matter though. Nice round from Thinking Man playing for that. If there was just a little bit more time for Bones to really work around the back, I think they would have been able to take that away.
If Bones was still looking towards short, though, because the position he had from Vix out of that, he was playing still on the palm tree side. And he had to recross all the ledge for the lineup for the spike. So technically, if Bones was still watching that, he potentially could have punished Vix and not allow that molly to get popped towards the end. He only realized it after he finally got a backstab onto short. He heard a little thump, and he's like, "Oh crap! I just lost a round for my team because I didn't fight against the I didn't do my job to get rid of the post plant molly set up here by Thinking Man." So that allows here, despite the scoreline that was very one-sided at the beginning, to at least salvage a couple of rounds from YFP as they take the attack. Thinking Man, they had a great composition here to try to fight on aggression, just like they did on Lotus. This might get a little bit more difficult right now, though, for Thinking Man on the defense, as they have to be more aggressive. And there you go. They start things off. They pinch into the showers. They look back here. They see nobody. And then for YFP, it's for them to re-engage and try to find that information. The dog doesn't see much, though. So they have to play into the unknown if they're going to be able to plant here towards this A site.
And they're still trying to get the plant down, but with the sprays coming through, it's like you pretty much can't. It's risky to do so. Even that spike down might be the worst thing that could happen. Does manage to find a shot through the crack in the smoke that Bones had set down. But even then, the smoke isn't going to do too much in creating that coverage that's necessary to get the spike down.
The first one was a tap, just trying to flush out that utility from Thinking Man. But as they re-tap, they lost players in the process, and that smoke's about to dissipate. It's going to be so hard here for the plant to go down. It might be a last-minute pivot, but there's another smoke that came down, thankfully. And orbs coming up, spikes down, and good luck for the last two.
Oh, with a possibility for... Okay, what? Don't tell me that was fair, because Reformed just literally pulled out nothing and made it something. That is insane. The one tap just coming through the smoke to end off the round. Thinking, man, that's gotta hurt.
Yeah, I'm surprised that when they heard this amount of TPs that went through towards showers, that YFP still wanted to focus on trying to go for a tap on the A side and not pivot early here towards B or something like that. They probably felt confident that they could potentially just fight back behind the brimstone smoke that was placed down by Bones, but they just met up with a lot of ghost shots coming in from showers when there was like, what, 3 or 4 players at that spot already?
Yeah.
So now YFP behind by 5 rounds. They don't want to go for a force 5. They don't want to gamble things yet. They still think that the comeback's doable until Paint wants to fight for it.
Spike down A.
So sure, if Thinking Men start to go back onto that that win streak that they were on before, it really is just going to feed into the ego too.
Teleport.
I would have to believe, yeah, Pain's just confident at this point playing the Yoru, but confidence gets shut down. Bones 2v2. This is closer than what it would have been before, but of course 2 bullets down on a weapon that goes 140 is definitely not the way you want to go down, but 10-4.
Goes 140 against a team that didn't want to go for a force buy. And even if they went for a force buy, it would have been a Stinger half shield. So perfect call for YFP to just go full classics, even dropping 3 players in the process, including a judge left behind by Thinking Man. So you'll take that dub. You still lost a round. You're still trailing now by 6, but you'll take that small W. It's not capitalized at that point, but it could be now that Thinking Man has a much different buy this time around. So YFP have an opportunity to play a little bit more defaulty, a little bit more passively, especially with the smoke coming down. You might expect now some sort of trap play coming out from a Euro flash. Oh no, Jonah's engaging into it. So hear this Molly.
Oh. But this hold might do well. Second flash push through, but then there is some sort of trade-off there. Tons of players waiting for an aggressive push like this one coming through from Thinking Man. Of course, though, Physic. Everybody else on YFP finding that the A site seems pretty comfortable.
Thankfully, as well, that Jonah, yes, despite him dying, though, didn't throw that molly out towards Long B, where YFP was trying to take control there, because a decoy came out, they flashed behind it, and then Jonah now understood that there was definitely an aggressive attempt being done by Thinking Man on that lower buy that they have in their bonus. So that said, he gets all that information. Rifle against the pistols were definitely much stronger, and YFP are at least able to string their first round. Start the thread, hopefully, for the second half here, as they're soon able to finish this round. 4 against 1. Screwface not able to do any damage out of that. No force armor to be rebought by Thief. YFP, they will try to close the gap. They have an orbital strike to work with, but the retake with paint on the dimensional drift could mean a lot right now for Thinking Man.
One enemy.
Huge potential, too, from YFP. They have the, like you said, the orbital kind of stacked down. Could zone into some sort of potential entry, but pretty good at really denying any source of entry when it comes to Thinking Men lately.
Camera taken out.
Prepare for hellfire!
Now already set in stone. Orbital strike set down. They've zoned the players back onto site, so they have that clearing, moving themselves all the way up towards lane here. The 2 players just set for some sort of contact play, and now a third slowly working themselves up. So Paint there, and a slight lurk on A. So the A site might be that potential push.
You'll take that dub. You get a free orbital strike in exchange of a TP from Paint. Now there's no dot to clear behind the wall coming up here. The flash, yes, it's going to say, hey, there's defenders here. But where are they? No idea. So they have to TP back, focus here on the showers.
Oh.
And Reform gets picked. Nice drive-by.
Molly!
And he was watching that angle, too, like a hawk. It's unfortunate. 3 players wide swinging the angle, starts to panic just a bit, but Pain is there, left inside of U-Haul, not seeing the second, though.
Spike planted.
I don't think they know. Regardless, though, tons of information just going to follow through here. YFP, if anything, they just need to keep ground. Everyone's going to know where they are. They need to expect a moment like this one, though. Screwface finding
Heal up, squad.
Paint and assisting in terms of that help. Alright, seems like it doesn't matter. Even though the spike is down. Smoke is up, set in stone. Screwface trying to find it. YFP slowly making their way through, but it's up to Bones to find it. Scrubble Bob just ends it off.
That is so surprising there for Thinking Man. At least for YFP, it's like, how the hell did Screwface just walk into U-Haul and get a free kill with Paint into Dimensional Drift? Because I was going to say, yes, you have the Dimensional Drift for Paint to be able to take the retake on the A site and give information for his teammates, but at least YFP, they're playing positions where they can't get wallbanged, they can't get owned by util being thrown towards the air, yet it's just Screwface walking behind them in U-Haul and getting a free kill, which then started snowballing the retake for Thinking Men and winning that one in the end. Yes, it did come down to a 1v1, but it definitely could have been cleaner for YFP to even put the round in their favor on top of that. Thinking Men winning this round. They're still on a interesting buy, as it's a little bit all over the place. While as YFP, they still come out a little bit stronger out of this. Only one Spectre, but 4 rifles. Screwface playing in U-Haul with his teammates. First contact is one of those weaker buys that still takes the upper hand against Jonah B.
out.
Fake teleport. Time to jump.
Yeah, one taken down from Reformed, but so many more left to be said. And even then with a slow
I know
backup,
exactly where
a
you
nice
are.
pinch from YFP just to take Pain out alone. And that's been one of the main issues that we've been seeing there.
I planted the spike.
Just trying to get by. Spike being planted and now potential util to kind of keep this team back.
That's the important util. Screwface had that at the beginning of the round. He now allows here Seekers with a showstopper from the Judge Killer Reform head, but it gets owned by Penny.
With a showstopper out too. I mean, it's unfortunate. You lost the ultimate. Now you have to try to fight this back. YFP, they know that the spike is down. They pretty much are set in stone here, especially with the util they've presented for themselves with thinking, man, the smoke down. They need to find that coverage. Despite that, still finding the next YFP, not ready to go down. And even though it's 11-6, potential to bring themselves back up is there.
I feel like I'm watching golf here, because just like golf, sometimes you need that luck to get the hole-in-one, and they just went for regular bursts inside this poison orb to get the kill on the instant defuse attempt coming out there for Thinking Man. And on top of that, they won that when they've lost, what, 2 players in the process of how they were trying to scale up towards that map. Because you had a Guardian kill coming out from Vix, you had a Paint Shell kill coming out for Reform, yet you were still able to hold back
Right here.
against 2 ults on the pulse plant at Shorted with no lineups.
Getting down to the nitty-gritty, though. They don't care. Okay, decoy comes out. Nobody shot it. Down. And they know they're faking it. Somebody might be close. Back themselves off just in time.
It's rare. First time that we see Thinking Man on a lower buy here in this map. So YFP an opportunity to at least have some life back to fight back. This is definitely a difficult task ahead here for the attack set of YFP if they want to make this any resemblance of being a close scoreline like we saw on the first map of Lotus. Thinking Man still in the driver's seat at this point with a 5-point lead. Paint's playing this alone. If he gets 1-2 with this Flash Sheriff, I'm just going to uninstall.
Me too. Honestly, I'll join you in the boycotting of Valorant if that happens. This is...
Yeah, it would be ridiculous. Another lower buy Sheriff eco that goes in the favor of the lower buys. But at least for YFP, they get a plant now, and they could set up for a lot of util for post plant.
But they... It feels like YFP's going to hit here, yeah.
Oh,
My
everybody's
apologies,
gonna
not
hide.
hit here, but yeah, hide
Everybody's
here.
gonna hide. Thinking Man's gonna die to Spike. They know right now that they don't want to give the opportunity here for YFP to get anywhere close of starting the cycle of ultimates. I mean, Penny's 1 away,
Yeah.
Jonah's 1 away, Bones is 2 away. So the next round here for Thinking Man with their gun round is, oh, I love this. Penny runs in, he's gonna sacrifice himself,
no.
so he gets an ult no matter what in the next round.
Molly.
And then Bones potentially wants to do the same thing. I mean, they can't lose too many guns in the process because they're still behind by 4 rounds after this. And there you go. 4 of them save their weapons. Penny has an ult in the next round. And now for Thinking Man is, do we want to play against the Showstopper or do you want to play against Orb Denial? Because we've just mentioned the amount of ults that were really close here for YFP. And that's what they're going to discuss in this timeout.
Yeah, YFP have been slowly making themselves up, and that really does kind of damage the repetitiveness, and overall just the ego. I feel like Thinking Man Paint went from honestly kind of just egoing everyone on the Yoru to slowly bringing themselves back and in that respective position where they do keep those respects over to the side of YFP, but of course taking a deep dive into that, like you said prior. I am curious. I mean, what could be the best bet, for YFP to continue their stride, though?
For sure. I mean, Paint so far has been doing still a pretty decent job right now on this role, playing pretty much as a second initiator for the team, right? So as he's scaling up, trying to run these decoys, trying to run TPs, trying to keep enemies at bay, or at least close here towards where he's actually getting that ground, it allows for the rest of Thinking Men to really just utilize their utility to focus more on anchoring their own sites instead of being a little bit more active around the sky util that's not refreshable anymore. So you're kind of using Paint as that person, the first contact that's going to try to define info. And they're going to try to do so with him trying to move through the TP. You're going to come across and flash, get that pick, and TP away. Beautifully done.
That's a free one, too, in the hands of YFP. I'm in the hands of Thinking Men. Taking out one of that main portion of those smokes through from the Viper, so they have no way to connect themselves down towards main if they want to. And pretty much the retake commences. You see the Trailblazer slowly working itself up, and the Paint Shot to close off the angle. Beautiful flash already being provided there. Yeah, I'm thinking about playing with the emotions of this team.
The dog spotted too, and YFP decides that they don't want to do anything with this.
Oh, the smoke. Bones is just sticking in the smoke, hoping things will work out for the best, but even then through the box, it doesn't! Another one taken away from Paint in the orbital strike to zone. And this might just be it. Paint gets taken down, Thinking Men somehow managing to find the shots, but of course the collection not there. Physic, it's up to them. And Scrubble cleans it up. Beautiful round coming through from Thinking Men.
That is so difficult there for YFP. Losing Jonas so early towards the showers from a simple flash TP out and a wide swing. Never expected it. How many rounds have we seen Paint do that on the defensive side? 0 until now. And he eats a flash, gets denied, and that forces the pivot of YFP. It's like, okay, we're a player down. We don't have any more control. Let's just try to hit towards this A site and just pray that we're able to get this through. And they did not. And unfortunately, now this is a timeout to rethink how they could bring this back. But it seems like everything is in shambles so far, pretty much, of how they're trying to work their attacks. So Thinking Men, they continue to be on the driver's seat despite losing a couple of these rounds on their defensive side. But when you're playing a composition that doesn't have any sentinels on your side, and you're using still your duelist to find information at first and able to TP safely and still get first blood, and on top of that, not even needing an operator to hold your defensive line, you're playing this second half very, very confidently.
Definitely a lot more confidence than I feel like we got to see too within the last map, but it's got to be difficult. I mean, straight from a timeout to Thinking Men quite literally just owning you in the first couple seconds, just decoy out and quick TP forward, but yeah, potential for that to happen again. I think Paint's kind of looking forward to it. Down towards B.
Same thing.
Yeah, no. This is a harsh push, too. They don't care. TP back, though, which is interesting. I'm assuming they just did that, yeah, for the orb to get Screwface. Pretty much on the same tabs that everyone else is.
Oh, they forfeited everything after picking up the orb, though.
Yeah.
So YFP, they just want to slow the pace down. Trying to scale up here towards Long B. They finally get the first point of information, and Paint playing inside hookah. He heard 2 sets of footsteps jumping up here towards this line. For YFP, can they control now towards the entrance of the B side? Can they control hookah? Or will they force TP?
Oh, trying to work it out, though. Paint takes the first. Always the first engagement coming through on the side of Thinking Men, but a quick retake from YFP. And it works out for the best, honestly. Numbers game definitely gives you a huge win condition, but how is that going to work out with Screwface having that flash available?
Even YFP, they don't want to use this pit to try to guarantee the round. They want to play the distance. They want to play Penny as the first contact. And just go for the double swing.
Yeah, but even with a swing moving forward, so one player taken out, YFP facing some sort of struggle. They do have, yep, the incendiary grenade, so
Yeah,
that's going to...
I think it missed.
Hawk out! Blinded.
Maybe not.
Last player standing.
They're still fighting for it. They know they need to fight the extremities. Screwface coming around the back just to catch them off guard, but yeah, TP moving forward. Not so sure if they're going to be able to diminish, you know, that eco as much as they please.
Yeah. It seems though for Thinking about a 2v2 as they realized that it was a passive play no matter what from YFP. They might have been lucky by trying to go for a flash and then forcing a double swing out of YFP, but YFP played it very smart, not hearing a tap coming out from Thinking Man. They just played their distance. They stayed back towards Long B, and they got that victory. But I love that pincer maneuver that they had from YFP. It was a huge gamble, though, because they orbital strike towards the window drop so that the 2 players on Hookah could fight potentially only 1 player towards Hookah on a defense, but they had to play a 2v2 that still came in their favor towards the end. So it was a close call, but they were still able to capitalize on a victory. Change of pace, though, for Thinking Man this time. Laura by and Screwface wins the one that's the strongest rifle for the team. Low HP. Is there going to be some sort of a Bogdan's Law where you could give the Phantom to the one that has more HP here? Because that's Scrubble Bubble holding right with him with Anderson there. It's going to keep the Phantom, though.
Toxins going up. There's way too many players to be doing something like this, especially cross-hold with the judge in the classic is crazy. And they just went away with it, thinking, man, 2 pigs gone. Disrespectfully so. Yeah, already a third. YFP, though. Okay, taking out Paint. The duelist that manages to make a lot of that space there.
Dave thinks that he has this space, but they don't know about Reform still with this judge on short A. So both TPs are there, and Reform might try to satchel close or Paint Shell, sorry, onto triple.
Oh, they might actually be able to... No, I thought they were going to run away with that one, but that's a Vandal just given in the hands of Thinking Men. With it already that beautiful 2 first picks coming through, but then ripped away again. Reformed with the judge. And this is such a nice close angle. They know regardless, somebody's going to have to peek them. They have the angle.
One enemy
have the will
remaining.
to do so. Screwface watching along the back. They know where they are. And a nice shot through from Reform. That's the victory that Thinking Men were looking for to take things over to that 3rd map. And rightfully so, they're going to get it.
Win.
I can't believe that the victory of that round came down to a right-click classic from Paint close range and then a double judge at triple. That is the definition of how nothing, unfortunately, was working there for YFP on their mapping. It seems as though we were right there for Paint Kicks in the interview yesterday. Nobody's able to win their map picks currently for VCL. It's just Valorant, he says.
It's just Valorant. It is honestly a pretty good prediction of what this game is. It really is just Valorant. You can't go into it with expectations because your expectations are going to be destroyed as... I mean, you get to see it. The 3rd map, though, we're going to be able to see very, very shortly after this quick break.
guessed it, we have another map 3 here in Challengers as Thinking Men, they got to thinking, they put their brains together, and they come out with the victory over on Bind. We're trading map picks today, Gompers, and we're going to be able to see these two face off again.
Oh, yeah, we are. And I'm pretty excited for it, I'm not going to lie. Thinking Men good at things that I'm not, which Intense is thinking. And honestly, I'm going to think a little harder. But Icebox, a map that we haven't actually seen Thinking Men play throughout the entirety of this year officially. So that is something that kind of worries me a bit. You know, you come from a 13-11, you're so victorious in a map like Bind, and now you're also playing against something as odd as the composition that we might get to see come through from YFP on a map you haven't played yet.
I want to dissect Bind a little bit, though, because when we're looking at Bind, and even just how we were talking about that first map with Lotus fans, we were talking about little mistakes coming on through, you know, it's the first game of the season. How are we feeling after Bind? Because I feel like this was a really fun look, also a very aggressive look, considering we did get that double duelist.
That's the thing. Aggression was the name of the game coming out here from Thinking Man, and playing too passively for YFP was their demise. As I mentioned before, when you're playing a Cypher in your composition, you're trying to be a little bit more reactive on what type of utility your opponents are using, and at least using that as a forefront on your defense, but you're not really engaging into trying to get more map control on the other portion that you don't have the Cypher turtled in. So you gave too much map control for your opponents, and it just allowed Thinking Man to really run away with that first half. Yes, it still ended up being a salvage 8-4 on the half, but it could have been much better than that if the protocols that they have for YFP was not only on trying to do not only trap kills, but also denying plant with the util that you had from a Raze, a Brimstone, and a Viper, right? Because there wasn't really many opportunities what they had for YFP to deny those plants because they were losing players left and right in the process of Thinking Men working their attack. So the game plan never changed.
Yeah, and I feel like when you kind of break down the kills, you can just kind of see across the board over on Thinking Men's side. It was kind of a cohesive team effort. We get to see that everyone's kind of has their place to shine with our double dive duelist kind of leading that charge, whereas on YFP's end, you can see that for a couple of those agents that you would want to be looking for that hold, you talking about the Cypher, the Viper, they weren't able to have that impact, and you can really see that just on this kill stat sheet. So I'd be intrigued now going into our third map here, Gompers, with where we can shake things up. Though, as you said, it does look like it would be a bit more of a comfortable playground for YFP here. So I definitely, for any YFP fans out there, there's still that light at the end of the tunnel for you.
No, there absolutely is. And realistically, I'm not going to say anything about Thinking Men and what their possibility of them winning is going to look like. Because to be honest, I think it's scarier to see a team with absolutely no map presence like on Icebox, and then you're going into it blind, and you can't really plan around something like that. So I am interested, though. I do like the double controller composition that we tend to see come out from YFP with the Harbor and the Viper. So with that, I definitely think there's going to be a lot of struggle for Thinking Men.
There's definitely a lot of good things set up here for YFP to potentially take this victory. And to quote Twitch chat, because Twitch chat is always right, coming out from Sad Lucas, next map is Icebox. YFP isn't going to lose, LOL. And I mean, the history that we've seen there definitely does kind of suggest. I'm intrigued with the fact, because we do actually have quite a bit on Thinking Men, why we haven't necessarily seen that Icebox coming on through. I'm curious if it's just the stars haven't aligned here, Vans, or if it is something they're a little uncomfortable with, and what strides they've had since the qualifiers to show up here.
Yeah, and the double controller composition with really, it's literally the loud comp, right? So you have a Viper, a Harbor, you have a Sova, a Killjoy, and what was the third one? Sova, Killjoy, and Jet. There you go. You have a duelist in there as well. So you're able to now utilize your Jet to have first contact, but also just allow both of your controllers to really split the map as you scale up. But when you're playing a defense, it allows, or it forces your opponents to play inside the site, because you're sectioning off with a high tide to flood back in that small section that you cut out, and you're cookie cutting the retake into the site. And if you're not playing post-plant lineups on the opposite side, then you're pretty much dead to rights when you're stuck in that little pivot with all that util that could come out here from the defensive end. That said, though, where I commended the roster of Thinking Men is the experience that Screwface now brings into this roster, not only from him being under the EG Reserve, but we also forget that Reformed was also part of that EG Reserve with Screwface over in the past. So that means that they have a lot of tier 1 scrimming experience because they're able to run these compositions that Coach Potter was saying, hey, run me a loud comp on this. We're going to try to play against and scrim against that. Hey, play us a Fnatic comp on Fracture, for example, and we're going to try to run against that so that they can actually anti-strat all of their opponents. So that means now for a heavy mind Screwface, you don't have any footage of your own team of Thinking Men on Icebox, but you already have a smart idea of how the composition of YFP is played because you've seen it being utilized by teams like Loud. So then you have an opportunity to really anti-strat the EG way against the playstyle of YFP or the playstyle of Loud. So this, for me, is going to be very difficult right now for YFP because I do agree with both of you. It comes down to like, holy crap, we have no tape on Thinking Men and they have everything against us. So how the hell are we going to win this? We got to play our game. We got to play our game and figure out if we're able to get at least our protocols in. If not, adapt on the fly to what Thinking Man's bringing out.
I mean, considering that experience, and Icebox is definitely not one of those maps that players cannot have that experience on if they've been around the block here or there, right? And just the fact that these are the Thinking Men and they can be cooking up and can be counter-stratting, do we think we're going to be seeing something a little bit more traditional, or do we actually think, Gompers, in this series that we will see the, hey, we're prepping for this matchup where we're kind of going for this? I'm gonna leave the discussion on this one because I'm curious to get to the match. I'll let you two dissect that as we do have our agent select ready so we can get underway with our map 3.
To answer your question, Sierra, I actually was going to say, since we do know what YFP is possibly going to run, I think the Reyna's a little bit newer in terms of what this composition was promising originally, which I like the Reyna, don't get me wrong. I do think the Jet was kind of suitable for what the composition they were running. But I will say, I was expecting more of like a KO play here or something of the sort, of course, just to kind of deny all of the util that we're going to be seeing being thrown out tremendously from YFP. But I do like this. I like the deadlock. It is kind of promising.
How are you not
very,
surprised?
Very
how is this not a, oh my God, they're doing an EG thing?
Of course I love this. Of course I love this. But listen, I'm more concerned about what I was very concerned about Sierra's comment that I was like full zoned into answering her question.
Yeah, so a slight change that we currently have from YFP though as well, right? So they switched away from really not using the Jet as a duelist, but they have a Reyna for YFP, which is fine because we've seen some good stuff coming out from Aspas, for example, Leviathan, or something over. Was something even? No, so I think something was playing Jet actually on this map, but there was somebody else that was playing Reyna on this map as well during VCTs that they get great value out of that, and that's actually a team that utilized no dash into it, but we'll get to that later. Thinking Man, on the other hand, though, they are min-maxing pretty much what EG's kind of doing, but you kind of think that the deadlock that was picked by Screwface was actually trying to counter the dashes that would come out from YFP and seeing that you could counter that a little bit more. Although, they're not playing a Killjoy, so that means that this allows for a chamber to still lock down long lines of sight for the team of Thinking Men, and they still have the Gecko style of the plant that could come through from the Loud play style at the end. So for Thinking Man, there's a amalgamation of a bunch of different types of compositions and little tricks and pieces that's going to allow here Thinking Man to potentially have an easier way to plant on this B side, although they don't have a Sage Wall for that. But because they're playing this double smoke with an Omen to try to move forward, it gives you more opportunities to plant on that right side danger of that B side. And that's where Thinking Man is currently trying to gain control first, while YFP, they hear the Dizzy and they're pushing down mid right away.
Yeah, they're walking up slowly. I like the mid control that Penny actually has here. I think they might just be able to get one, if not damage at least. Try to weaken the pressure. Yeah, very well expected for Thinking Men. That's a good read on them.
Poison's off.
To make that transition over to A.
Toxins go.
Well, as they do to transition, sorry. Thought the turret was going to be able to spot the first enemy, but Thief decides to swing out. It's forced to fall down. The wall comes up, but Thinking Man, they're going to have lots of util right now to just have an easy plant. Wingman getting the first plant. Penny trying to move forward. It's 2 kills.
Yeah, still trying to fight this back too. Yeah, Paint making some pretty good numbers. Actually denying the Sova util as well that Physic had set down. So this is great. They have absolutely no idea where these players might be. You may be hearing slightly, you know, on top of ropes where Screwface is. Other than that, wall goes down. Gives away location. Nice DP from Reform, but it's YFP to keep the defense intact. Maybe even here take out Reform as well. Tons of damage made. And a right click left to be said. Paint with a 4K down to the pistol round just to keep Thinking Men in order.
And also, can we talk about how Paint is not playing a duelist right now for the roster? So for Thinking Men, they're also playing that EG style where they're not using a duelist in their composition, but still using Paint sort of as a quasi-duelist because you could TP across line of sights and still try to gain space against your opponents and then fight against your opponent's face front. And he gets a 4K out of that with a Ghost. So I like these, again, little changes that we're currently seeing from Thinking Men and coming out with a brand new comp that we mentioned it. This is potentially to counter everything that you currently have in a double controller setup by YFP against a Viper and a Harbor. And it's going to have to come down to the IGLing of YFP to figure out how they could adapt on the fly against Thinking Men's new composition. If not, this could potentially be very one-sided as Thinking Men probably has a game plan from A to Z against the whole playbook of YFP.
Scrubble is just sitting down in spawn waiting for everything to come along. But yeah, you make, again, an excellent point to say. It really is all about what the IGL could do at this point to lead this team to victory. Because they have everything down. They've practiced this map time and time again. Again, 100% win percentage. They've only played this map 4 times throughout the year. They weren't expecting this. Element of surprise working out for the better for Thinking Men. Already taking out majority of the players here. YFP just down below. And nobody finding Jonah. No scope to it too. Just to add on to the disrespect.
They're not allowed to make that so accurate in this game, to be honest.
Yes, I agree. I agree.
And that last one's going to get spotted. Physic now going head-to-head against Scrubble Bubble. Best he could do here is a 145, and that 145 nets a headshot and a kill as Scrubble Bubble did get lightly damaged before, but it's too far for him to pick up that Bulldog, so he's going to try to rotate around to die to Spike, but you could definitely see Thinking Man running it down, hunting it through. Vic's the one with the pick, which allows here Thinking Man to start building out the economy for the Gecko, because somehow Screwface already has the ult from Deadlock.
That might work out well. I mean, it's been working out well so far. The ultimate, definitely, especially if you're on the attack. You could. There are so many possibilities, I feel like, for an ult like this one to keep yourself and the team, honestly, preoccupied. But trying to seek things out for a possible first engagement. Oh.
Yeah, unfortunately, the first one to die. Make that even a second one. So a nice little push coming through. Not only to deny the sprays, deny the scaling up that you have from Thinking Men, and that really nets out or makes it a little bit more difficult with the lure buy that you currently have for Thinking Men on the bonus. Although we mentioned that Annihilation is available here for Screwface, but as they lose another one in the process, I think they're going to save this ult to the next. A flawless is going to be huge for YFP right now to just really cut down their losses early and really make this a close third map game.
Vic's almost had that. Jonah was, oh my gosh, just a slight tapping to secure that pick. But yeah, one person left up to it. It's Screwface there. And a jiggle peek just to secure the one. Which works out tremendously, though. You still got so much more to work for. 30 seconds left. Spike in hand. Could you push the rotation? Sure. But somebody's still stuck in mid. A nice shot. Once again, but 20 seconds left and a rotation over towards A. Yeah, the possibility of this making it on time are very slim.
Well, now that he pulled out the Vandal, it's too late.
Yeah.
So he's going to save this weapon, but
10 seconds left.
He made it expensive. Good on him to right now in a 5 versus 1 to still jiggle in the right spots to get these kills to make it expensive against YFP. Again, still keeping the ult into the next round. Vix could be very close to his. I think if they control this B-side orb once again, because if you're looking at the way that YFP is currently playing it, they're just trying to spray across from yellow. So if you're able to use a little bit more of that util to try to push those opponents back early towards Snowman, that's a free orb for you to take. And after a plant, a beautiful piece of util on a post plant that you could have with the Gecko ult. Vix is 2 away from that one. And the Harbor's not really there on that B side at the beginning for YFP to do the early high tide in towards that B main. It's actually going to be used to cut mid to B main instead. Oh, and you have the Omen. He fake TPs here, but it forces the walkover from Bones to look over towards Tube and realizes that there's nobody there.
The smoke's going to make it pretty hard for Penny to really look for anything here. Nope, it's gone now. So one head peeking over through could mean the ending of one, but Thinking Men taking their time. Again, they have the off on the attack, which is surprising enough on its own. But Reform, yeah, possibly able to hold it off themselves. And this is nice, a great push. Truly been put into it. Now as well, Screwface trying to see what they can find with the ultimate alone, but it's Penny playing that individual Reyna game. Maybe they can find more. The heal there as well.
Spike down.
But they get taken down from Reformed by the side. 2v2 situation in the off in hand. Spike not even down yet as well in 45 seconds. So they go for this rotation. They got to go in quick.
They could cut noise, though. They could cut noise at this point and thin out the defense. It all depends on what YFP is going to do, because if they want to re-hit towards this A site, they could use a Thrash to find the information they can behind it. And you stayed in the range right now of the chamber, realizing that there's no real pushes coming out from middle. And with 24 seconds left on the clock now with the middle take that they're doing, they're definitely committed towards the B site. The rotate's going to get hurt potentially, especially after they break that turret.
Oh,
no.
One enemy remaining. 10 seconds left.
Great angle to hold too. Rotation coming through mid. Now Reformed.
Poison's off.
Repositioning. This gives some space to Jonah though. A 1v1 possibly taken away. If they play this the correct way though. You know, nobody's around the back. The moment Reform peeks that, this might be... Yeah. Rotating themselves away. The barrel of the gun beam. Watch now. Up to Jonah to make it. They know that somebody's there. And yeah, that's absolutely disrespectful. Okay, just wait for it as well. That's not the best way to go down. But still, Jonah close to it.
Was that part of the plan to just bait your teammates so that you could actually just do a Thrash ult in a... The weirdest position you can play here on the post plan, out in the open under the B tower where you're exposed here from green, but thankfully because it played the 2v2, they know nobody was going to flank towards the big flank, at least towards green. So there's a reason to that, but they never really played as a group right after to try to win that 2v2 in terms of trades, because I guess they just guaranteed the Thrash for the round, which you'll take. You'll take any day. Set up right now for YFP to deny orb control up towards the A site, and also you see the one-way smoke being thrown all the way towards pipes. But instantly, it's an ult popped by Jonah. They have such a short buy. This is quite interesting how they're playing this round. Nobody's playing towards this B site. Reform has his op to still look down towards middle.
Oh no. The smoke's gonna go away too soon.
Yeah, and he's got support on top of that. This is awesome.
Oh, okay. No, but the op is still there. Actually doesn't take out Bone. So one survivor left out of the fight there down in mid. Which at least now, I mean, numbers are even, so there isn't much to say from there.
And there's instant walls coming out. Both teams kind of playing with no information right now. But the thing is, it's a little bit more easier for the attack side because they have the wingman to plant, and that could bait out any type of stacks that you currently have towards this B site. And the Dizzy should be used right now to clear towards yellow.
30 seconds left.
There you go. Now they realize nobody's playing towards yellow. They could go for the wingman plant, and you see it being set up here for a default plant. For a shock dart. 9, 17 seconds left.
Yeah, that did a great job at actually holding that back, but Thinking Men, they know they need to keep the angles covered, and I highly respect them for that. The Viper's wall doing a great job at actually creating that Nice coverage as well. Clearance, though, Reformed is looking for, and it doesn't seem like they're going to get it too easily. Tons of hold potential coming into the deadlock alone, and a huge play
next time, yeah.
through from Thinking Man. They just handle the sites like bosses, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and you see now a little bit of that counter composition that you're trying to play against this double wall. Because yes, despite you have a lower buy here for YFP, it was still definitely doable because of these walls that came up left and right, and that allowed for them to just slowly scale back into sight. That said, though, Reformed has a TP set up towards yellow. He could swing out with the op. He could get information and play aggressively behind these or in front of these walls and TP to safety for the rest to come out right after their trade. So they're in a good spot right now to counter this right away until this happens.
Man, and they heard it too, the footsteps, but they assumed that they were going to go upstairs. Whoa, no, YFP, Jonah with a Zenny Flawless brought into YFP. Well needed too, because one more and they would have given Thinking Man just a huge advantage.
Yeah, that definitely knocks the win away from your sails there, where you had such a nice little pulse plant, pivot back towards the B side, and instantly all of your guys died towards B main and a TP towards spawn. Really was like the idea was there to try to cut the rotate, but Paint didn't really know where to look or where to go after he TP'd to figure out where he could cut these rotates, and he kind of left himself exposed to 3 different angles out at the under tunnel and the top of kitchen here of the spawn. That said, hold that thought. Hunter's Fury coming out towards the B main. No contact.
Oh, Reformed. And Paint just trying to take a bit more control up towards mid, but that was a great dart to push back. Physic taking control back, so not much to worry about, but tons of pressure just being applied down in mid site from the defense.
They don't have an Aldrone anymore, though, so they're going to walk down towards tube and potentially double face against this crossbar setup.
Oh, and it's got to hurt. Yeah,
Yep.
You lose 2 for the price of 1.
Take that anytime there for Thinking Men for sure. And that's off what Paint just did. Walk up, break the turret, force the Aldrone to come out early for Physic, and then you have map control and you're forcing YFP's hand to try to get information with nothing left in your composition to get active information. So you're now using your bodies and you lose 2 in the process, and now your defense is pretty much spread out across the map. And Thinking Men are rigging this perfectly to move where there's nobody holding the site, which is B.
Penny has to justify having this op too.
Planted.
So now they have to find a way to get one. Oh, and they missed the shot. Screwface not wanting to peek the angle. Again, you're in a comfortable position. You have wall there. Nobody's gonna move up and actively take that space. So there is no reason to get aggressive.
Might be the call to just save at this point, because that wall is also annoying to deal with when it's set up towards that back of the spawn, thrown by Screwface. Penny gets a kill, but as he runs forward, well, this is gonna get heard. Net still very annoying to play against. Molly's lineup.
Yeah,
One enemy remaining.
Set down 2. Okay, well, Thief's gone, and there's no way to get that back. So Penny, being that Reyna duelist, a tad bit late to the push. That's one of the issues there as well. Difficult to really get an aggressive entry in with, like we said, with that deadlock, man.
That's one of the things that Wyatt was actually very happy about and very adamant to say that the net is so annoying to play against when you're playing against a pretty decent deadlock that could, I mean, you don't really need to do lineups at that point. Somebody's defusing the spike, you just throw a net at the spike, you combine it with a mosh, and how do you get away from that? You just saw that Thief kind of just gave up. He pulled out his knife and just died. So that doesn't allow here for YFP to really get a clean retake at this point. And again, this is why you're burning such an early timeout. You're like, okay, well, this is supposed to be a pretty good comp for us to have a strong defensive half. Yet every piece of utility that's currently being used is used meticulously for map scaling and also post plant here for Thinking Men. So what do you do at this point? They had great success of trying to fight back, spraying back towards that long green side. Not too much success working down towards that middle because you're playing it very passively and defaulty for the attack for Thinking Men. And even if you're trying to hold the A site, technically with the comp, when you usually see a very difficult comp to plant towards the B site, you should be hitting the A site a lot. And they haven't done too many of those here for Thinking Men. So now for YFP, it's just like, what should be the play? Let's just gamble now towards an A site to start, play more passively towards B.
You want to play? Let's play.
Refining how we want to retake the site on the B side plant.
It's such an odd wall, but I like it. It does do a pretty good job at leaving Penny some space to move up.
It's a very good wall, yeah, for sure, because since that's one-way smoke or the smoke on pipes denies that information, that visibility here for YFP to take top control of A, at least they'll take the bottom control.
Oh, great info, too. Yeah, Vix was given away. Yeah, and you still got somebody watching up top, but unfortunately for Penny, Thrash coming out. Not going to be doing too much there, although a pretty difficult position to pick up your Thrash. Somebody's going to be watching it.
And it's Bones on the ropes.
Looking for something. Paranoia set down, but they know somebody's up top. Watching very, very vividly. Taking out the two, so there's only 3 players left on the side of Thinking Men, and a huge clearing over to the side of B. So Smoke's there, everything set up for their success in taking this down, and a beautiful shot from Scrubble.
The timing of him to run through when the wall comes down to get that pick is everything. Because now you have Screwface with Annihilation still. They have perfect util for the post plant for the attack side of Thinking Men.
One enemy remaining.
Trying not to put too much
No surprise.
up there. Unfortunately, Reform pushing a bit too aggressively, leaving Screwface alone. No defuse. Oh, maybe it could happen, but they know somebody's still on. They're not going to do too much. Still, though, setting it down. Nobody is able to get taken down. It's YFP getting the defusal just in time.
And I think it was one of those slight mistakes where the plant, I think I saw it through the X-ray, that Bones was able to defuse this while he was still tucked in behind that orange wall.
Yeah.
So no matter what, despite the util that you have, I mean, you didn't have too much util to deny a plant, but you tried to go for the forward position with the TP availability from Reform to try to get that pick. And unfortunately, he wasn't aware of the penny swing from the top of the B site. So that makes it a lot more difficult for Screwface to try to win that 3v1. He got the first pick, but didn't have enough time here to run the Annihilation to cocoon the diffuser. So saving the round for YFP, Thinking Men still has money to work with. Working back towards the B main. Nobody's there for YFP.
Poison orb emitting.
The smoke just
Poison's off.
leaves YFP feeling pretty confident about a play like this one. But even then, okay, wall set up. This is beautiful. Pushes them back. Then again, leaving Jonah alone. Still managing to get the one. So the Harbor's gone.
Poison's off.
Down for YFP. Thinking Men looking for something more. Nice shot in the spike down. If they continue to win these fights, they continue to keep their ground there. But it's Thief that backs away.
Last player standing.
Thief. Beautiful shot to it. Unfortunately, they didn't even know that Thief was just sitting down below.
That was just super nice, though, by Jonah and by Bones to push 2 men solo against, what, 4 or 5 players of Thinking Men working out towards that long B. They tried to play the contact on one end. You force up an orb, and Thinking Men, instead of saying, oh, well, let's just use util to counter that bubble that's being thrown out to counter the decay, they had to wait, and they wanted to wait for the Viper orb to come down so that they could scale back up. But this is the first time that you actually see YFP trying to push back and fight back against them, and it kind of really caught them off guard, actually. So now this timeout from Thinking Men is, okay, there's a change of pace right now from YFP. They do want to fight it back into our contact play. They're not afraid or they're not being forced to play the retake every single time either, and are going more with the fundamentals play and then using util to fall back with. So now Thinking Men, they probably have to use a little bit more util to scale on the map like they did on the first few rounds when they were hitting the B site with the pistol round, more specifically.
Yeah, thinking about what to continue to move forward with, but YFP lockdown available from Thief. Good for the defense, quite honestly. I'm not sure Honestly, probably would be better to utilize that later on in the round. I think that Viper's Pit's going to prove to be a problem.
Yeah, especially in these close plans and a forced buy that you have, or sorry, a half buy they have from Thinking Men.
Yeah.
So off the timeout they currently have here, they're trying to lay a little bit more close range battles with Stingers. Especially with the orb being picked up, they know one is being close. I'm gonna wait the timing.
Oh, they didn't even see the head? And that would have been a huge call out. Penny up top, but now running away with it too, playing onto that Reyna. Kind of give a little bit more space there. Bone surprisingly taking out the next, and the Viper's Pit down. So how are we going to get ourselves into that is what they must be thinking. A solution to be found. Now lockdown being set down, and a possibility for Penny to take even more straight through Nest and finding the next.
That was so sick by Penny to just ADS down through the body of the first one that he picked. Seeing Screwface just on the other side by the door. The defuse is going to go down no matter what here. But that was such a nice little play, individual play coming out from Penny. First blood, first one in, last one out, first one coming back in to allow YFP to retake that very beautifully. But at least with the half buy that you've gotten, you get a pit, or sorry, you get a plant down and you force down the lockdown on the defense. You'll take that. You'll definitely take that.
Killed.
They're just destroyed. Moving up. And that was a nice lockdown. And a beautiful touch to it. A great counter to the Viper's Pit. I mean, looking to see what's going to happen. Or towards B main. And huge info too. 3 players propped up waiting for that dart to shine.
And they know this from Thinking Men. They're just waiting here for a recon to come up. They're all away from the Hunter's Fury setup here that Physics trying to do from Boiler. And probably even time that when it comes out, he's going to try to just break the turret on mid. But as it comes down and it pings nobody, they decide to have Bones push forward here and trying to see if Thinking Man's going to re-aggress at that spot. Now you're just pulling rotates away. You're keeping him across. You're keeping him honest, rather, by breaking his turret. The YFP, they don't want none of that. They still anticipate that the push is coming in towards the A site, especially after they hear the Dizzy on the second time from B to A. But it's a double pump from Thinking Man. They're moving back towards this B site.
Oh!
Reform gets the pick.
Great first pick too. Mid control. Opened up a slight bit, especially with the pressure being led onto A, but the B site's the place where Thinking Men want to go. Oh, and they know. Somebody's there. They see the hand scrubble Bob baiting just to find the pick, and Thinking then they're in a better position than they were from the start. Look at Jonah now finding the next. They just don't miss their shots, quite honestly. Again, this wall just proving to be an issue. Nothing to do about it other than try to pick these fights in a flawless, a semi-flawless round coming through.
Okay, change of pace after the timeout. Default, stay back towards the spawn, avoid the Silva util, and just use the simple utility of Gecko, rotating from B to A site to just catch rotates off guard. And that was all thanks to Reform breaking that turret before that minute mark to allow for him to slip through the pipes and then start getting value out of that late lurk in the mid round. Very, very nicely done by Thinking Men, as now they take the lead by 1. They have all the weapons in the world, but also YFP has all the ults to make this possible on their side.
Revealing area.
Okay, yeah, they've dropped the dart, which gives Physics some peace of mind in knowing that kitchen is not really being attacked at the moment, but Thinking Men, only thing preoccupying their mind is how they're going to find themselves the site.
It's a change of piece of position of the turret too. So now you have to run Owl Drone at the minute mark to try to find information from Boiler. You still want to know if they're pushing in towards Kitchen, but instead they use the timing just before that minute mark to double swing down towards Pipe and have a 1-for-1.
Having some sense of security as well. This time there isn't a lockdown available to, again, counter this Viper's Pit. Screwface could use
No charges.
the ultimate here. But again, that's a risky game to play. I mean, where are you really hit? What are you hitting for? Rather than trying to catch that Viper, Penny in a good position to wait for it.
30 seconds left.
Somebody
They
just
don't
to keep
care.
them- Yeah,
They just use
honestly.
the wall towards the back of the site and plant in the front. Stay in the back of the site if you want to in that pit.
Might be best to, oh, now still somehow finding something. I mean, if anything, they're in the territory of Scrubble Bub right now, and they're having difficulty trying to find themselves any sort of pushback. It doesn't happen. Still, though, left inside YFP.
One enemy remaining.
Pretty good in their own Viper's pit. And it's up to Screwface with an operator. Not sure if they're going to hit the shot there with Penny coming along with the shorty. The huge defusal. YFP taking things 6-6.
When you were taking way too long now to work that map, we did mention the amount of ultimates that were available still for YFP. So a Hunter's Fury at the last minute mark, they deny the plant rather, which then forces Thinking Man to just rush down to try to get the spike. They lose their position that they've gained towards the contact play towards the A site, and then a reckoning confirms where your opponents are on top of that. It was not going to be a winnable condition at that point unless you're able to get those kills towards that A site. And now with the 6-6 score line, though, Thinking Men, we have to see how they're going to play this deadlock. Usually now you've watched other teams play, not only Thinking Men, but I think, I might be mistaken, but maybe SAT Esports or somebody else in VCL during the open qualifiers was using this as well. A deadlock towards the B site. Joggimo is using it towards the B site as well. But to start things off for Thinking Men, they're cooking a deadlock towards A. So I'm intrigued to know what they're going to do with this.
Poison orb emitting.
Pardon, monsieur.
Oh, nice from Reform. Keeping their ground. Honestly, with that wall propped up, I'm sure they weren't even thinking somebody would be able to take them out as well. So Bones goes down. You lose one sense of that controller. So you lose your sentinel as well. There is not going to be too much of a struggle here because they know at least now they can push onto the site as freely as they please on the side of YFP, wanting to give some sort of pressure back that Thinking Men have been applying.
It's just unfortunate. Right-click classic not connecting. This should be around here for YFP.
Yeah, 13 health left. Unfortunate for Paint, really. And time taken as well. But they're pretty heavy on the defusal. They feel confident with it, but yeah. Okay, Molly set down. Post plant's looking great. YFP winning out the round in a pretty good way.
Yeah, they had a nice idea at the beginning here for Thinking Men by ADSing with the Headhunter down with this beautiful shot here onto Bones. So that instantly counters this cascade wall of this Pearl style scale up towards the green. But then again, you're walking back into orange. The only place that wasn't being looked at by Thinking Men is middle. No kitchen control. You're far away, too far from even the trademark, and you're still walking back towards orange against 3 players there. That should have been contain your extremity at that point. And try to play the retake. Instead, they got caught off guard, and everybody just died off rotates. Beautiful pistol for YFP. They could string more here.
Okay, Pain. I'm surprised nobody actually read into clearing window first, but I mean, catch them by surprise. You learn your lesson. You have the Reyna. Very, very selfish player as well. All they have to do is play for themselves. Make sure the team is very well set onto the site.
That's a Vandal, too, that they're able to pick up. Physics vulnerable, but he's able to get away into safety. But this is not looking too good right now for YFP to get away with this round, if they do, with their money.
Patience from Physic is absolutely spectacular, though. Still having the recon dart to find some information down towards backside.
Remaining.
Might work out for Penny to see somebody over top. They don't know just yet. Making some of that damage happen, though. Round went leading towards YFP.
At least they're able to savage that Vandal, but that's 3 kills, full classics to be able to get that kill, and well, actually a Sheriff from Paint. And maybe it's just one of those slight mistakes where, oh yeah, Icebox, there's still a window now. They put a window in the tube now. And then they didn't check for that, and then it just got executed there by Paint. 2 beautiful shots. Nothing more we could add to that one, except for the economy snowballing back in the favor of Thinking Men. This
I will not die
bonus
today.
you're going to have to count down on, hopefully, your Guardian if you're going to try to play the distance, and they understand this from YFP. They want to run this Vandal Guardian and an aim battle towards the A site.
hard to get by the wall, too. Penny. Waiting for that to dissipate. Find something off of Screwface, but actually not. Just 9 health left. Running away with her lives.
And has ult, too, to try to bounce that off the default. So despite a 9 HP, he could make things very difficult right now for YFP for the plant on a right side default. And with that sensor getting broken, they know the scale is happening towards this A site.
Yeah, they're running away from position now. Okay, thinking, man, making the rotation needed and necessary to really push into this, but they don't know Bones is over top. This is such great positioning. Paint catches out, but luckily enough managing to make some of that damage happen. And Screwface, honestly, with the ultimate readily available, try to get this retake in as well. Might work out for the best, but unfortunately doesn't necessarily catch anyone. Still working themselves in tons of information, and you'd think the wall would do a good job at keeping this cleared. But again, the solo util moving forward from Physic just keeps this team in a great position to keep this post plant pretty intact.
And that's the thing about the composition that you have for YFP. Despite playing double controller to slice up the map and scale up the way that you do, you still have great utility for post plants. Nanoswarm, Snakebite, Shock Darts.
Yeah.
And with the high tide that's being thrown out at the beginning on the post plant, putting Thinking Man of like, oh wait, we gotta wait for this high tide to come down here if we don't have utility to retake, right? You can run a Dizzy in. I think Dizzy, Vix was a little bit too far to help out unless he was dead or whatnot, but they didn't have util to scan to retake, so they have to wait for the wall to come down. And already that wastes too much time down on the clock of the spike that allows the post-plant util to just be pristine. So Thinking Man, broken by, heavy lead towards Garage.
Nice pick off Bones, though. Okay, first engagement won. That's what happens when you get way too aggressive. Luckily enough, actually finding themselves
remaining.
to be in a pretty powerful position against Thinking Men. And biggest issue, they have such a great composition, but the problem is they just don't know how to use it on the defense.
Yeah, they're overcooking the defense for sure. Because this is the second time that Bones is moving in, or sorry, Reform is moving in alone towards Long B and trying to use the TP to get away to safety, potentially off a pick. But being so far out of the range or just dying allows here the alert to go into kitchen for YFP. So for them, they have a game plan to really try to go for a little bit of a mid pressure that's a little bit faster than using mid pressure for a late lurk, post plant type of lurk play. So Thinking Man, they're calling this timeout. Should we try to keep Reform in the range of that trademark to make sure there's not that temple lurk that you currently have being utilized by Thief inside kitchen? Or how do you want to fight back against YFP here? Because they're actually starting to run away with this in terms of how they're able to freely move up the map. It felt very reminiscent to what Thinking Man was able to do with their composition on the attack, but it definitely looks like on the attack, what you currently have from YFP is much stronger and effective than what you've trying to cooked up for Thinking Man on the attack.
I think too, like with Reformed, man, and it really is, again, like you would think you'd have to play the chamber the way Reformed is, trying to push for those early engagements and early information and whatnot, but I feel like we're not really utilizing Screwface to the fullest extent of what a deadlock could be.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, at that point, if it's not working out from the way that you're positioning your players on A and B for both of your Sentinels, you might as well just start using your deadlock the regular way to set up your stuff towards B. Try something different at this point. But at least what they're trying to do different this time around for Thinking Man is to really pressure down towards that middle. They throw an instant wall there, but Penny gets to pick on paint on A side meanwhile. So there's no lurks, but there's also no defense on the A side.
Yeah, and there's such a huge lack of obstruction there. Like, you have such a, like, it's so much to really be looking at, and you're leaving yourself out in the open when you're in the eyes of paint. Which obviously that goes pretty punished. Still looking for something though. Okay, now wall kind of set up to stop, or at least slow this push coming through. There's just so much that you can't really see with this double controller composition, and I think that's what works so well. Already working themselves up. YFP trying to find this fight, but a 1v2 worked around the back. So much util to utilize as well. But yeah, actually Surprisingly not making too much noise there. Defense comes through and they have such a good positioning on this, though maybe not.
Hey, tell me I love
Wingman you'd think would be perfect to play against the 1v2 with that molly and so many more distractions. It really just isn't.
Yeah, that nanoswarm was thrown there, left and kept behind by Thief, bounces off the wingman, and you have no choice but to focus on breaking that nanoswarm as soon as it lands. If not, it's GG no matter what. So you're hoping to break that early, catch one player off guard, but they played that with nice discipline on that 2 versus 1 there for YFP. And again, change of tempo. They realize now that the wall got thrown towards the middle, so they have more players trying to focus on denying map control from Thief.
Yeah.
And then it just changed pace, and then it just tempo up towards the A site, and they move with a reckoning for an open plan. Now this cascade even gets more. They tried to cook, and I think it's burnt now for Thinking Man on this comp.
It's burnt. Yeah, it's not smelling too good either, to be honest with. They need to change something up, throw it away, cook something else. Physic. Just chasing this down. And Screwface again, like, unfortunately not much to use. They don't even know. Somebody caught inside of their own util and they back straight up into it. Now they just have to try to figure out a way to redeem themselves here if you're Thinking Men, but a flawless round again. And there's no way to recover from that.
That's the unfortunate part of playing at Deadlock. Despite the net being so good, it's only going to make an audible call if you're actually removing the dart from the chest. So when you just sat in there for a penny, it was easy for you to stay crouched because now you're going to be even more precise on your shot with the Vandal because you're crouching and you catch your player off guard. Then you remove the dart. And that's that no audio cue when you're netting people. Net it into a round loss for Thinking Man and a series point for YFP.
Standing ahead.
I wanted to believe in what Thinking Man could do here with the experience that you have from playing tier 1 comps and tier 1 scrims and a tier 1 team in EG. But YFP, they're definitely showing from the grind that they've been doing throughout the open qualifier until now. What they've been cooking, what they've been practicing, what they've been thinking with these redefined meta comps works out in their favor.
You should run.
And that it doesn't matter who they play against and what type of comp they play against. They're just able to play their own game and win this one here. And trying to stay alive at least for this round for Thinking Man. The sensors are at the right spot, but you won't be able to get any trap kills because the lockdown's pushing you away.
Yeah, already doing a great job at getting that first pick, first engagement, controller call. Now, of course, you've lost your initiator, and this isn't good. This is the last round, quite possibly. YFP possibly running away with a 2-1.
Possibly? I think it's
certain. Honestly, at this point, maybe so. I mean, a pistol down left in the hands of Reform. They do, of course, have something else to play for. Yeah, but location already given away. It's a huge dub coming through from YFP and Thinking Men. A spectacular play on the attack, but when it comes down to what the defense was, unfortunately, they just did not know how to handle that composition.
Yeah, unfortunate for that. They had to figure out how to play that defense, and finally the round where they're like, okay, let's try it out. Let's put those sensors towards that B side. Let's try to do those trap plays a la EG that they were known for to play against their opponents at that point. And then unfortunately at that point, it was too late. Lockdown pushes them away, and they were already 6 rounds under. They weren't getting any rounds on defense in their favor, and it results now into YFP showing that through open qualifiers, once again, they're here to stay, they're here to prove a point, and they get a great first victory to kick off BCL.
Not only a great first victory, but man, like, great way to really keep things going. But Sierra, I know we have Sierra back. Sierra, I missed you. I missed you so much. I was thinking about you actually a lot.
I missed you too. It's like I could hear your voice in my ear the entire time I was watching this match. It was some crazy stuff. But honestly, watching this, man, I'm such a fan of what Thinking Men were cooking. It just...
And then you're not a fan anymore.
It's like they started the dish dish, they started the recipe, and then it just like kind of forgot about it. Once we saw the side swap, they kind of seemed like they were a little bit lost. So I'd love to see it in the future. I'd love to see some of the ideas come to life a little bit more in the future, Vans. Unfortunately, it just wasn't quite ready yet.
Yeah, it kind of felt like you're walking into a beautifully decorated restaurant and you're like, oh, this is going to be a great experience. And then the food's just meh, and then the dessert's just tasteless. And even at that point, when you're looking at Thinking Men on their defensive side, they've lost 7 rounds in a row. So they weren't even able to get one single round here on their second half, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, jokes aside, though, I still have to commend them for trying to do something new and really trying to find ways to counter specifically this type of play style that YFP was bringing with their double controller. But the thing is I felt at this point that they starting on the attack means that, you know, it's they would have a better chance and more rounds going on defense because they would play quote unquote their weaker side because you're playing double sentinel at this point too. So technically double sentinel and delay with a controller on Viper. So that means that you're going to be able to get a little bit more rounds on defense, but they just can penetrate the amount of walls that were coming up here for YFP and their attack. And I think it's also due to the slight agent switch that we had from Penny from a Jet to Arena. You're not able to counter the dashes that would be executed by a Jet anymore, and then you just have to fight behind Arena. That doesn't pay off in your favor.
And it was Arena that wasn't really scared of the utility either. I mean, recalling that round where Penny's stuck in the net, it's just like, all right, I'm just going to sit here until I get a kill. I'm not really concerned at this point.
And dismiss away if you have to. Like, it's easy.
Exactly.
It's almost like a chamber. Maybe instead of playing a chamber, you could play Arena as your duelist instead for Thinking Men. There was probably method behind the madness. I know if they got away from a chamber, they wouldn't be able to use a trip for information on defense, of course. But yeah, it was definitely something that they have to probably rethink of moving forward if they have to play Icebox again.
Yeah, at least like they have ideas. I'd love to see them fleshed out. YFP definitely not afraid either. Gomps to show that they're not afraid of, hey, we can play the traditional, we can also switch things up a little bit. So I think honestly, coming out of this, YFP looking so good as the winner, but I am happy to see where both of these teams go in the future.
No, I have to agree. Obviously, it's not over for anyone at this point, but I do think it really does instill in the minds of a team that doesn't necessarily play Icebox officially that no matter what you might be cooking behind the scenes, somebody else might also be like, there might be a team that can counter that pretty heavily. And I think they definitely learned their lesson here going into the defense and not really having that as prepared as they did their attack, because their attacking half was gorgeous. I'm going to be completely honest with you. There were a lot of times where I did see that heavy counter play coming through from obviously the side of YFP, but at the same time, it really did just fall apart. And that might honestly just be the fact that they are not, again, like they're not too well informed in how to play with that chamber and that deadlock in kind of that defensive space.
It's just back to the drawing board.
Yeah,
you know?
I agree, honestly, and I do think if they do get that unlock, the Icebox is going to be terrifying.
Well, I'm excited to see that Icebox in the future, but we have to talk about the victors of the series, YFP, and talk to the victors of this series. We're going to have our interview right after our post-series highlights.
One enemy remains. 30 seconds. One enemy Sip. One enemy remains. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
That's done.
Enemy remaining. 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. Out of charges. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. One enemy. Still wait. Boom. Down A.
Got your
One enemy.
Prepare for hellfire.
Last player.
Anyone else?
Flawless. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Poison's gone.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down B. I hear you.
Powered.
One enemy. One. Long. Spike planted. One. One enemy remaining.
What?
One. Attackers.
They say in life, there are no guarantees. They say a lot of stuff like that. Slow it down. Play it safe. Hedge your bets. So what? You gonna listen to that? You gonna stop because they can't guarantee you'll pull this off? No guarantee you'll win? No guarantee everything's gonna be fine? In life, you make your own guarantees. Nobody else will light your way. Start your own fire and keep it burning. And we guarantee you'll have one hell of a lifetime.
Another day in Challengers, another 3-map series. YFP coming out on top after trading map picks here. And I have IGL Physics on the line to chat a little bit more about the series. Congratulations on the win, and thank you for chatting with me. I want to rip the Band-Aid off to start, though, and talk about that bind, because that was YFP's map pick, and unfortunately bested there. I want to know what kind of happened. Were you caught off guard by their comp, or like, what's your takeaway from that map?
We weren't necessarily caught off guard by their comp. Like, we've played, comps like that before, but I think we weren't really playing like to the best. Our game is usually played on bind. Like, I think we usually have a lot better like mid-rounding for myself and like mid-round aggression to like kind of disrupt any plans. But I think we were doing a poor job in doing that. We kind of talked about the same idea on Lotus, and after bind, we realized like the same thing was happening. And so going into Icebox, we just had the conversation of like, keeping like the tempo up, like disrupting their play and doing all that. So I think on bind we were kind of lacking that disruption.
Hey, it's first week figuring it out and figured it out just in time. You said you weren't caught off guard by the comp on bind. Were you caught off guard by their Icebox comp though? Because that was That one seemed
Yeah,
like a
I
little
don't
bit
think I've
wild
ever
ride.
played a comp, anything like that. So it was definitely like a little bit of a learning experience. So like, you know, during the game, trying to adjust and like figure out how to play against that. But, you know, after we kind of just realized to just, like I was saying on the other two maps, we weren't fighting them. So now we just had to like, you know, take the fight to them, not let them like execute their game plan on like whatever weird, you know, idea they were trying to go for. It was an interesting comp for sure, but like if we sit back, then, you know, it's hard to win.
They'll just run over you at that point. You definitely took the fight to them, especially to Penny. We got to see previously on your comps, Penny was on the Jet for Icebox, swapped over to the Reyna this time around. What's the thought one behind that? I love the decision, but I'm curious as why.
Yeah, I mean, I think on Icebox, there's you know, not many teams run like gap closing agents. It's not like the most important, and you know, we still want to be able to have like someone that is able to take like aggressive duels, and you know, Reyna in certain ways does it a little bit better than Jet, and we don't need, you know, the dash necessarily. I think Penny is like fantastic with the rifle, so you know, he gets more opportunities to get like one and done duels, and obviously having the flashes help as well.
Well, definitely a big fan of that change. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the roster coming into Challengers, because YFP, another one of those teams that did have a last-minute swap moves exiting the roster, Thief coming in. So how is it that Thief was the decision behind bringing Thief in, and how is he slotted in so far?
Yeah, I think he's slotted in great. Like, I've played with Thief many times throughout the, you know, my last 3 years of playing Valorant. I've teamed with him on 3 different teams, so it's just, like, I know him well personally, like, as a player, as a person, and, like, he's just slotted in really, really well. It's his first time playing the Sentinel role, and I think a long time, so it's been a little bit of a learning curve, but I think he's done a great job of catching up to speed within the, you know, 7 days, like 10 days that we've had before Challenger starts, so he's been great.
Yeah, definitely not too much time to adjust there. And
yeah.
Was it an easy decision? Like, okay, well, we just need to kind of refill the Sentinel role. Was there other discussions about roles? Like, how did that come about?
There was some other, you know, things happening within the roster where some people were getting trials and whatnot, so we were moving around roles for a little bit. But I think Brady or Thief was just like kind of a natural Sentinel player. Like we tried it a couple days and he just seemed like it just clicked for him. So yeah, like I think for him it was always going to be the Sentinel role for sure.
Well, you definitely all together played well today, so excited to see more from YFP going on forward. I'll let you go celebrate with the team, debrief a little bit. Thank you so much for chatting with me, Physics.
All right, thank you.
As for us, first series of the day, but we still have one more on the horizon. Turtle Troop are going to be going up against the Glazers after this short break.
The game starts long before the game starts. And warm hands are faster hands. Gain the upper hand and power up your pregame warm-up with Zippo hand warmers.
A new looking TTR heading into the season. How's this roster with the new additions stack up to the old TTR?
So the newest iteration of TTR with Stellar and B-Dog. Stellar as a leader and an IGO has been taught me a lot throughout the year about strats that I just had no idea of. This new iteration of TTR definitely seems a lot more solid. I feel like we're pretty confident together and we're becoming close friends throughout the weeks. So it's going pretty well.
What does Stellar and Corey bring to the team overall?
I think Corey brings a lot of ideas because he was on TSM, he was on FaZe. He's been a pro in Overwatch and has done a lot of stuff throughout his pro career. He's been really helpful as just like a teammate, as a friend. And Stellar has an idea. He always knows what he wants to do. Helps me as a Sentinel player, helped me in and out of Valorant. I think both are just really good at helping me gain the experience that I haven't had yet.
What can we kind of expect from you specifically and also the team?
I think last year we got so close to making MSI the first split and second split. We kind of choked against SR not winning our map to make it to playoffs. And I think this year we're coming in with like this vengeance of like wanting to finally make those playoffs, and we kind of just want to show that we are capable of doing it. People might think that like I'm an aimer. I'm not just an aimer, and I could actually play the role and play in the tier 2, tier 1 level.
Being a fresh roster, what's the kind of team dynamic overall right now?
I mean, we don't have a coach at the moment. We do pretty short practices just because we don't play 6 weeks or something. Don't want to get people worn out. We try to have fun, but also make it as productive as possible. That's pretty much our focus right now. As long as we can keep doing that, we've seen progress over 2 weeks, 3 weeks already. I don't see why we can be, one of the best teams in the league.
How is it integrating your thoughts into the squad?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely bring a lot of my own gameplay ideas. I mean, I learned a lot from 100 to 8. I was in a position where I could take that and learn from it. So I'm definitely being a lot more open to everyone's opinions as well. I'll take that into account every time and definitely factor that into how I manage someone. They have trusted me. Obviously I have trust in all of them. So, it goes both ways. It's very mutual.
Do you think this is the season where people kind of start to take notice of the talent on this roster?
I think people slept on TTR last year because everyone knew us as just like the free agent team that kind of won games and tried to beat SR to make it to playoffs. Right after we lost, I think everyone kind of stopped caring about the bottom 4 teams. Pretty sure everyone kind of just like forgot about us 4 and they just focused on the other main 8 teams. No, surely not.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the year where people start turning their heads and opening their eyes to some of these players again. I mean, Jack is like a little bit less experienced, but he's just as good as everyone, if not better. So, I mean, yeah, I hope people start realizing that the roster is super talented and hopefully they take notice of that.
Welcome back, everyone, to Valorant Challengers NA. Just got to hear some words from the team of Turtle Troop, the team that we're going to be seeing next, going up against the Glazers. I love those types of videos, Vans, because there's so many different storylines kind of emerging, and that was a really nice little intro to this team and what they've been working on in this offseason.
Yeah, and I think it's definitely going to be a position just based off listening to this interview that, yes, they're going to be working and they're going to be learning, and they look a lot better now that they have Stellar strats, his brain around, his mind around the game, how Stellar calls, and they have great firepower with it. So yes, you have a nice iteration of the new Turtle Troop, but with what Stellar was saying, they're not practicing as much, right? We don't want to burn players out. So when it comes down to these type of like practicing for VCL and trying to make it through, I think it comes down to, okay, we know who we're going to try to play against. Let's try to practice against that and not try to like overcook new things. You want too much. You just want to play to like your level of comfort and just continue with that and see where that goes.
It's a marathon, not a sprint, and he definitely has the experience behind him to where if this is the strategy that he wants to employ for the team going on forward, I definitely believe in that vision. And they'll be going up against the Glazers today, and this is a team to love the logo. I think it's the funniest one out there. But Gompers, when we're looking at oh, stop it, Pam, stop it. Gomps, when we're looking at this team and the players on it, there is definitely names here that players will recognize if they've been peeping out the scene before.
Listen, pretty much almost everyone on this roster as well. You got Ange, you got Drones, like Precision for one as well. So for me, a name that really peeks out to me is Ange, just because I've seen this player play. They are an insane controller. And to be honest with you, I don't think there's ever a day or a game where I truly feel like they aren't performing. So for me, I'm really excited to see them play again.
I'm always going to be a fan of Drone when it comes down to seeing like the rise of this drone and under the TSM banner that has played so many different roles under TSM back when Valorant first came out. And I always wanted to see this man succeed. I think I've been following him since like the CS days as well. So it's just nice to see that he's still here fighting in VCL. He had an opportunity to do it with Mad Lions in the previous season over with Ange, if I'm not mistaken, and now has an opportunity to still fight VCL despite this playing under a free agency. That he still has a chance now to prove a point and hopefully get picked up. But I think it's also with the recent addition of Riku that joined the roster. I think for them, they are somebody that brings a lot to the table, because their experience was with DSG before, and I think it was more in, you know, like a VOD reviewing support type of like style to really help DSG build their playbook when Disguised Toast was investing into this team, into the tier 2 scene. And then when I think it was Exalt that took a little bit of a hiatus out of the roster of DSG, Riku was the one stepping up to the plate, and they were the ones actually having great rounds under, I think it was a Killjoy, and having huge impact rounds. So now they have an opportunity to come back to play in a professional level at tier 2, and they also have a chance to show what they got.
Which is exciting. It's exciting to see where players are coming from and all come together to form what could be these rosters to make these runs through. I know obviously Turtle Troop has had some changes on their end of things, but they were a team that was exciting to see last year. They had players kind of picked apart from them at some points. We got to see a couple of changes going through, but I think with the shifting we see here in Challengers, that it kind of pushes players to that next level, which I think is really fun and exciting here. And Gompers, looking at today's matchup, I mean, Turtle Troop, they had the spot from last time, is qualifying through. So this should just be interesting to see with how they're going to be stacking up and how they're going to be kicking off our week 1.
To be honest, how they're going to be kicking off in general, right? Turtle Troop haven't actually played any official tournaments ever since December. So they're not only coming into this I'm not going to say fresh, because they've been together for quite some time, but I will say they are kind of coming into this, deep diving into what a tournament setting is throughout their first year, 3 months of not playing. And not only that, the Glazers, they've played through open qualifiers. They've had their time to really figure out what the season's going to look like for them and what everybody else is going to start really feeling like playing against. But I will say Turtle Troop, regardless of that, super, super strong team. So even though they haven't had those 3 months of time to really indulge into that competitive setting, they also have been cooking up behind the scenes.
Yeah, and it's also a different roster too, right? They had, I think Dazzle was still in there, if I'm not mistaken, at some point too. So, and they were playing the Shangara Showdown. So, again, it's great additions. They've lost some great players in that roster, but they'll also gain some great players in the roster as well. So, I'm not afraid of what type of performance we're going to see of this team of Turtle Troop today, because I think they're still going to look very good. I think even when you're looking at that roster over at, I think it was B-Dog still in here at this point, and he basically started stepping up to the plate during the off season, where, you know, it's kind of like on and off depending on the days, and if he was playing, like, I think it was a Brimstone or a Chamber on Vine or something, he was like kind of popping off against Sentinels. I always remember that type of B-Dog, and that type of B-Dog actually was showing up a little bit more during the off season, and I think this is a great opportunity for him once again to have the revenge arc, basically very similar to what we saw from Penny, at least in that first series that we just casted before. And I just want to bring a small correction. I was just looking back at the stats. Riku was actually playing even controller for the role over at DSG when he had, when they had to fill in. So this is actually quite interesting to see what type of composition is going to come out of this team of Glazers. But I did predict them, not only because I love donuts, but also I feel that they have some good brains in there to at least put up a good fight. But my predictions have been sucking anyways.
Gompers knows all about that, let me tell you.
Don't talk about my predictions, please.
Oh, goodness. But hey, when we're looking ahead at this series, I mean, we've got to see a lot of, when we're looking at our map picks and bans, I'm going to clarify, we've seen a lot of a couple repeated things with teams really finding comfort in a certain kind of key maps here. So, yeah. It'll be Lotus once again. If you've been watching all the games, I don't know if you've just been loving the Lotus or if you're kind of the Lotus, but it is definitely, as we got to see in our previous series, a really good place to be testing out the core of these teams off the gate, Gomps, and that's going to be a pickup by Turtle Troop. Actually, this whole map is like reminiscent of what we got to see before. Hello?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And Gecko, please. I have my hands out and I'm begging for more. I would love to see what Turtle Troop honestly have been cooking on a map like this. And again, like Van said, this is kind of a new roster. So not only that, are we going to be able to see quite possibly a more, I wouldn't say aggressive Turtle Troop, because Turtle Troop from the start have been pretty firepower, but I am pretty excited to see what they've been cooking behind the scenes on a map like Lotus, especially to pick this out the gate is pretty strong.
Yeah, and especially against a team like Glazers, where they have some tape. At least they've been playing pretty much every single map during the open qualifiers too, just to test out a few different things. But
yeah,
they were also pulling KO out in their composition before. They do have that Gecko. We'll see if that comes out again. But I find that KO pick quite interesting in terms of not many players are really using it in their compositions right now, or many teams rather. But I think the knife would still be quite good to try to nullify a lot of that utility on C-side. I haven't seen too much Tate. I'll be honest with you. I haven't really seen the Glazers play on this map, so it'll be nice to learn as we go. But if they have some good knife setups to really cancel out the util for deniability and delays that you currently set up on the C site, I think this is a great recipe for flooding in sites with a KO. Usually when you think KO, you think fast pacing on executions.
I would be even intrigued just to see if there is still the KO that is a part of their comp at this point, how that could disrupt the other team there, because that is the disruption agent out of all things, right? But if you're not quite prepared for that and you have your certain setups that you want to be going for, I can see how one of those knives, one of those ults to kind of suppress and lock that down can be really detrimental for what the other team has planned, especially if you're not necessarily expecting that going into for week 1 of challengers here. But you know, Gomps, I'm going to give you your one chance of redemption here. All right? Your predictions. I already came at you for them. I know you're getting some flack on Twitter for them. This is your one chance to redeem yourself right now.
Okay,
are you sticking with it, or are you picking the other box?
I'm gonna defend myself for a second. I truly believed in these people. Okay, the people that I listen. I believe in the underdog story, and sometimes when you're an underdog, you work harder. But I will say I did vote for Turtle Troop this time, and somebody told me to bet my whole mortgage on this on Twitter, so I will do that.
Okay. The double down here. I love it. Well, we definitely got a fun match ahead of you, Turtle Troop versus the Glazers, after this short break, so don't go too far.
Hey, what's up? Thank you guys for being so patient and waiting. But of course, we have a game ready for you. And getting into Lotus, I'm honestly pretty excited. I know it's been quite a while since we got to see Lotus. Actually, not so much, but yes, at the same time.
Yeah, we kind of just see it every freaking time. I think it's. Oh yes, there we go. We're seeing some different stuff. So Corey coming out with a neon. So this is going to be really fun to watch. This is going to be very explosive. This is going to allow me to wake up a little bit because there's going to be some pew-pews going on here with how fast we're going to go. And I think you're going to have to be as fast on defense as you are on the attack, especially for this type of like unloading of utility you're going to see on the extremities here on the defense from Corey and B-Dog together, which is, again, quite interesting. B-Dog not really fully playing a duelist role right now for the team and playing a little bit more of a flex at this point. So you could actually allow Corey, who's really, really good in terms of aim, to be the one carrying in that duelist role.
I also, man, I'm super excited to see the Neon. I know Neon is run pretty often on a map like Lotus. I just feel like we haven't seen it as much as we used to.
So not as often.
Listen. It was run. I guess the correct word. I love your menacing laugh after you start problems too.
No, but I know what you mean. This was something I think that even Cloud9 tested out with Leaf on this role in the past. And like, I think some other teams have cooked it up in LatAm. So it's nice to see a resurgence or a little bit of a flash in the pan, a diamond in the rough to see this agent come back. But
yeah,
there's also a reason why you're seeing a little bit less of this neon and a little bit more of like this raise as your main duelist is just the amount of space you're able to gain on top of doing damage with that. So we'll have to see. There's still great utility around what Corey has to be able to leverage this this neon. And we'll find that out right now because they're playing on defense. 3 players setting up on the B side, and that's where the Glazers are currently walking into.
Okay, exactly at head level, so they did assume somebody would be standing there looking for something. And just feeling confident with that. But that being said, B-Dog takes it right back, rips the hopes and dreams out of the hands of the Glazers. So that being said, trying to get yourself onto site, not going to be so easy. But Spike is there. They could pick any other site.
Yeah. And just to add on that too, Mini Boo's another one with the neon over at EMEA that's able to do a lot of damage with his relay bolts that we just saw Corey do. So the stuns that come out, and the reason why I like to have a little bit of copium and my turn to cook, I'm going to be a thinking man here at this point, is why I like a neon a little bit more as a initiator / duelist role at the same time, is because you could actually stun and run with your teammates for instant trade and space making. While when you have a breach instead, you're just staying behind to fault line and flash, and you don't really have an opportunity to go and follow your duelist to trade behind. So now you're adding more utility and bodies to really fight with aggression with a neon in your comp. And you saw a nice little comp from not only a breach with the neon, from the aftershock with it as well. Now Corey's just getting ready for the lightning guns, the lightning fingers in round number 3, because he's farming so far in the second round.
Yeah, TTR planting the seeds of success within that 2-0 already. So, and you kind of have like that slight purchase of the Phantom being brought about, which, yeah, hand it over to Corey. I'm not very surprised at this. I think Turtle Troop honestly just want to run by with a map like this one.
Yeah, it's going to ruin my predictions. I'm the only one out of all of us here as the talent and VCL that went for the Glazers, but so far, it's not looking good as TTR continues to push down. Well, that's what I'm talking about, right? The amount of util that you have. This is some great, what is it, Vision Strikers, Breach, Neon combination of Bind that we currently see, but at least the Glazers are able to fight back with a little bit of grit.
Concealment.
They're going to be able to retake this spike, and Corey's low on HP, but we're already rotating out to guess that the rotate back from the Glazers is going to happen towards the A site.
And that all happened because of a 3rd round partial buy. Not only that, but like the confusion there with the Omen, Blind, Paranoia coming through is, beautiful, to be honest. You can see why they just qualified within the main event immediately.
Yeah, especially when you're looking at the bonus round that you have from TTR, the way they play that trap play to just make sure that you close the gap and use the lower weapons or just core with a phantom to get these kills and trades is perfect. Now TG are going to try to work together towards this C site. No util on Zachary. 1 star left for Ange where they could maybe play a suck on the post plant, but they're going to have to be on point.
Spike planted.
Okay,
Stars used for spawn.
Yeah.
They have to play inside here. They're not going to play outside of mound. It's not planted for them. They want to stay inside.
Probably best bet too. Corey is not looking too hot at this point. I think here, this is where the risky part happens. Nobody knows where Ange is. Perfect time for them to get that 2K in, and Stellar attempting to save her. Or at least save the round. To try to get themselves something more. But of course, at least it was a partial buy. There's not much really at risk in a round like this one.
Yeah, but that's a huge play by Ange no matter what. It's a 2 versus 4, and Ange is able to get a 4K in the round to salvage this type of craziness that we just saw coming out of TTR. You saw also that Ange tried to adapt on the fly. Whenever there was that stun and relay bolt that came through on the attack for, at least on the attack for the defensive side of TTR, an instant star was placed down by Ange. You gotta be quick to be able to put those stars down to try to counteract against that util coming out from TTR. So he's definitely ready to play this round for this game.
Well, there are tons of util just being expended to try to counteract the play that happened. Fault line came in a bit too early, and now Jerome left alone down towards back. So having a fight there, Soft does a good job at doing it. The Glazers, hey, maybe hope is not all gone yet, fans. It seems like they're still fighting back and doing a hell of a job doing so, leaving Adder by themselves, and Adder's lurking. Nobody knows where Adder is at this point.
The util's been good and on point for every single one of these pieces of utility from both teams. The star has been perfect for a double stun at the tree. The counter stuns out from TTR, and then it came down to whoever caught a timing off these trades, and it's off the quickness of TTR to start. But at least, as you mentioned, they were able to fight back with those players back on that A side, allowing Zachary to lurk around and push forward and drop Adder.
Take what's used here.
Zachary.
One of my cameras is broken.
Closing out the round, 2-2.
Okay.
I mean, the Glazers fighting back, I feel like there in that moment, really, a lot of that was just, the beginning of the round. It always works out in favor, too, of TTR the first couple seconds, and then somehow the Glazers just take it back.
And it's coming down, too, to this type of composition that you have in the Glazers as well. So this is just great util that you don't necessarily have to always use flashes to clear towards rubbles. But those stars are going to be very good to counteract against the TP and satchel. Sorry, no satchels, just a TP that you may have from Weeded on the top of Rubble, where even now at a 2-2 scoreline, Turtle Trooper just on an eco. 3-4 Sheriffs, Finger Blaster for Corey. And they're pushing forward here, A-side control.
They want to work up. Is watching like a hawk, especially now with the util they can use to keep this round intact. Though wall bangs coming through to create that sense of damage. CTR backing themselves off.
And I realize the aggression coming out from the A side, therefore you might be a little bit more turtled up for TTR down towards the C side, so they just want to take advantage of that and definitely to read it perfectly here for the Glazers.
That's a spike, Wings.
I mean, at this point, at least they cleared the backside before they used the wingman. It's working out for the best, though. TTR looking to play that defensive game, but it seems like regardless, even with this amount of pressure being applied, on the defense, it still feels so individual.
It's really hard to try to come in from 2 different angles with less util to try to retake that side on C when you have only shares to work with. So you're hoping to get lucky with these shots, and at least that was the silver lining for Turtle Troop. They had individual 1v1s that they could have fought because they weren't really playing trades for the Glazers. Yeah, exactly, the Glazers. But that said, them losing that round for TTR and getting a gun round into this one, you're already starting a very early swing round for both of these teams. Even though on the attack you could buy in the next round no matter what, there's a lot of heavy ultimates right now that we can see another chess game going in round number 6. Once again, TTR trying to add a little bit more pressure on defense on the B site, thinking that they could trap around a scale up on the B site because of potentially Riku trying to get a Thrash info from a B ult. But instead, Glazers are still holding back towards the spawn. Zachary is still working solo towards the C mount. At some point, this is going to have to be identified too on the defense for TTR. But they don't have to worry about that for now. They've won 3 rounds in a row. What they're currently working on is working in their favor.
You want to fight
the
it?
Initiation on B.
Yeah, they've brought the Thrush back so they can get a second chance here. Maybe lurk these players. But the Glazers pretty comfortable in their decision at actually luring out a rotation towards B.
And B-Dog has a rolling thunder on top of that. Might use it right away. Boom.
Oh yeah, works out perfectly too. Gives Corey some leeway and pushing themselves onto the site. Patron just behind. Takes that one out. The Glazers finding themselves some sort of retake.
But they don't have Spike.
Yeah, Spike not down. The drone might actually be able to create a clearing. It doesn't do anything. No damage or anything. So it's up to Zachary to try to push themselves onto the site with Riku, but of course,
one enemy remaining.
Got a lot to play with here.
Last
Riku does a good
player
job at
standing.
eliminating one. So the 1v1's one out. The 1v1 here, taken away by Adder. So a 3K to finish out the round. TTR, they're back up.
Oh, that could have been everything if Drone actually hit the showstopper. It looks like he was trying to go for a direct contact onto Adder on top of the A heaven, and unfortunately it just squeezed by and there was no damage done, allowing Adder to still win high ground against Riku. And you saw the combination. It was a huge swing round from the amount of ults that came through. That back in favor, despite the neural theft on the attack of Zachary getting that information, they couldn't capitalize the last piece of util coming out from Drone. And unfortunately, throws one from his old teammates, a Rosa ult.
Yeah, aggressive pushes coming out through A pretty frequently, so I do like the cam.
Yeah, it's just trying to watch passively on any type of trying to listen to any type of util that can be done early right now towards the A side. No pressure to lurk his solo up on B.
Oh, Zachary. The timing of that is immense. Even then, they still weren't able to get it, but straight through the door, flash kicks out. Corey still attempting to fight this back. TTR, you'd think they had a good plan in action, but unfortunately it seems there's way too many players just set up down in C main. Yeah.
Wingman's planting.
Way too many players on the C mountain and not enough players on the C site. If you're trying to take control in front of that B that I've mentioned before, you're trying to do a little bit more of a pivot with this type of threat. So you're getting on a map like Lotus, there's a lot less teams on defense that are running like a flood of utils on the A side rubble control. They're trying to take C and B control so you can pinch back in that area. But we'll hold that thought. Stellar might be able to clutch this here.
Where are you?
Oh, this is huge too.
Bring it down.
One enemy remaining.
Good timing. Guardian only does so much. One tap needed to the head with 5 health left. They can't miss a shot. Seems like they will answer the right click to clear things up, but yeah. The Glazers looking a lot better than they did the first couple rounds.
Yeah, it's definitely going back and forth at this point. But as I was trying to finish the point there, getting control in that B side is actually quite huge, especially for a breach in your lineup. That flash is beautiful to open up towards the door, but you have a little bit less to crossfire back all the way from the wooden ramp or the front C site to really pinch those players for a bigger trap play over onto the Glazers on that mound. So losing that piece of utility or that piece of body to help out on that crossfire was unfortunately too difficult there for TTR to really hold that defense and even allow for them to get the retake on that C site. So they have to go back into another eco. It's something they're going to have to refocus next time, that if they want to try to go for that trap play, maybe you need to have the fade with you on that C site and hold the A site solo with the Cypher instead. So you could add a little bit more utility if you have less players on that C site. That said, TG, a pivot from A to C site. Orb control potential for Riku as they could get a thrash out of that. And it looks to be very quick right now for TG. Probably just want to get a wingman plant to activate these thrash bolts.
I think biggest thing here too is, Turtle Troop just have so much to play with in this round alone as well. Ultimate after ultimate neural theft to give away as to where these players might be, but B-Dog down. Especially now, no utility allowed to be used, so they can't even use the Nightfall. They need to push themselves in.
Yeah, you're not going to use it with the lower buy that you have, especially with the bodies that you lost too. You're just trying to catch them as they're trying to scale up and position themselves on a post plant, and then maybe use a Nightfall after that if you're able to get a couple of kills. But with those players falling down quite early and nobody's really playing inside the site when TG was executing towards the C site, just trying to do some econ damage here. Works out for a bit. There's only 3 players left alive and Drone low on HP. Almost could have had that one on Drone. But he gets a 4K instead and a chance for redemption for another rocket very soon.
Round 2. Interesting. This might be, honestly, best time to start using those ultimates now as well. I mean, with a reign of terror that we continue to see out of the Glazers, and now especially, I'm afraid of that Thrash, too, coming through from Riku, because that's going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, thankfully for Turtle Troop, they're moving more towards the C side, so that Thrash is not going to do too much to start. Although it is allowing them to scale up into a potentially an A site open site. Toy Stellar is even backing up towards Heaven, as they've given that up fully.
Oh, beat off. And Zachary saw him too before he shot. Unfortunate thing was reaction time not too quick to it.
Yeah. And there you go. They identified that, right? And you didn't need a timeout to do that for TTR. They know that Zachary has been pushing and lurking on the C site all the time. And instead of trying to just use util on that C site, being wasted on the C site hold from Adder, they just put a body. Now they can ult to get information. They even ult to stall them back. And then they'll stall them even more into a B split with these trips.
And it's beautiful. Both at the same time, the paranoia comes in to try to preoccupy, or not preoccupy, just find anybody else that might be going in for some sort of refract potential. Seems like there now Riku can't do anything. And, I mean, one trip just caused a whole entire eruption of emotion.
Yeah, I mean, losing that fight from Zachary with the lurk on the C site was everything, because Adder did everything from A to Z to be the win con for Turtle Troop. That ult got all that information. The Nightfall pushes them back. The combination that you had from that paranoia on the first trip from We Did allowed pretty much everybody to get assists there on the attempt of a split from TG into the site. So I love that this is going on very well. I love that this is happening off the fly in these calls, and that's the beauty of Stellar IGLing and his experience that he could call for the team.
Watch out!
Slight discourse already happening though. With the smoke propped up. Try to give some space, but it seems like here a bit too aggressive.
Spike down A.
And I mean, the Glazers don't really need to push this hard, but just continue to do so. Still, there are 3 players. 3v3, and Riku now looking for blood to gain some sort of space to allow the sentry in.
And they do so. And Zachary on top of that with the hat. So they now notice that TTR has passed. Back Drone with an attempt. Redemption, connection. Adder falls and a plant comes in for TG. And now Corey's alone.
Yeah, ending things off. In a great fashion, honestly. The Glazers, they were going pretty hard.
This goes here.
When it came to those first couple seconds. I was a bit worried, especially with Ange getting taken down so early with that one single swing. But at the end of the day, they had enough players to really pull through.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of playing a map like Lotus. Whenever you're losing players, but you're able to push and force rotates on one end and keep them turtle back into that A site because of that hat, it allows for you to realize that the B site, it's an easy pivot. Taking control of these extremities is also very important for these doors. They tried to go for a trap play at the beginning. You saw the concuss that was being pulled out. And then the satchels out from Drone to punish towards the C main. It's a stalemate. It allows TG to pick up an orb and rework the map. They haven't really pushed up, though, for the A side for Zachary. He's just been in a camera the whole time, and it confirms that they could just re-clear rubble without using util, allowing them for them to have more for the A site hit.
Trip still there. Oh, and actually catches this out. I wasn't expecting them to not really see, or at least think about the trip that was presented there, but drone down towards the backside, aggressive by themselves. Kind of leads TTR to getting these free picks, but how well is that going to work out? I mean, you've lost your duelist now at this point. Getting onto the site's going to be difficult through the smoke. Corey, luckily enough, gets away. Way too much. Oh, smoke dissipation. There goes Ange, luckily. Having a good understanding that they need to be watching this, and I mean, somehow with the judge finding the next B-Dog 2v1 situation, Ange is it. Only 1 star left available. They could play for that gravitational pull, but seems like not. B-Dog clearing things up with the judge.
That was so nice. By Turtle Troop in the end. I love this so far that we said it was going to be a fast-paced game, and it definitely is because of all this utility that's going in from both ends. And it's a different type of pace that you're getting from both. I mean, they're still quite quick, but different utility to do that, right? So you have on one end, lots of rolling thunders, fault lines, and stuns with dashes, or like you're running high gear on Corey, and on the other end, you're running stars, stuns, and flashes with a KO to disrupt utility and run behind that through satchels. I love that this is just a headbutt, a clash of 2 different types of playstyles, but still ends up being a huge bloodbath of exchange of utility, and always down to these last moments. Like 1 or 2 players make it out alive in these engagements every single time, and not more than that. And that's a beautiful entry to start things off for TG, to drop Stellar over on the C site.
The jiggle peek with the ult. Oh, Corey is like, they're just looking for somebody to take down, but it doesn't matter. They have so much information already leading towards the A site. The spike going down as well. So all they need to do is play these extremities. They have so much to utilize. The star is already placed down as well.
And less here for TTR. They only have smokes really and a flash to try to get back in the site, and they know that this is an outside play from TG because of this star place.
Pulling them in.
Thankfully, to tap right away wastes that suck.
You're nothing.
There goes the first. B-Dog managing to find Riku on that lurk. Now they're taking out almost everybody they can. You'd think that working out the extremities would work, but I think TTR were planning for this regardless. They knew that with that Astra, this is exactly the type of positioning they were going to go for.
And you end the half at 6-6. It was a nice read from both ends, a nice little bait from TG. Whenever they got that pick on the C side, the door opened, you saw that flood of util once again coming out from TTR over towards that door, which allowed the plant to go down, to rotate over from TG over at the A site. But again, I love that Turtle Troop. They didn't try to like, oh, protect me. There's a suck coming. Let's just play our angles and cover the spike. They just kept pushing down towards the tree. They opened a door. They fight back. They still used B-Dog's utility to clear out the even rubble and the baby door. So TG now playing on the defense. I think they're going to have to start expecting the amount of util that's going to come out of TTR in these executions. It's going to get very, very bloody on this half as well.
Shutting them down.
They switched. I mean, there goes first punishment though. Drone peeking out very, very early. Let's peek out a mid-fight. There was some sort of backup there, but unfortunately not really connecting in time.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what they were trying to do behind there, because Ainge didn't use any of his util yet. And Drone just satcheled around the corner trying to catch somebody off guard when there's still 3 players around B. So I don't know what type of info they were trying to get, or what info they got for him to satchel across. And unfortunately, that makes a 5-on-4 situation in the favor of TTR much more difficult for TG to win this pistol round. At least he got 4 ghosts.
Kate, I must wait a moment.
Honestly, I feel like with Drone down, it's going to make things a little bit easier. They still do have a suppression to be thrown out by Precision. Not that utility is going to be too big of an issue here, especially with the damage being made. Majority of it with the pistol alone. Now there goes Precision's location. They're just seen. They're hurt. Corey shuts it down. Now TTR, they find that first lead in the second half.
And it just became that, losing that player early and thinning your defense now, and just forced a jump spot for Zachary on top of the staircase, and realizing that You've lost all control of that A site middle. You can't really flank behind because you've lost that middle pressure. TTR was just able to win that round quite easily, and now B-Dog is trying to fault line towards the C side to allow Cordy to just dash up. So they will try to punish towards the C site. And on the other end, though, it's a Dizzy
Where are you?
to try to counteract.
I'm out of here. This way.
Double flash, too.
Yeah. They back off, rightfully so. I mean, the amount of util that's just been expended to the extremities are kind of insane. Zachary in such a good position. Nobody knows they're there, and somehow managing to find one. Despite that, I mean, a great fight to win out with a pistol.
Oh, for sure. And now you're separating the push. That's a beautiful star. Drone gets a headshot with the classic as well. And now they pivoted across. I mean, this could still be a round for TTR no matter what. But TTR has to sweat for this round.
Oh, I think they might. Stellar knows he's low. Stellar knows all they need is a push to come through, but Rico comes around the back, and it's beautiful. At least this time keeping the Glazers in the game just a little bit longer. Yes, they have a Spectre against maybe what is a Bulldog and a Vandal. No, and I don't like this. The positioning here is brutal. Riku stuck just in the middle of that, somehow finding it. And maybe this might be the time. The mosh pit still readily available. Or know what to do. Adder and peeking around the angle and leaving this 1v1, but B-Dog does shut it down.
Nicely done by the Glazers no matter what, and Zachary was the first one, permanent contact, that actually allowed TG to just really have TTR so focused and tunnel vision on pivoting elsewhere to get a plant down that everybody got shot from behind every single time. That was beautifully done in the end. But you can definitely see here the value of having this KO and a Gecko together for TG. Expect these to happen a lot more now that they have money to work with and util money to work with. These Dizzy flashes to confirm information is huge right now. They mosh early towards C main.
Crash is ready.
Okay, Riku. With a nice angle to hold. And that was good. And pretty much was that distraction. Sometimes baiting your teammate is what works best.
And just smile. You're a kind of camera. 3 players walking in while you're even going to invest into your Thrash. There's that first one detained, but Adder's still into sight. Still gets the
okay.
kill.
Adder's been crazy with a Sheriff. Second one already coming down. That's got to be beautiful. No theft as well, just to add on icing to the cake. They're not going to be able to get the third, though. Flash coming in a bit too aggressively there. It seems like Stellar, regardless of the run and gun, can't seem to find the shots either. But a nice 2K, regardless from Adder.
That would have been so nice at some point if that haunt actually that pinged both of the players forced Stellar to actually fall back into the B side, because I don't think that they saw that player down towards that C ramp.
That goes there.
For TTR that made it through, so maybe that could have allowed here a backstab to happen, but nonetheless, you still made things very expensive here for Turtle Troop.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, for TG. So this is a great little bonus that still ended up in your favor in the end, despite having all that information from a camera set up by Zachary. Satchel across. The haunt, he still gets the kill.
Oh no, and you've already lost Corey. Turtle Troop wanted that initiation, honestly, pretty badly. They were just looking for a pick. Seems like they got picked instead.
They have to pivot back because they got picked. So that was a nice little off angle by Drone to avoid the fault line from B-Dog. That's forcing now for them to try to break that util. You saw the amount of sprays that was going in towards that B main, and they always missed it from that smoke placed up by Ange. So this is a great piece of util at the minute mark to know if this gets broken later on, that there is a lean towards B and the A site. TG may be ready for this right now, but they'll definitely see it with the camera. Another ready.
Oh, they don't know?
Camera
Zachary has so much info.
Cage triggered.
Despite that. Okay, yeah, the camera was taken up, and now we got a huge rotation coming through from the Glazers, and they're ready to fight Dizzy. Available for Riku, they just need to get past Adder at this point, and they have. Yeah. It's not working out, honestly, for the Glazers, not for the Glazers, for TTR.
Yeah.
B-Dog is just in mid. And yeah.
Sorry, and that's why he's playing towards that mid, because he's trying to support his team while they could break that baby door and go back towards B. But because they didn't break that trip towards B main, he couldn't really break it to give his position away to help out the rest. So that plan was spoiled. Utility, everything was so great. Again, it's the Cypher so far from Adder and Zachary. The utility that they have is really helping out the defensive side of both of these teams. You got to give some props to these two.
30 seconds.
Oh, pretty good. Man. And all it takes is Riku just to rip that away from you, too. With a gnarly 2K coming out through... just through A, but yeah, it seems like pretty heavy push on the defense.
There.
On A, that's going to give some pretty good early info.
Go, go, go.
And try once again. This time, maybe they're just going to let loose because the fault line's already ripped out. They got the dash forward, but unfortunately, they couldn't punish anybody there. They forced out a cage at least to start things off for TG and to get an orb.
I mean, a nice catch on the lurk, so Adder gets taken down. Not that lack of information as to whatever's going on. I think they just wanted more of that control. Not going to be given away, though. Flash just about. And the Glazers looking for more. Showstopper alongside Ange getting a disgusting shot through the wall. Looking for something more. The wingman, yeah, making their way out. Doesn't seem like it's going to work too heavily, though. It doesn't necessarily stun anybody. Out through the sideways, though, comes Jerome. And the Glazers not really struggling too hard to retake the site. Seems like the site honestly wasn't taken in the first place. TTR way too long to gain control.
Unlucky that could have been a nice two-piece instead of a one-piece there on his retreat from the C site. But, I mean, look at him. B-Dog somehow is always assisting Corey, yet still drops 20 so far in a breach. Maybe he doesn't need to play duelist after all. This man's able to do it all now, from Brimstone to Chamber to Breach, and still put numbers up. Like I said, they found a good redemption arc, and it goes back to what Adder is saying. This is a different level up of Turtle Troop that we're seeing this split. And despite them losing by 1, though, overall, it still becomes some great utility being used, and I'm impressed by what I'm seeing so far by Turtle Troop. As much as I'm impressed to see what Turtle Troop has been cooking up, I'm also impressed of what the Glazers have been doing to adapt on the fly. This is very similar to what happened in that previous series where you had Thingy Men pull out this crazy combo against YFP on Icebox, and the IGLs had to be on point every single time. So you have to also commend how the Glazers have been adapting to this full piece of utility combination that's been coming out of this roster you see here on the screen.
And both sides putting in the work. Glazers 3 in a row went out. Most of them really just being from picking off TTR before they even advance onto the site. Not only that, when they are on the site, finding that struggle to even plant the spike.
Mosh pit.
Yeah.
Rare moments where they're using util to really prevent any type of pushes coming out on the A side. That's understandable because you could definitely just explode out of the A main control if you wanted to for TTR. And the knife also really only got We Did, though. And We Did could be that type of Viper lurk that you don't have in your composition here for TTR, instead of being Adder lurking on the A side. So that's why for TG, they're like, oh, maybe they're going to pivot towards the C side, and Riku rotates out, and this gives an opportunity for Turtle Troop to disrupt the defensive hold here from TG that's set up on a 2-1-2 now.
You have the Rolling Thunder from B-Dog. Actually, great takeaway. Souther gets first pick off Drone. So now they've given away that space. They're going to be able to collect that. Pretty nice and easy down towards the A site. Now all they need to worry about is the outskirts, which works out perfectly. If they feel as though things are getting out of hand, B-Dog readily available. Some sort of counter to that precision. Nice move shots. They've taken up the one. Rolling Thunder now expending itself, but Zachary's safe. At least at this point, they've haven't really taken too many players into that Rolling Thunder regardless, but it's Corey to fight back. At least 2 players now. They're finding some sort of difficulty for Bullet Flip. And the reload comes in. Around the back comes Adder, but it's Zachary to keep it.
Last player standing.
Now at least the 2v2 situation. Corey not letting things go in the fault line to take. Doesn't take too much. Oh, the crosshold. They know Ange is slowly working themselves up. Oh no, this is just, it's impossible. A crosshold, big L. There's so many angles to watch, and at this point, Ange just putting themselves in the middle.
Corey has been so annoying so far, and it looked very doable for the Glazers on that retake, though, because despite them having a bad read of where the hit was coming from Turtle Troop, Zachary's retake with the hat was everything and all the information needed for the Glazers to start setting up for their retake. Yet, unfortunately, by the time Zachary rotated over to the A, sorry, not Zachary, but their teammates rotated over to the A site. Unfortunately, I think it was Ange. Yes, definitely Ange. Unfortunately, all of his teammates fell down. So I think at this point, I'm loving this now. You're having your KO in the middle. You're having your Gecko on the C site. And you have your Zachary playing the Cypher on the A site. So you now have opportunities to get active information on all three sites to try to at least try to go some sort of a trap and then have a better retake. Because the retake's been pretty good so far when they have numbers for TG.
Planted.
The silence. Coming through from Corey. Oh, they could hit pretty heavily here. They know at least. Now they're trying to gain that entry through stairs, and we did with a beautiful blind. Doesn't actually play off the dissipation of the smoke coming in quick, but still, regardless, we did. Tried to find one. Didn't work out.
Enemy remaining.
And it's Adder to take away. At least the cleanup happening from TTR, and it's drone.
One enemy remaining.
Left alone with a slow work up down towards site. From B-Dog.
Impressive wiring.
Does not help out too much, but halfway through. Yeah, Drought looking to collect that defusal, but it's B-Dog to clean up.
And the Glazers at this point, there's one small tweak that they could do to start capitalizing on these retake plays, is actually combining, once again, the Gecko with the KO. They're able to get some nice little tricks to get information when they're trying to pinch towards that the C push. But when it comes down to that retake towards the site, you had precision, on the top of A heaven, and then the Gecko actually trying to dizzy outside of staircase. So that gets easily shot. That gives your position away. You have players that are playing further back that on the attack that could just play the off angles and execute you. So being able to combine that a little bit more will really literally blind their opponents and get information on top of that and allow for the fundamental trades to come out a little bit more cleanly for the Glazers at this point. So far, though, I think that's the main thing that they need to tweak on their retakes. But if not, on how they're finally trying to get information on these extremities is totally fine from how they're positioned.
Deep in thought for the Glazers. Man. It's crazy, too, because, again, we did briefly talk about Turtle Troop coming into this, nobody necessarily knowing what they were even bringing to the table. And I think Glazers is doing a really good job at actually being able to handle all of this, right? With the Neon coming through from Corey, super aggressive plays and whatnot.
Definitely. And now the timeout is more for round number 21, where technically Turtle Troop should be taken away and continue to lead by 2 this round because of a broken buy from TG. But this timeout, super important for the Glazers. It also shows the difference that you have in terms of the coaching staff. Despite this being a free agent team for the Glazers, they actually have Danimal as a coach to help him out. Previously coaching XSET, the XSET Game Changers roster, and they also have Demeanor as an assistant coach. While for Turtle Troop, they only have Stellar. And when they only have Stellar and they're trying to min-max a little bit for TG, it allows Riku to get their first pick here against Adder with an outside spot against the peak of Adder. So the lurk is gone. They repeat for a second attempt. Do a little bit of damage, but unfortunately, finally, they get punished.
Cover going out.
They pretty much committed to that fight, too. So Riku goes down, so does Ange and Drone. Now you just gotta, yeah. This point, too, with Zachary was like slowly working into C, and then all of a sudden your team is down. And you're like, okay, well, can't do much there.
I love how Stellar was aiming for the person rotating from Waterfall and then clothesline another one just running by. And now with the Bucky from Zachary.
Spike planted.
Out rotated at least from the baby door. They know that Corey plays the C site, so Corey went all the way around. Actually, he has a Vandal now. Thought he had a bucket at the beginning. Could potentially get a good backstab here.
Oh.
One enemy remaining.
On stairs, 2! And that was beautiful. Such a good spray transfer, but unfortunately we did. Oh my gosh, keeping themselves secret.
Literally, they did not expect a third player playing to bait out the other two, thinking that the last player was potentially focusing towards B main here. Unfortunate there, but a good win for TTR. And as I said, I almost cast a curse Turtle Troop at that point. I said that technically they should get this round because you have such a crap buy for the Glazers, yet it was almost very doable there with Zachary in the end, so you can't really discount him. Where, by the way, Zachary gets to play against his counterpart over Corey on the other end. Hold that thought. This is an important gun round in round number 21. Big ults here. I see a resemblance of that first half where everybody's just going to explode with ults.
Throwing the Prowler out. It seems like Corey's going to be the first to get taken out. Zachary playing the Sentinel role to a T. So not only that, they've backed themselves off, and now they also have the information as to who's on site.
Zachary is so nerdy with these cameras. He never pings out his opponents, but has cameras in positions where he could actually read one or two, ping it out at least manually for his team to know that it's committed towards this site. And they're playing full retake here, allowing a chance for Drone to move up and help for the team.
They can't do anything about it. Outer gets completely stunned, and now it seems like the Glazers moving themselves up onto the site. But it's up to Weeded to try to reel things back in, and not going to be able to do so, though. The Glazers, luckily enough, winning out this round, because if not, that would have been another 2 rounds, quite possibly under the belt of TTR.
Yeah, and now you have a beautiful combination of the double null command and the thrash to retake the site, and Drone was one away from the ult. So now they give that defuse over to the Glazers. Drone has an ult this time around for retake capabilities once again, and they have a neural theft to work with still from that previous round. This has shifted over to a point where TG could use another cycle of ultimates to tie up the game 11-11, although they may not need to use it as Turtle Troop are the ones that are at a lower buy. So their objective right now on the attack is to be able to flush out that showstopper in this round right here.
And that they might just be able to do. It is going to take some time, though, trying to find the correct moment.
I mean, you can see it. They're just spraying, shooting classics, TPing, making a lot of noise, being like, hey, come at me, use your rocket. And they are.
Oh, they've
instantly stunned, and he's stuck in a tree with a rocket, and a paranoia pushes him away. Dude, that's a big W. That's a huge W. So Riku, they had enough. They push out towards B main and kill B-Dog.
That's not feeling too good, though. Okay, now Tether actually doing some of the work, but yeah, regardless, pistols. Either way, I mean, still managing to collect some of the picks there, which is surprising enough. 2 Vandals on the side of A. Oh, and they didn't even communicate there, so the ultimate is gone.
Now Zachary is in another situation where it's doable, though. Weedit's 5 HP. Both of them no armor. Zachary's just got to be on point with the shots.
There is a possibility. Weedit is low. Realistically speaking, this should be a 1-shot body shot on the side of Zachary. Of course, no noise heard. This is great.
One enemy remaining.
Managing to pick out the one. This should be around that Zachary can run away with, but the timing working in favor of Weedit.
Weedit is also insane. This guy's always lurking in the shadows, being a person that you don't really talk about throughout the other rosters that continues to come through of like, oh yeah, this player's good, this player is good, but Weedit has always been very, very good under the controller role. And at 5 HP is able to clutch a 1v1. And not only that, was the person that was able to get 2 kills on the Guardian solo on the A site to allow this plant to happen for TTR. So now not only did Turtle Troop on a lower buy on a Thrifty were able to waste the showstopper of Drone, they win the round on top of that. So now for the rest of the Glazers, yes, they still have a great buy this time around. But if they lose players in the process, let's say 2 and 3 in their victory, you still have map point for TTR, for Turtle Troop, where you may have a much lesser buy for the Glazers. So once again, you're calling your second time out, your last time out of the map here for Danimal, and you're hoping to get something done with this.
Yeah, but hope only goes so far. The Glazers
only dangles on a string.
Yeah. It's like you're
Slow
running
spinning
on a
redemption.
treadmill.
Yeah.
And there's a chicken wing in front of you, but it's attached to a string. You know what I'm saying? Okay, that's definitely not.
I don't know what definition of hope that is, but I'll ride with it, I guess.
It'll eventually we'll start to understand that. But the round beginning again. TTR. And Core's looking for something big. Of course, getting shut down by drone this early on, man, that's gotta suck. And again, that was gonna be such a huge entry if they could have run away with something, but a refrag. Left down to Stellar, yeah. And also Prowler still readily available. So the backside, yeah, Precision, there's no way they can manage to fight this back.
Now the plant comes in, players are too far away. Cosmic Divide's not going to do too much unless it comes down to maybe 2 players left as they attempt to retake. And look how slow we're moving for Zachary. They think that the attack's pushing towards spawn. So everybody's just turtled into sight. The Dizzy has to be thrown very soon to get info here.
Oh, Adder's hiding.
Huge.
There was so much to utilize there with the util alone. The Glazers just don't care about space. And they're actually going to take up a lot of TTRs.
They actually just timing a Dizzy to just swing into every angle that they were coming from in the end. From the Cosmic Divide wall, at the staircase, and the top of A Heaven, and yet in 3 instant drops in favor of the Glazers. Where this shouldn't have happened. Look at these swings. Everybody was in perfect positions for Turtle Troop to at least have some sort of a trade. But when you have 3 players dying instantly the way that they did, where can you look for that trade? Beautifully done for TG. Look at this money now for Turtle Troop. They're once again in shambles in their economy, although they still won the round last time that they had a similar buy. But Turtle Troop, or should I say the Glazers, have a perfect opportunity to push this into overtime.
That they might do. This is probably, not even probably, this is the most important round for TTR. So the way they handle the pressure from the Glazers is pretty much a telltale as to how this round is going to go. Precision trying to cut off any sort of choke point. It seems like Corey making their way first hand with a stinger. I don't know if going up the stairs is going to be the best bet. Yep. Especially now with Thrash slowly working its way back up. Not going to be able to recollect it though. Drone eliminating Stellar, so the initiator gone. At this point, it really is just a game of if Corey can find Drone. Yeah, before they find him. It doesn't matter. Found out Riku making the calls to get themselves onto the site, and no util to be used, and it's we did down towards the front site to find something else, and maybe the next up to this 2v1 situation. And if they can hold on just long enough, it will be done, but it's we did to shut it down. And a 3K to end off. TTR, they found themselves at 13-11.
I told you, we did in these moments somehow is just like the type of player that can understand where his opponents is going to be swinging from, where his opponents are going to be swinging from, and he can just turn around and instantly win these 1v1s all the time. They had great util once again for the Glazers for the retake, but we did using his own smoke on the A site. Just wins the round and wins the map here for the team of TTR. That was super nice. I was hoping to see an overtime because both teams were definitely cooking there. But you know what? We'll have to see it on the next map.
I was hoping to see it too. I'm not gonna lie to you. I did want to see more just because of the fact that the Glazers were really putting in the work, and I was interested to see how they were gonna handle that back and forth within the defense and the attack. But of course, we do have another map. It's not over just yet. We'll be getting right back to that right after this short break.
I think it would just prove to ourselves that we deserve to be there. Our team has played together, like 2 of us on different teams in the past, but never like of this 5, or I had just met like 3 of these guys. So I think it meant a lot, specifically because we built the team to have fun and not just like to be like the best team. And like we wanted to make sure we had 4 guys that we actually like playing with. And so making it in challengers was kind of a big deal because it proved that we can make a team that we enjoy being in and also be pretty good.
What sets us apart is I feel like a lot of teams don't enjoy playing like together or like having fun at all when they play the game. And I think we have like a very good environment in practice and just in games. And I feel like everybody's like just enjoys being around each other and likes to like make jokes and just have a good time. And we also like do get serious, and we have like the structure, and we put in time to like actually like make like setup strategies and all that. So I think we have like a good balance of enjoyment and seriousness that I think a lot of teams, even like tier 1 like signed teams that I've been on, have not been able to like actually cultivate. So I think that's something special on this team.
Poking their head out of the sand first. Riku unchecked, but no shots landed. Drone will finish off Yeji. That's the easy part. Pyro on this Sheriff is the dangerous part, providing the cover fire, catching Fireball first, wasting the time on the spike, but can't do it forever. Fireball holding it down.
I think we're probably going to be pretty overlooked, especially because like our challengers run, like I said, wasn't like the most clean. Definitely didn't like 2-0 everybody going into the going into challengers. So we might get overlooked as like, oh, you know, they're not like the best. But I think when we're playing really well and at our peak, like we're insane. So yeah, probably overlooked. And then I think people can expect fun games, like really like intense matches. I feel like a lot of our matches are, I don't want to say back and forth as in like, you know, we use momentum or something like that, but I feel like a lot of our matches, they're just like really insane moments, like people just pop off and like we do some really cool plays. So I think like the matches will just be entertaining when we're on the screen.
I think in scrims, we've shown enough so that people don't think that we're like completely bad. Like people know that we can, you know, show up and play our game. So I don't think people are going to sleep on us. At least I hope not. But in terms of what we can expect, we're doing like a comms video that's coming out pretty soon. We're trying to make content. We're trying to be funny. We're trying to be cool. We're trying to integrate ourselves into the community a little bit, kind of like Turtle Troop did.
Open, crossfire enabled. Drone. Good for one, catching them off guard. The Odin falls, never mind, no paper mache.
I guess to the people that know like me and know the characters that I play and how my style throughout the game are, you're probably going to be surprised when you see us play, is basically what I'll say. Because yeah, it'll be different. You're not going to expect what you'd expect from me this season, I think.
The fans, thanks for watching Challengers. You know, it's been kind of a rough off season, and any fan that's watching, I appreciate that. Even if you're rooting against us, if you're watching the game, thank you. And to the other Challengers teams, good luck. Honestly, I think Challengers is going to be kind of tough this season, especially with like M80 and Oxygen. I do think we're going to surprise some people. Everyone in Challengers, I think we're a lot better than people realize. Good luck, everybody.
Have a chance, more than a chance. They have the site too. Zachary's got to spray it down, keep the lineup going, but running out of bullets has to switch back to the Ghost, and he's the only one left, but it matters not.
face.
Well, it's another round on Lotus and another 13-11 on Lotus. That's going to be Turtle Troop taking the win there. You guys know if I had a nickel for every time we had a 13-11 on Lotus and Challengers,
nickels.
I'd have a lot of nickels. I've had too many nickels, that's for sure. But it was honestly, Gompers, a close one through and through. I mean, I think Van said it at some point. This is definitely one that could have gone into that overtime at some point.
No, I definitely agree. I think there was a lot of fight going through when it came to the Glazers. And honestly, I think a big portion of that was just, I feel like Corey kind of lost their groove at some point, really getting those entries. And it wasn't because of Corey alone. It was like solely based on the fact that the Glazers just got really good at keeping a hold of the site when they did transition over to that defensive pressure.
Where they kind of fell through, though, where overtime would have been at least a saving grace for the Glazers. But this technically should have closed into the favor of the Glazers, to be honest with you, because there was 2 rounds that were thrifty/half buys that came out from Turtle Troop over on that A site that they converted into a win that really didn't allow the Glazers to really close out that round. And these rounds as well, whenever they had opportunities to play against a lower buy, any type of lower buys from Turtle Troop, they lost so many guns in the process. So Turtle Troop did a great job keeping at least the economy low so they could always fight back in the game, maintain their lead, and then see what we see in the end. Just them losing the Glazers, that is, to 2 majority Singer buys.
Vance is holding on to so much hope that the Glazers, his pick, is going to run away with it. And I respect that. It should have been. I respect it.
You say it should have been, but it wouldn't have been, because if you're looking, if the whole cope behind it is, oh well, they shouldn't have lads. Okay, yeah, they shouldn't have, but they did, you know. So they maybe got a couple of things to look at, and then I'll give Turtle Troop's credit for that too, for really pushing the Glazers in that point when they didn't have the buys. You know, that shouldn't have been a good position for them, and they made something out of it, and ultimately that's going to net them the win in the end here, man. So I can't let you cope too much, or I'm bringing you back to reality.
I mean, look at it. If you're looking on the side of the MVP, Riku, they went playing as a Gecko and top frag for the team, where
that was crazy.
It wasn't only on the fragging department that Riku was bringing to the plate, is the amount of retakes that actually went in favor of TG when they were actually retaking these sites was also thanks to util that Riku was currently using. Dizzy's at the right moment that still somehow got goops on players when there's not a flash that combines with that Dizzy. And even a wingman that disrupts the secret locations of, for example, Corey in that round 23 or 24 under the A heaven to spot him out, to allow at least a chance for TG to start retaking the site. They played that map very, very well for the team and definitely put a lot of these players in their backpack to potentially win that game. But unfortunately, again, it should have been.
Backpack wasn't big enough. The backpack wasn't big enough. But of course, history written by the victors. So we do have to be talking about the duelists on the winning team here. We have Corey. Honestly, we were talking about you two. Sorry, I was listening. I was a third party behind the scenes. Talking about the Neon. Exactly. Going into this, honestly, I love seeing some Neon gameplay. Gomps, I would love to know your thoughts about this.
I actually really did enjoy Corey's Neon. I think Corey had just the correct amount of oomph on a Neon to make it work very, very well. I felt like what happened was they just continued to shut down Corey at some point, and they started to learn how to play against that aggressiveness, against the play style of Corey, as well as it really was just like Neon is a super fast-paced player. You're going into sites by yourself. You're going into I guess you could say retakes by yourself as well. So it was punishable, but I think Corey still did a great job at holding their own.
And not only that, it was Corey on defense that you're not entering sites. You're actually even pushing the extremities and not allowing your opponents to get out of spawn. So seeing him getting 6 first bloods, I mean, one of them was that beautiful dash that he had, the slide on the C side with combination of B-Dog on top of that to be able to get 2 kills at the entry. So I think that what he was doing was a great job to disrupt how Turtle Troop wanted to work the Glazers wanted to work that map on the attack, so they really had to be thinking on their toes throughout the whole first map there for the Glazers. But all of that Corey was doing wasn't without the help of B-Dog to be able to get all those kills. And you see that's why even both of them were really top fragging in that last map.
Had to pick one for the graphic, all right? Couldn't pick all of them to do for the
Triple
individual
double for
stats.
B-Dog on a breach, by the way. Yep.
Hey, crazy teams and crazy players, all right? But now we got to start setting up for the next map we have in this series, Bind. This one is the Glazers pick, Turtle Troop. It was their map pick of Lotus that they were able to take home. I'm curious about Bind because, again, we have teams of varying different experiences that we have on, or at least different levels of tape that we have on here. So Gomps, when we're looking at recent Turtle Troop, this will be interesting to see what they're thinking.
They came out with color this time around. They came out with something that I was really excited to see, and I'm kind of hoping it's the same thing again. Again, they've had so much time to really indulge in the compositions that they wanted to play within the season. They knew they were in challengers. They knew who they were going up against, and I feel like they've read pretty well into knowing what's going on.
Well, I'm hoping that we get to see something fun, but regardless, I'm just here for some good Valorant. I think with these two teams, we'll get it either way. Our agent select is ready. It's time to head over to Bind. I'll catch you two after.
Yes, give me some fun.
I was about to say, and surprising and new, we will in fact get. I really enjoy this. Dude, the Yoru in addition with the Gecko is going to be great. And I do, listen, if there's anything we've learned, the Cypher is gone for a reason. The Yoru is going to dominate.
Yeah, and especially with the the chamber that you currently had in the past for the Glazers was trying to find some aggressive information and TPing away, and you could literally do that with a Yoru, and on top of that, add flashes to it. So this is a nice little min-maxing that you're currently seeing from the composition that Glazers is bringing over to this map. So it's not going to really, yes, it's going to change the playstyle a little bit, because it allows for them to be more active around the map. And I think that's what we were missing on that previous series when we were seeing a Yoru on the other end and the team that wasn't playing a Yoru wasn't adapting well enough. Like the way that I like to see it when you're seeing a Yoru on the map is kind of like watching two football teams go against each other at the line of scrimmage before you snap the ball. You have, the wide receiver or whoever is going to be the running back, rather, going left and right to just try to pivot at the right place. That's your Yoru in the composition. So what you have to do on a defense is to stay on your man. So if you hear a TP, just rotate, try to find something. And now that you add this extra Yoru for the Glazers, you could literally do the same thing. So if you get faked out by a fake TP, you could still go back and TP back to where the hit is actually going to be happening here for either of these teams. So you could have more bodies on site to defend.
This is, I think, with Corey too. Man, Corey just loves to play the exotic duelists. But I think with this Yoru as well, it's gonna fit pretty well into the playstyle of Corey. So Turtle Troop versus the Glazers. We got two teams battling it out to see who's gonna be able to run away with the victory. Is it gonna be Turtle Troop ending things off in a 2-0, or the Glazers that possibly taking things to a third map? there is a huge possibility here. Again, this is, I believe, the Glazers map pick. So,
and
looking statistically, they should have this one in the bag.
I love that it's Zachary that's playing the Yoru, by the way. So he's going to go head-to-head, and I mentioned on that previous map against one of his old teammates being Corey, playing together on TSM, playing together on FaZe. Like, these two guys are and play together in Overwatch, even on top of that. These guys are no slouch to each other, and now they get to play mirror match Euro to see who's the best. So there's going to be definitely some laugh in the old chat very soon in this game. Although TTR on the attack, they're just waiting for flashes to come out early from the Glazers as they're trying to find information. But for the Glazers, they're just jump spotting for now.
Actually making some way, so it's pretty aggressive off the rip down towards main. Drone gaining a lot of space too. Clearing space, I guess you could say.
He was actually playing right where the TP was, so
yeah.
He definitely knew that Corey was trying to go for some sort of shenanigan play to take U-Haul control inside the Viper Orb, so he stood in there and he got the first blood. Good start.
Here.
Okay, they've gained some information on the list that might be 3 players down, but Precision is feeling confident regardless of that. That's who they're going to be able to take out. And a backup from Ange, yeah, not wanting to pick the fight too much.
And because Drone got that kill onto U-Haul, it wasn't really on him that kept the players back towards that B site for the Glazers. There was actually even a late flash that came out during the action of the A site that confirmed that there was still somebody playing towards B. So nobody rotated out.
One enemy remaining.
Working hard, getting kills. The Glazers starting off that first round win, but rightfully so. Again, it was a pretty good partnership they had going on. The try to shut things down really set the tone there the moment Drone got that first blood.
Now we're going to bring out the Outlaw from Zachary too. And I'm liking this. He's going to place a TP pretty much potentially for B or just staying on Heaven so they could try to get Showers control at the start. And it's definitely looking to be a TP back towards Heaven so that even if the shot's missed or he's getting heavily pressured, he could still shoot the Outlaw from the Heaven. Unfortunately, just breaks the drone instead, the decoy that was thrown out by Corey. But at least he got the information there. And the dog confirms this as well as Precision brings it through the TP.
Not looking forward to pushing down towards that A site, but luckily enough, they do have weeded smokes. We're just prepped up and ready to try to take out anybody who's looking for something. But again, straight through the smoke finds the leg of B-Dog. And is able to find that pick, though. Down inside of U-Haul, space not being taken up. Incendiary grenade, keeping these players pretty set back.
I'm going to play patiently here. I mean, you don't want to risk it. You want to rush it. Just let Zachary be the tower, watching it down on the A site, see him moving around. Just wanted the Omen, heard the tap on the spike. Riku can now move in, and they get 2 picks out of that. Stellar's going on 4 HP, and that's going to end it there. So very well done. You keep your distance against full classics, because TTR understands that potentially Zachary loves using the Outlaw. You don't want to invest into anything in that round.
Replay to set the tone for how exactly the Glazers have been playing. And you can obviously see Rico doing a really good job at getting that first pick regardless. I mean, not really too many weapons to play with there, but playing a pretty aggressive game through TP, already set down. Oh, it was a good TP, but of course the decoy is not going to do too much work there.
And that's one of the early things that TenZ used to do when he started using a Euro on this map. Just always condition. Maybe at some point it's a real Euro that goes in there that holds the teleporter to get a trap play on Sands. To start things off, though, you give up towards the B main. We just trying to go for an instant pick here. And then we trade off spits for both Vipers. Uma did see a lot, though. And they're just waiting for the minute mark to hit for TTR. There's a flood of util. Pain Chels to keep him at bay.
Yeah, beautiful nade, too. Actually zoning these players in. It leaves Drone with a 2K. That works out perfectly planted. If you're the Glazers. They have the majority At this point, all they need to do is to continue to keep their ground and slowly start to work themselves back up. Take these 1v1s as they come. But unfortunately for Ange, in a really weird position. You got Weeded and Adder watching this out. And whatever happens next is up to them.
Well, whatever happens here is that TG are just going to try to trade out. Weeded continues to be a threat right now. Where he should always be at a one and done, yet always manages to get 2 at least. Well, at least it's just a bonus round that you currently have here on the other end. Now we get to see Weeded. I mean, look at that. Even dropping over, repositioning, good crosshair placement. It started off well, though, for TG with the utility that they were using towards that B side. But in the end, when you have players like Weeded able to do the things that they could do, the Glazers couldn't convert in their bonus round. Change of pace, though. Tempoing down towards a flash at long B. They get contact now for the Glazers, and they're trying to get Zachary in an off angle. They try to go for a pick and TP away, but this is now instantly both flashes used at the 120 mark. Which then means for TTR, they could slowly leave this mid B. Or sorry, leave this long B and then re-hit it potentially a little bit later because there's going to be a lot less util on this B site. Hear the dog too. There's no more util left in the sky to field.
Now they've set down the util on A. The spike's heading down there as well. Turtle Troop. Looking pretty aggressive this time around, but not actually peeking out through the smoke. So it's up to Riku and Drone to hold majority of the site. That's 75% still in their pockets, but it's Weeded to slowly open things up.
And I like this, the buddy system that they have on the flank. Because you have no more util for position. Yeah, there you go. Never mind.
Didn't get it, unfortunately. The plan didn't work out. Double flash. Corey is just spraying it down, hoping that they can keep it intact, but it doesn't seem to work out that way. It's stellar. Instead, TTR somehow managing to just hold things down and again, being on the attack. Slightly better for them. And over the top, there it goes. The Glazers playing a very, very good game on top.
Okay, so he was still up. I got confused in my skies at that point, but because Precision didn't really have any more util on that sky,
yeah,
he buddy system with Zachary so they could go for the double flank in towards short. Because you can't really use Sky util for a retake flash from the spawn side, so this allows for them to just at least guarantee trades and make sure right now that nobody could really play a post plan. Because yes, there's no Brimstone going in for Turtle Troop, but you still could do the lineups with the Viper and B-Dog with the Mosh, and that's why you still have a presence and an importance to retake at least Bomb Tree on your retake for the defender side. So that's well done here for TG. The rest were just nice little swings. And Turtle Troop have to go back into a lower buy. Big showers control, pick it up an orb, and farming it right now onto Adder to start, but they decide otherwise. They want to give it to somebody else to potentially, here we go, activate this dimensional drip so they can gain value off a plant.
I'll handle this. Here.
Oh, they're so lucky too. They just managed to get out of the way of death. Riku around the back actually keeps them alive just a little bit longer than Stellar. I mean, finding a way to make way. No smokes down. Everything completely dissipated at this point, so it's up to TTR to just keep their ground. They've lost round after round. This is where it finally ends for them. If they can keep it together, though Ange making it just a little bit harder. No util to utilize anymore else, so they pretty much use everything just to keep the Glazers back. At this point, it's going to be even more difficult, though. The Vandal in hand. I think this is up to Corey. Yeah, Trailblazer takes it. They're still in a good position. It goes away the moment they fight back. And now they're still trying. The defusal there. 1v2 situation. They still have enough time and was aiming for the spike first, but regardless of that, it's Ange to clear.
There was a moment there where that was doable, though. Corey somehow managed to escape the spray after being bit by the dog and almost swung out to get the pick there onto the diffuser. But that's where you get kind of lost in the sauce when you have two-dimensional drifts going on for both Yorus. You're calling out all of these things, and then people are overextending on how they want to defend and defuse or prevent the spike from getting planted here, at least on the defense, which almost once again gave a smaller buy opportunity for Turtle Troop to convert that into a victory. So good on them right now to keep that economy low for the, I was going to mention it, the Guardians, the CTG, but the Glazers, so that if TTR wins this round here, you're breaking that economy, and you have a chance to bring it back to a 4-3 instantly.
Oh, yeah!
And they backed off.
I've got your trail.
Or something. She runs away with nothing, which might be good for TTR. This might be the moment for them to again find a way to bring that point back. 4-2 is the dream, but it seems like it's not going to come easily. The Glazers still somehow finding every single player inside of TTR. Yeah, though 3v3. B-Dog now diminishing those numbers. There's absolutely no util to utilize anymore. At this point, no Viper util, everything set down on the B site, and Zachary slowly working himself up to 70 health. And a one tap to the body. Ange detained, not able to get that assistance through. And of course, time of the essence.
Yeah, time is lost pretty much at this point. Ange is looking to at least get that pick onto B-Dog that will escape from U-Haul before he runs away. B-Dog feels it, so he's keeping an eye out, and there's a TP, so he's going to run away. All of them will be able to save their weapons safely. Not too sure what Ange was doing. I was like, that's why I was like, safely? Does he know something that I don't? But I guess he did not.
Same thing.
He did not know something that I didn't. But yeah, so yeah, somehow at that point, Seekers, as I was mentioning, it was super important that precision hand at the bottom of heaven, and getting those Seekers out would have allowed for you to get information on where else was the other two players, being Adder and B-Dog's teammate, because B-Dog, you knew he was in U-Haul with the Thrash anyways.
I'll return.
But not using those Seekers to get an information to allow your TP to really run in aggressively puts them out at a deficit in terms of rifles in this round. They're rifle less, actually. A bunch of Sheriffs and Turtle Troop have, once again, a chance to make it a 4-3 scoreline with how they're able to break the economy every single round here against TG.
Well, we did find that first. Makes the TTR already on a better stride than before. Drone was, honestly, that was a quirky move, but I did enjoy it. It worked out for the best. They still managed to get one. Continuing to find a way to fight this back. Still kind of creating that coverage that's needed, but Rika goes down.
They're just adding more fuel to the fire right now for TTR's comeback. These plants, economy's good. Slowly getting in, building up to this Thrash in a couple of rounds if they continue to keep more control in plants. The Glazers are showing this expensive. Then will take that kill.
Rest, tired.
And Nanj was able to get one more before he got dropped, so that's actually quite nice. You were able to make this very expensive. So we're going back and forth in this art of war between these two teams where that economy continues to stay low. But every time that it's low right now, it still feels like they're leaning more towards
remaining.
Turtle Troop more than the Glazers to be able to convert at least in these lower buys.
Oh, Zachary's pulling out the op. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a bit worried about the op play, not for the sake of the Glazers, but more so for Turtle Troop. But I think, as for Turtle Troop, this is definitely a game where you really need to be careful. I think the Glazers, they owe a lot more respect than they've been given. It seems they're seeing that now.
Yeah, and I think actually bringing out the operator is a pretty good play here for Zachary too, because again, if you're able to, if you're playing chamber in the past, well, you're gonna play an op anyways. You're gonna have a total fuss as an alt also, and you could also still just op and TP away and move into different positions. And as Zachary has been using the outlaw in round 2 on Cypher, but he did that right. Now I'm watching too much Valorant. I can't even remember anymore. But I think there was an outlaw that he used at least on Lotus, if not guaranteed an outlaw that he used on this map in round number 2. You definitely do know that at least for the Glazers, they do have a game plan to try to force out the op ASAP to give them more winning conditions on their defense.
Zachary's having fun though. They're pushed up heavy. The thing is, they do have that TP set.
Perfect.
Exactly what they're going to do. The dog came out perfect timing too, because it gave Zachary some time to back off.
Well, actually, the dog came on the attack, so it forced him to even move forward, and luckily gets the pick onto Corey to be able to TP away. That's a nice little swing shot, a flick to be able to TP away and give the advantage for the Glazers. And now a TP goes. This is going to get hurt at least by Adder. They could start throwing Seekers so that he could try to delay a little bit more. So that Ange wins this fight in Hookah. This is great for them so far.
The Glazers with the op being brought out. Coach is definitely not expecting it. And now especially with a showstopper readily available in case things start to go wary. It doesn't seem like that's going to be the case already. Everybody getting taken down, and it's B-Dog with the spike. They need one more pick before they take this rotation. I think that's what they're looking for here. Eliminating this one player is going to leave them in 1v2, give them a better chance at playing that post plant, but 34 health left, and Riku making a pretty good comeback here.
Yeah, and even saw for Ange and Zachary, they're already pivoting out towards the A side to even try to pinch if there was a TP that was going to happen. That shot right there, beautifully kicking things off. And even throwing the instant Seekers when they hurt the TP out from the Omen, out towards the elbow from Stellar, it allows their precision to just anchor solo and leave Ange to focus on a 1v1, and then that pit even blocks everything, and it was a confident pit, not afraid of any flankers, because the Seekers saw where the last game was. So a beautiful adaptation on the spot for the Glazers. Take the lead by 2. TTR back on the low buy. Trailblazer getting information on players inside showers. Corey with the rift going back towards U-Haul. And it's clear at least for the attackers to move in for a plant.
Spike planted.
They didn't even have to do anything about it. That's what I love about the monster on the loose. Actually, Zachary pulling out
Welcome to my
the ultimate to see how far they can go. And they're doing a great job at doing so. Unfortunately, though, for Pro, not actually able to find anyone. So now you've put yourself in a position where can't even find the Viper. The Viper's been up, gaining so much ground for the defense. And quickly but surely making the way in. Vita going to be the biggest issue, not able to find them or take that out. But then again, the Glazers still finding so much ground, and Vita goes down as well. And now, not a lot of work and effort can be done to try to stop this defusal. 6-3, the defense is pretty solid.
I mean, that was almost the second time on the lower buy that Corey again on the 1 versus 2 was so close to getting to the diffuser and potentially winning the round on time. A 1 versus 2, and it had a lower buy for TTR. The dimensional drift got all that information from the plant to get the pit out and getting a showstopper with no value. I mean, I love it that both players backed up in the showers and still ran back in the pit to keep it up. And from the way that, how the pit was placed, I'm pretty sure that was just on the fly. But unintentionally, it was a perfect moment there, so that if the pit was still up and Corey had to spray from short, it was easy for him to know where the defense was going to be. That said, though, a rush for showers, beautiful util, nobody pulling back, and as they don't pull back, Drone pays the price.
Set up the wingman. Give themselves space to push out.
I got you.
But even with that happening, there's nobody that's gonna
I've got your
mind gonna try to look for something like that. Seekers, though, giving away the location of Riku. The rotation is actually very heavily being made, but the flank is the issue. Viper set down, about to fight Stellar. I don't think Anch knows, but they still managed to make the shot happen.
Spike
This
planted.
is huge. They can sandwich this play in. And quite possibly find a little bit more space on the defense, but the head of Riku being found out justify the Dizzy alone.
One enemy remaining.
Can't seem to find the shot, although regardless, the flank's still capable of putting in the work. Anticipation of the smoke not coming in just yet, actually using that smoke to try to funnel in Ange, but Ange not following the rules. Ends up getting taken out by B-Dog instead.
Yeah, I just feel like there's not enough utility to help the Glazers back on the retake on the site, and this is beautifully read so far.
Inside joke
By Stellar and like heads up calling that they're currently doing. as they know that Zachary has his operator right now. This is twice that they just commit towards a flood into showers, so that one, they avoid the op on the B side if they needed to, and two, they could use a bunch of utility to go through the shower side to just prevent line of sight to be taken there from Zachary with the op. And flooding that way allows for them to get free orb control and also popping out of showers with the wingman plan. This is something that the Glazers have to start adapting right away. And it'll be difficult in this round. It'll have to be in round number 12. As I mentioned before, when they have a lower buy for TG, they seem to have less chances to win versus TTR, at least from bird's eye view of what's been happening so far in the state of the game in this series. Or at least Flash gets information towards long B. And the more that TTR are currently waiting here for a plant, I mean, it might fall out a brimstone bolt to just cancel even those plants. So TTR has all the time and the map in the world to really work fine in their favor.
There's my buddy.
Oh, waiting for the Flash to just peek out. Corey with a 2K finding the third. Either way, 3 players peeking out with a Sheriff and some classics. Somebody should have made some sort of damage, or at least a dent.
30 seconds left.
Sky's out.
Take her time, move in, get the orb, TP out, don't let Drone get some more kills, don't force him to die yet, so you can move out and get a plant and get ready for another ult in the next round. I just love how you're staying calm under the pressure here for TTR, not rushing to things. And actually, he didn't even need another ult.
10 seconds
He
left.
took it from the
Thrash is
showers
ready.
and planted here and has Thrash. So that's a GG. Nice little map rotation around to play against the lower buy of the Glazers, and really, again, great objective capitalization from Turtle Troop.
Drone is just like, and at this point, I mean, that's what they're gonna have to do, just write it down, but location instantly given away. Corey knows where to look.
Last
Turtle
round
Troop
before the switch.
doing a good job at reeling themselves back.
There's no bank in hell.
And the beauty right now of having this Euro in your composition as well for how it's going to be handled by Turtle Troop is that you don't really need to use the Thrash to do the information clearing. You could use the Euro to do that, and then use your Thrash for post plant instead to prevent the flood to happen for the Glazers. And thankfully, at least for the Glazers, Riku have kept their orbital strike in this round.
Who's next?
There you go. See, he tries to go towards the showers and then gets denied right away by a decoy. Some hits that shot.
Right away, but it worked out in the end. Oh, I actually, for a second, I'm not gonna lie, I was also tricked by that decoy. Over the top, though, still up in heaven, looking down below at everybody else. It's going to be Zachary. Can't seem to find the shots, though. The smokes are going to make this difficult, especially the fact that everything has been planted. They just need to wait for the perfect moment.
She's still gunning for you.
B-Dog just did not care. Either way, they're still going to try their absolute best to get somebody down before something happens. Some of the damage made on Precision, and it's up to Stellar and Corey at this point. Make something happen.
standing.
They saw Zachary, but they still managed to let it go. Stellar, though, the one tap, looking for the next, and it's the 3K Zippo clutch to keep this 6-6 half.
Again, when it comes down to Euro on Yoru, Zachary gets the best out of Corey, but the rest of the roster around post plant, oh, that was a beautiful shot, by the way. But the rest, when it comes down to the post plant, is just perfect for TTR to just get these clutches. Very well done for Stellar on that last final round of the half, where it really came down to just being precise on your shots, and both teams were pristine on them. Blazers have a chance now to press forward with this Euro composition with the Raze as well. So they are able to add a little bit more pressure now with a drone playing a Raze instead of a single duelist on the other end for Turtle Troop.
Decoy.
It might be a little bit more explosive.
Cutting through.
Starting off with just a slow default, trying to get information towards that B side, trying to sell a big towards the B side as well. 2 sets of footsteps with a dog, they flash across, they force the TP, and the rest are now moving forward.
Corey takes one. Zachary with a trade, so you still got that 4-4 coming through. Whoever wins this one starts off with the lead, feeds into the ego of Manny. It seems like, yeah, okay, Peycho trying to back out the player of Stellar, and that they must do. It is going to be pretty hard for TTR, playing together, though, managing to get the both.
Someone's there.
And absolutely no util to utilize Riku and Zachary. Instead of having to rely on that aim, but two players peeking them around the corner. It's going to work out too well. Right click needed. Zachary does it, and they find that 7-6.
What a big pistol round there for a Zachary, counting the bullets on B-Dog 2 spraying in the smoke to run out and get that kill. But 4 kills in a round, and I think if you want to VALORANT at the end of this game, just try to see the performance differences between Zachary and Corey, because I feel like Zachary is Euro-dipping the head-to-head against Corey so far. But I love it. They sold a perfect fake on that Sands for the Glazers to allow Zachary to get all that space on that B side, behind all that util and behind bodies with him. Capitalize on that victory. Yes, you have to win a clutch, but you'll take it. You'll take anything so far when things haven't been going so well on your end, when you have like these disadvantaged situations.
Decoy.
Seems like here slowly working themselves in. They know at least 2 players are there, which is great. The back off of Zachary shows this might not be the key to it, especially with 3 players around on B, so good call.
Yeah, all of them towards the hookah, as they're just trying to go for right click classes at this point. Now they saw the wingman coming in through the teleporter, so they know that the Gecko B-Dog is playing towards the A site. They want to finish it in that area. Snakebite comes through to allow at least something to happen. But it's actually their own teammates running through that, yet they still got the kill. It doesn't matter. All good.
Yeah.
Good hit.
Zachary knows there's going to be more than 2 peeking with some sort of cohesion. Definitely worked out for the best, but regardless, 140 tap to Corey. You're looking for Adder, and that as well, you may as well close off. So
Done here.
Yeah, TG looking to keep their stride going.
And it's looking quite good so far. Winning pistol, converting the anti-eco. That's been the story so far for the Glazers, winning both pistols to this map and converting those. So it allows you to get a pretty good cushion. But this still ended on a 6-6 half in the end. We've lost pistol and second round for TTR. You're able to repeat this so far on your defensive side. You might be able to run away with this. And TG, lure by, Deathball as a group on towards short sands. Short palm tree. Well, they hear the ruckus happening towards the showers.
I think Stellar knows somebody's close as well. So many smokes just left down onto the site. So if they don't push, it would go to waste. Spike's still settled down. Not gonna look for his home yet, though. B-Dog gets a beautiful 2K just to keep things going for TTR. A quick semi-flawless. No lives lost.
Holy crap, that was clean. And that was all thanks to Stellar on the top of the APC. Getting the first kill on drone, and then even delaying with the kill. Because they've done so much delay, and there's just so much utility delaying the TG's plant, those smokes dissipated after the 20-second mark, where it makes it even harder for them to plant. So a great job here for Turtle Troop to really run that clock down on the smokes here against the Glazers, where they thought they had site control over the whole time. Especially after they heard the amount of footsteps that went out towards showers.
Next?
Somehow we get an early crash, a push here. TTR wants to continue to run the pace on defense.
Spike down.
Running the pace they are. Honestly, TTR are not playing around anymore. They're shutting things down so early on for the Glazers because they know they can win out these fights. And that's exactly what they'll do. The drone just allowing this to happen. The disrespect that TTR just had in this round.
That is crazy. Thrash down and following through, then you could TP across for their end with the amount of flash that you have on a pinch from the Sands. Feels like Turtle Troop was just ready in the front round. what they're trying to do here for the Glazers in run number 4. As I mentioned before, like there's some team that's seen, although this is a slightly different composition that we're seeing from from the Glazers, it almost feels like, again, if you still have a Euro instead of a chamber, it's just min-maxing where potentially your default still stays the same. There's probably red here by Turtle Troop. A little bit of pinch.
Scout destroyed.
The Glazers and force them in a shoot.
I like that. Kind of clearing out the top of box just in case they do want to put this out. Here we go. Pre-fire on it. B-Dog takes that first pick. Not much. Of course, flash comes through. You're still waiting on B-Dog to make the shot. And they do have a Dizzy and a mosh pit, so here they could keep this back. And again, not wanting to. Yeah, footsteps heard. Drone definitely understands where Corey is.
And on the attack, he's just trying to keep them at
30 seconds left.
Hookah, so the rest can try to walk out towards short A.
Yeah.
They do so with the Viper wall. Drone's trying to push forward. For them, they're probably still thinking, okay, it's probably just Ange walking across, but there's actually
One enemy remaining.
Long already. It's like it's something changed. Like once they got weapons for TTR, you just can't. You can't do anything about it. Absolutely.
At least with the replay, you can definitely see it. I mean, everybody's always ready for TTR, right? And when you're trying to play contact that way, you've lost your smokes early. Not really anything you can do if you're trying to overextend behind enemy lines to try to get some trades. Might as well try to go for at least some sort of a plan to get your economy up. Although this is still going to be a gun round no matter what for the Glazers, you want to add a little bit more in terms of that 300 credit to continue to build that bank. Because Turtle Troops are doing a great job keeping that economy low every single time you finish the engagement off these rifle rounds. Because look at that, they're scoring another first blood.
Scout destroyed. They're still looking for it too. Okay, nice Trailblazer. Cover going down. Gives away location outside of TP, so there is going to be majority there. TTR. However, gives away dissipation of the smoke there, but then again, not able to get any sense of refract potential. That's going to put you in a pretty awkward position if you're TTR. You've only been able to take out one, so for the price of two, definitely looking at things a bit negatively here. No flash to be said, but it's Ange to take the shot off of B-Dog, and Corey's ready to try to peek the angle, but a 3v1, and I don't think they know it.
Brimstone down.
Yeah, TTR, only way to win this up. If they can manage to take this half, yeah, regardless, it's not going to work.
Okay, that was actually quite nice in the end on how the Glazers just counteract again, off the cuff, on the fly, of seeing that, who was it here on showers? I think it was Zachary. Yeah, it was the Yoru. Got spotted by the dog. He TPs away. While the other ones are on short, they hear the amount of util and the steps running out towards showers. So they speed up here towards short A to actually pinch him towards the back of showers and also get a plant there. And that keeps acting TTR. They flipped the map over. There were so many flankers and not enough on the other end that TT could just play the pulse plant inside the site.
Trailblazer set out. Corey knows they're outside. This is huge, though. Corey doesn't have to do anything other than just sit here and let everybody know they do have a flash. They're not planning to open doors just yet.
And that was the thing. Yeah, that's the condition I was telling you before. Now Corey's inside the TP. They were still jump spotting towards B. If they saw somebody there was going to be a flash coming in from the sky, they could pinch across. But instead, action's at A site.
Joe's actually getting ready to utilize this showstopper, but unfortunately not going to have too much impact, honestly. Within the round, still looking good. Vulnerability helping out Leave It and taking that action for. And even then, it's Drone just the player. Oh, he's still looking for more, but it's not going to work out. 2 feet, 1, and everybody lined up perfectly for precision. But 1 up, 1 below. Yeah, Corey to clean up.
Got something nice to through the wall. Unfortunately, couldn't get the kill, but the the high-low with not necessarily a stack, but it's a crouch with the other one standing behind, so you at least try to guarantee the trade. Beautifully done there for Turtle Troop. In the end, they take the lead here with, unfortunately, a showstopper that couldn't get too much value. I think that's what I heard, right? A showstopper that went through. Drone's at 3, so maybe he got a kill after that and then died, but now the Glazers are forced to call it another timeout. Their last one of the map once again. Turtle Troop, same scenarios we've seen on that first map. They're able to regain the lead. Now they're running away in terms of econ. They've burned out their opponent's timeout, so they can now use 2 timeouts in the most important rounds that they may have to try to close out the series. But props on these 2 teams to continue to make this game very close and give us at least a spectacle to watch.
It got scary after a while for the Glazers, especially with just the consistency starting to come out of TTR. A big portion of that really is they've been getting pretty heavy on the defense, applying that pressure. I'm looking to see if that's going to happen again. Early information out of TP, whether that be with the Yoru or just finding some space down inside of Hookah. So just going to continue doing that, because if it worked, there's no need to fix anything.
Blinded.
Oh, they're going for it. They did not want anything to change. They don't want to see what the Glazers have been planning. I mean, even then, it is a pistol round, so regardless, not much to plan for.
A little bit of a half buy that they had on that too with the Classics and 2 Guardians, and managed to get 2 out of that. They're pretty happy with what you've done on the B-side pressure, but your alert once again, unfortunately, is denied here by We Did. We have a 3-3, you upgrade 1 weapon at least, and chances to take this B-site.
Oh.
I'll handle this.
We backed off. Done with the situation, so Dimensional Trick pops up to try to, really see if they can reposition themselves, and that they do, but leaving things in a 1v2 and Stellar not even near the B-site TP, giving away the location as well.
Shadows
Spike planted.
Finally,
stealing sight.
in the later rounds, TG are the ones that are flipping it over with the lower buy. This seems to be a more even matchup than anything so far between these 2 teams.
Thrifty.
Thrifty win.
I don't care if there are 5 of them or 50 of them. Let's go.
Pretty much done and said if you're Turtle Troop. That's surprising too. You would think in a Thrifty round you wouldn't push the opposing side. You would think you would allow them to
Time to jump.
really engage in those fights. I guess again, the greediness and the lack of respect really did shine through within that round. Then again, keeping that and seeing us, so they know that Adder's going to try to play for this flash, so anti there coming through from Drone.
It was actually flash close too, so I don't think that it got too much info out of that one. So Blazers are taking advantage of walking up and scale towards the long B, ADSing down around the corner with this Guardian, but unfortunately couldn't get the pick. We'll be forced to reposition and forfeit the orb for somebody on the attack to potentially pick it up, and that could have been Drone. But instead, they decide to just cut noise and try to see if Turtle Troop wants to continue with that confidence to peek out for some information. Now it forces out a Trailblazer to just wait at the entrance of the B site. They dog back into Hookah instead. They're going to try to get T-Dog down.
Initiator down, now it's up to Adder. Oh man, and the greediness is starting to come through. They have no real reason to be pushing angles like these.
Spike planted.
Yeah, well, at least when one player falls down towards Hookah, you have to try to swing out, right? You've lost a player in the process. You're trying to make a play. Your dog already spotted Riku as they were lurking up towards the long B side, so you know it's a 1v1. So at least Adder, what he was trying to do was flash through Weeded's wall and hopefully catch Riku there to make it a 4-4. And that would have potentially changed the story of that round for TTR to attempt to retake this round. But instead, with the second flash does not get a contact that was thrown by Adder, and the second flash that doesn't get a contact, he pays the price, loses the fight, and now TG are on their way to actually get a flawless, although they want to throw their bodies away to make this round very expensive for TTR. I mean, look at what they have in terms of credits. They got nothing left. They could drop these last 2 guns. They cannot. They'll be able to save it for TTR. And being able to save 2 guns for Turtle Troop, I still have to give them some chances that they might be able to close the round despite having a lower buy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, timeout brought about from Turtle Troop. Struggles starting to come out. Obviously, whatever the Glazers talked about prior definitely started to take effect into the mindset of Turtle Troop.
And definitely, you're trailing behind now. The lead went back in favor of the Glazers. And you're in a situation where you're on this half buy, so you have 2 Phantoms and what? I think they forced another one, so you might have three rifles and lower buys for the other 2. Now Stellar's trying to call something that they could do here on their attack. And so far, it just becomes an information game for both of these teams, not only through the Sky Util, but also with their Euro all the time. Yet, even on defense here for Turtle Troop, they have this wingman to work with as well. So you could get actual active information and consistent information through different types of time cycles. But it seems as though you want to keep using this flash for info towards this long B. Adder instead just going for the jiggle first and realizes now that there's the same conditioning from TG. There's some sort of contact towards the long B. They don't know how many exactly from the Glazers are working together here towards this A site. And interestingly enough, we went for a pit, so we committed into this buy now for Turtle Troop, where they forced behind the rifles that they save. I'm intrigued to find out what they're going to do with this.
All right, there comes the decoy. Now Showstopper making its way down. And a good read into what that decoy was, but B-Dog knew. They needed to raise that angle. They weren't expecting it. As a matter of fact, but even then, Dizzy still pushed out. Oh my goodness, they're just piling in. But even with the right click, TTR somehow are bringing things back.
Corey was getting blocked by B-Dog and said, screw it, I'll just run back and try to get a classic kill and got one. And Adder gets a kill, another one, a headshot, and oh my god, no, don't tell me this is gonna happen again.
A thrifty round to turn away the pace of how things are going. Okay, but there is an orbital strike. Even then, they're still going to try to rush this.
Open up the
not the best bet. They push themselves out of action, and even then, leaving a crack for Adder just to peek through and take out Riku.
Oh, man, and even the orbital strike. If only Riku was able to spin a little bit more to the left. I know that it was quick. They had to find the application on the iPad, and sometimes it's too quick. They're rushing you, and you couldn't place the orbital strike at the right spot to even just cover the door at least for you to get away. And they were hoping that it would actually catch both players rotating across, but that would have been an opportune moment to just reposition right after that and open that gap. Just easy for the last 2 players to retake the site there, and it becomes, again, a shambless buy for Turtle Troop, an invested pit that still converts into a victory for Turtle Troop. That Corey classic kill still baffles me.
Down to the top, trying to find a flash. Make some sort of noise. And being given away, so information collected on the side of the Glazers. They know there's at least 3 players just sitting themselves down. And with the op on Corey, not found out just yet. Maybe shortly.
Still got a TP too, so once they clear out this area, Flash can follow behind, or can peek out, TP out towards towards B to faster rotate towards the A site. The Glazers are full committed now towards the A site plant. Seekers coming out from the TP.
World.
And a pit comes out for a full.
Ah, the brutal part about having the Phantom is the headshot. Hit for 140. Now you just gotta kind of live with the fact that you quite possibly could have run away with that pick. Either way, still getting the heal out. And of course, Viper's pit. Going down.
Yeah,
and going... Yeah.
Very early molly there just to allow here the Viper to get in position towards tree. And now they play post plant lineups, which they should be fine now.
Yeah, up ready though. Okay, Jiggle Peak coming through. Thought Drone was going to make it, but unfortunately not. Fusel there, and it is going to be possibility for Precision to run away with this one. Ange and Precision working together to take TTR down. And a round win from them. Match point.
Match point. This is nice for TG, and that is a broken buy for TTR. Where it matters the most, where they needed that econ in their favor. The Glazers are at the point where they could push this into a third map. And again, this could have been and should have been a 2-0 if that's the case, because the Glazers technically should have gotten that first series, or the first map rather, if they didn't get thrifty twice in the last few rounds of that first map. This may happen again here though for Turtle Troop. They got Guardians to work with. They want to add aggression. They deny Orb, and they have a dimensional drift to work with. And hopefully with that, we can get some sprays through.
I'll handle this. Okay, the smokes have been set down, and Drone did try to find something.
Spike planted.
And the manage they did, but of course creating that space as the duelists that are still stuck on the backside. And the information given away by Corey. Not much to play with though. Of course, so many players are sitting on the extremities, and you can see the flank.
It's much needed. Big bodies with it to make sure that they could run their pulse plant mollies. So keeping weeded at bay. Now you have to focus on more lineups.
Oh, the flash is great. And Zachary run away with it though. Again, match point, and that's the issue though.
Attackers
that being
win.
said, that's going to be a victory from the Glazers, and they're still in the running. The possibility is there for them to run away with the series, and they did take that away with a 13-11.
Told you it was going to be a good game between these two teams, and at the same time, though, you got to say that dimensional drift that Corey had in that round number 24, it would have been nice to actually get some information, at least a spray. I mean, Stellar was already there at that B site, or sorry, at the A site with the Vandal to potentially maybe get one or a one and done even at that point, but he was stuck with Util smoking out showers instead of trying to capitalize on ping kills that Corey could have done there for the team. So greatly done here by the Glazers to continue their resiliency, because it was trailing behind here against TTR, and now they're able to push this to a third and final map.
A third and final map, but of course that does mean we have more maps on the horizon right after this short break.
I mean, yes.
face.
Well, it's time for the, I think the most cliche term out there. We got a series on our hands. Another map going 13-11, this time in favor of the Glazers. I hope neither of you two made plans tonight, because this one's honestly two maps back-to-back 13-11 bans. There's no sleep, or like, there's no rest for the wicked.
Oh, that's fine. My plan was to sit here and watch Valorant anyways and watch some good Valorant. And that's what we got for the last two maps. I was I was being a little bit mean to say, oh, there's a third map, but actually I'm quite excited of how these last 2 maps have played out. I mean, they've come out with compositions rather that is a little bit out of the norm, where it's not like the regular meta of 2023 and of 2023. So I'm giving them a lot of respect, and I'm enjoying what they're cooking up here with these compositions.
One enemy remaining.
It always comes down to these last moments and post-plant denials and the few moves that we're currently seeing here from both Turtle Troop and the Glazers. That I can't wait to see what Icebox is going to bring for us. And again, I feel it's going to be another one of those maps where we don't know how what Turtle Troop will bring out. Let's see what, if they could anti-strat TV.
Attackers win.
I'm excited for the possibilities of what they could bring out, because I'm already liking the vibes that we're starting to get from this team in terms of the agent compositions that they like to be playing. But I want to talk a little bit more about the series, because the first part of Lotus that we discussed was these thrifty rounds and giving that up. And I felt like we got to see that kind of on the other foot this time around. Even that round, I believe it was round 20, Turtle Troops rushing on B long is saving Glazers, and all of a sudden that's a round turned over. And Gompers, when I look back at this map, that round is just highlighted in my mind as, hey, maybe this is where that went wrong. Maybe this is the reason they took that loss.
Yeah, and honestly, too, like, the Glazers haven't been playing the compositions that they have been playing previously as well. So if you are coming into this adjusted to what you got to see in open qualifiers, or adjusted to the regular thing that I guess the Glazers did before, right? Because the Yoru was a super new addition into a map like Vine, and I genuinely think Zachary did an amazing job at utilizing an agent like this one. So with that double duelist composition that was brand new into the eyes of the Glazers, it really did kind of offset TTR, and in some occasions, honestly, just bringing themselves back up, I feel like it also could have possibly ruined the mental. There were a lot of times where TTR got too aggressive, in my opinion, and they were looking for an aggressive play because they had the plan of utilizing the util and whatnot, but I think TG also had the the opposite of where they could counter that play, and they were expecting something like that to come through from TTR.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think coming back from the timeout where you had TTR just be very aggressive down towards the long B and got denied that map control that they were attempted to take. It's one of those moments where you saw that happen on Lotus, where off the timeout being called by the Glazers, somehow you just see TTR come out and explode, and they're trying to take the wind out of the sails off the timeout that was being called by the Glazers to really try to capitalize on that victory on Lotus. So it was a high risk, high reward kind of thing that paid off on the first map of Lotus, but unfortunately was now this time red as well, it seems like, from the Glazers, where that cost him about 2 rounds, and also that thrifty that you mentioned before here, Sierra, where technically this now could have been and should have been a 2-0 for TTR, but at least the Glazer was able to give TTR a little bit of a taste of their own medicine as to what into those thrifties that they lost on that first map on Lotus.
We're just switching it up. You said that first map should
Exactly.
have gone the Glazers' way. This
Now
one
it's
should
going
have
to
gone
be the
TTR's
cleanest
way.
Valorant you'll ever see on Icebox.
Perfect. That's what I'm here for. But there is one player that I wanted to highlight from that previous series. We got to see the Euro on both sides, and Gobs, you were talking about that double duelist over on the end of the Glazers, and Zachary on the Euro. Man, I love watching good Euro gameplay.
I like it too. Zachary did an impeccable job. I feel like the second half, we started to feel, I guess more so see that comfort a little bit more into the Euro really come out. Because again, it is pretty difficult to try to get into the groove, into the mojo of it. But they started to, in the meantime, for the Glazers, as the lack of respect started to show a little bit more on the side of, on the opposite side, I think that's when the Glazers started to get a little bit more comfortable in really trying to force those openings through. So obviously, I mean, you got the ACS of 205 really peeking through. So, yeah.
This is definitely, again, another shout out to Zachary and to his agent pool so far, as we've seen him switch from a sentinel role to information gatherer / opper that he could actually bring out on a Euro as well on the second map. It really shows the depth of what this player has currently and what he could bring to any type of roster that really needs to shift around with the changes in the meta and the changes in the patch notes and new agents coming out too, that he's able to take this in strides and really bring value to the roles that he has to undertake under these agents. So I got to give him props for that one as well, because we definitely saw him frag very well. We saw him op very well on that second map of Bind, and as I mentioned before, I think even diffed Corey in those one-on-one duels against the mirrored Yorus.
Truly a Swiss Army knife out there.
Yes.
So it'll be fun to see him and the rest of the squad. Both of these teams be facing off on their third and final map of the series, Icebox. And we touched upon the fact that over on the end of the Glazers, we have information of what they like to be doing on Icebox, where yet again, Turtle Troop is kind of this unknown quantity in it. I'm hoping, based off of what we've gotten to see so far in the agent pools, Gomps, that we will get to see something that is a little bit more aggressive. Like, my fingers are crossed for a Reyna. We've seen the Neon, we have seen the Yoru. Like, I think it's time for some Reyna Icebox. I don't know if we'll get it, but I'm praying.
We've seen the Reyna Icebox.
I mean, this series.
Did
this
I
one.
dig it? Did I dig it though? Listen, I think everybody in this planet knows that I am a Reyna stan, but I genuinely I think you need probably the best duelist and the headstrong player who is so just you can't bring their ego down. I think that's the type of player you need to play a Reyna, and I think that's super hard to find, and it is crazy. What I want to see is ISO even in play here.
Yeah, and just to change the topic as well, to go on a random tangent too, was I just saw the stats here on VLR, and Zachary actually did not diff Corey, so I just gaslit Corey into being a worse scorer than Zachary. Yeah, Zachary actually went 2 and 3 against Corey there too. So nonetheless, I still think that Corey did a great job bringing that utility out for the rest of the crew and actually having some impact kills. And to go back into that conversation of what we could potentially see on Icebox, I definitely hope to see a little bit of shenanigans come out at the same time. This is once again a map that has been played by the Glazers quite often, and they're playing this map on hard mode. They're playing a KO and a raise in their composition, making it very hard to just try to have some sort of a responsibility of one person planting the spike, and you can't really plant in the open because you can't sage wall or anything as well. So again, this is going to be quite interesting on what TTR is going to bring out based on the hard mode take that they have on the playstyle that the Glazer brings, because all those maps that they've won for the Glazers, actually they're 2 and 2 for that one, but the ones that they won were doubled overtime. So it might be up for a very, very long night if it continues in that fashion.
Very well could be, especially too, looking at what we've gotten to see. I can't really even chalk up any of what we've seen from the previous 2 maps to be like, oh, there is an agent diff here. Oh, there is a hard player diff here. It was just little things in the match that really could have swung it in either favor, which to me speaks that this match is actually really, really even between these two. If we get to Icebox and there does end up being a diff somewhere, well, then it is what it is. Sometimes that's how a map 3 goes. But I do kind of think that we might be in for the long haul on this one. So we want to get this underway. We have our agent select ready. So I will see you two later. Have fun, guys.
All right, awesome. And as for agent selection, it's the Harper and the Viper again, which I did like.
Let's definitely get loud. So the Glazers doing something very similar here as the previous compadres in that first series, playing the loud composition for the Icebox comp of the Glazers. So that's a change coming through for that one, actually, for the Glazers, right? So they're not playing the Icebox on hard mode. They could use the Cove now to plant as well. And for Turtle Troop, though, it's double controller, a Cypher, and a KO. No duelists. What is going on here? What is going on, Stellar? What are you doing?
I think, hey, if it works, it works. I've seen no duelist. It is interesting.
I don't know if it's going to work because we've never seen this tape before. We don't know.
Agree.
We haven't seen them win with this comp yet.
I think it's even more because I guess the potential entry agent that you could say, quote unquote, could be Corey, right? Playing with the KO util. But all in all, I mean, is that really enough for it? Is the question. I think, man, this is so difficult to love, but I love it.
Joseph's side is still fairly similar to how you're trying to create space with how Who was it just before we were watching? Thinking Men, sorry. We're trying to scale up towards the site. They could use an Omen for the TP, at least for that. That could be your semi-entry. You could really play the same style as how the guard played in the past, but the guard still had a Jet in their composition too. But having a Viper Omen or a Viper Brimstone to really cover up some one-ways that we saw here, or not allowing your opponents to get early site control on pipes or on A side, that could be a winning con here for Turtle Troop. So as you play with this composition, you're still sectioning up the map instead of trying to go for an all-out hit towards these sites. But we'll soon find out what Stellar's been cooking with the rest of the team here, as we're finally starting a pistol round with a B side lean. 3 players holding on the other end for TG though.
Oh, there's 3 already prepped up too. That information being kind of slipped back. This is great suppression and actually offsetting where Zachary was. So whatever plan they had, still definitely intact though, but it's easier there. Easier said than done. Drone with a 3K to start off the round, and it's looking perfect. Zachary does miss out on the shots though, so TTR actually managing to reel this back in surprisingly enough.
Yeah, good answer is back, but they wasted a lot of time trying to fight back, and this wall should be coming down soon, so it will be dangerous to plant. So for TTR, they want to work together, clear out the site, wait for the fuel to come back up, and maybe even double swing towards Snowman. But Riku's currently waiting. Oh no, just saw.
One enemy remaining.
That's a little troll. That's a little troll. The Glazers with pistol.
The pistol round given away to the Glazers. Oh my god. The bind replay.
That's how awesome it was for TG on that first map, or second map to this one as well.
Oh my goodness.
But no, at least when you mentioned that knife that was thrown by Corey, it got the ping on 2 players towards green, but it didn't actually see Drone. So that corner that he was holding was left unchecked, and he was able to be on point with the shots with the ghosts here. And now we're just going to float around the map.
Yeah.
Trying to see if we can find some secret dares in there. Back with the action, TPR. Just going with full classics. Scaling up towards the A side, trying to get a plant down. No outlaws, but Zachary does have a mark. Oh my god, how does he get it?
Oh my goodness. And Rika was ready for it too. That's the thing that sucks. It just walking through the smoke at the right click and you have it. Still having a huge advantage though. Of course you have the weapons advantage. Could try to work yourself up and maybe find,
Weeded's already back there, and they got an orb on top, so he's got lineups. So the more TG are waiting right now for the retake, the more this is GG. And TTR will be able to win a Thrifty again without her getting that kill.
There. Oh, they're pushing up though. Ange is just ready to try to deny any sense of post-plant potential that they're looking for. But then again, like you said, 1v1, Weeded actually doesn't have any util left, but regardless of that, a jiggle peek forward, they need to hit the shot, and the time is already done.
Thrifty.
I'm about to pack my bags with the amount of thrifties that TTR is currently getting against TG. They have no business, once again, B-Dog, how to get a right pick classic kill like that going in the site. It was those TPs, once again, breaking line of sight of what TG was currently doing and what they were trying to spot, at least from screens, and he still was able to walk through that smoke to get the right click onto Riku. And that just put everything in the shadows right after. I mean, look at TTR's positioning right after when they got the plant.
Yeah.
Oh, that's annoying.
Knife deployed. Flashbang.
Knife coming out pretty early. Scans out a pretty good portion of what B is. They're still looking for a move up. Not gonna happen just yet though, with so many players already working on the back.
Okay, triple swing, weapon upgrade. That's a Vandal. And they have a bold up to the save from the previous round. And now it's confirmed. Everybody from TTR is pinned inside the B site. They have to be aware of a flank towards green, but instead TG, they're all going to reflood back towards the spawn. This is beautiful for trades. This is very doable for TG right now.
They I know how many players are there. Bead gets a very nice great transfer, and it works out for the best TTR. They needed this round, and that they might just get. Oh, and information given away. Precision is like, yeah, nah. I'm not getting out of this one alive. But a 2-1 TTR, they did bring it back.
Yeah, they needed those players that were, actually there was only one player towards orange that had to move forward and prevent that player to really try to prevent the cross from happening into spawn by shooting through the gate. But right over here, B-Dog, Elise gets his 2. And that's Stella that was holding there towards that gate that we just saw. So they needed to take him down to allow here TG to get more powerful numbers to retake back towards that B site. But they had a good read into that one. They made it a little expensive against TTR. But the economy is slowly still in favor of the attack. Zachary, he's going to go for a glass cannon off. Now drone, I think maybe he saw him but didn't ping him. And now they realize that there's an op on top of B, and TTR is like, all right, I'm just gonna move back towards the A side with the rest. Adder lurked all the way up rather to confirm that nobody was pushing out towards the orb and go for an all-out hit here.
Paranoia to clear out the left-hand side, so they know where to target. Read it pretty quick on trying to gain some of the high ground. This drone, but at least back these players off. It's good off PTR. I mean, they had a good entry and a great start. Tons of detail expended out, but yeah, Hunter's Fury gonna make some good damage. Actually missing out on it, maybe B-Dog, but no, absolutely nothing.
That's okay. Good delay here. There's a big flank went out from Precision, and you delayed the plant, and that allows Precision to get that backstab on Stellar.
Riku.
One enemy remaining.
Still having so much util to utilize. Very low. And at this point, looking for a way forward. The Glazers taking that 2-2.
All right, that's a nice little redemption right now. Light at the end of the tunnel. Some hopium right now is if you're a Glazers fan, that even if they got ecoed on that second round, that was a very clean retake in round number 4. They had to use a Hunter's Fury out of that, but at least they cycled some ults. Precision now has a Reckoning to still allow for them to retake the site the same way as Loud does by sectioning out the A side and hitting towards that site and getting the defuse in. That said, though, TTR, they I guess in the beginning of this round, they're trying to default a little bit more for some late mid control and trying to waste out a little bit of this TG utility at the start.
Deploying drone.
Top. Oh, and the drone. Oh, I thought this was going to be perfect. They could have actually caught out the op. Either way, it did set back, so Zachary's not going to be holding the angle anymore.
Actually, he kind of is, because he stepped away from the knife to move forward here at the yellow box. The smoke's going to dissipate. He gets the kill, get dashed away. Beautifully done. Staying away from that knife allows for you to still proc the op, or proc the dash rather, and move in the way that you did to get that pick. So that was very nice little movement there from Zachary. Simple tech, but effective.
Zachary's ready for it too. They're just spraying it down with the op, hoping they can get one. I thought they were gonna hit it again. Actually not. Waiting on pulling the trigger just to find another one. The Glazers are making this game almost impossible for TTR to take back. But here comes B-Dog still watching the angle, and even though they've taken so many with the op, they're still looking to fight this back. A flash just to take Zachary out of position and allow some sort of reposition to come through. Again, the op retake, yeah, it's gonna be pretty hard.
Under that bridge. Oh my god. All right, lucky spray. Op down.
Still moving forward to Rico. They are not.
One enemy remaining.
There. But it seems like we did just fighting back and the 2K to clear things up. So TTR, despite the op there and the pressure to Zachary, but still can't win.
All right, so they take the lead out of this one on a post plan. And I mean, it started off pretty well with Zachary and the picks that he's gotten, but with the null command that came through from Corey to just allow this fast scaling to happen for TTR, Turtle Troop has been very good at holding onto this bridge, this kitchen area, and not really allowing TG, the Glazers, to really get orange control for the retake. Now, because you had an expensive round to get keeping the operator alive, or trying to keep the operator alive, you're now broke this time around.
No, but Weeded's not letting this one go. Riku has so much information, quite honestly. Once they peek the angle, might be the end of their life, though. Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah.
At least they have map control, but not too much audio control yet. This has been slow walks all across by TTR, and because of that, look at that. Look at that full pivot that you currently have from the Glazers. They're gambling that the re-hit's going to happen towards the A site because of Riku's positioning, and because they haven't hurt anything, they have to keep gamble stacking. And unfortunately, they read incorrectly. And Turtle Troop are going to have a free flat now towards B.
B-Duck has a lot of control too already.
Spike planted.
They do manage to push. Oh, the cam at perfect timing too. Riku's location given away. They can fight that. And it might as well be. That sandwich in that they were planning for is going to be completely destroyed unless maybe they can find one. B-Dog looking up top, knowing that there's at least one more, but it's Ange to take the trade-off. And Riku fighting back, despite this being a save round. I mean, still really pushing with all the forces here. Both shock darts down. Now Recon Bolt trying to gather information. Nothing else really done. 90. One health left.
Remaining.
And the Dream. There comes Stellar again. Sheriff not able to do too much, even though Ange did, in fact, pick up that Phantom. But over TTR, 4-2.
Yeah, at least for now, us as spectators, as we see the positioning of the players on the pulse plan, is that every time we had a B plant, TTR have been working around this orange and watching that game cross right over here. And at least now for TG, this is the second time that it happens. They spotted B-Dog first, or sorry, Stella first, then B-Dog after at that spot. And I feel that now they want to try, if they ever want to try to retake the B site from spawn, they're going to have to add a little bit more bodies towards kitchen, or at least towards orange, to allow the cross to happen again. Now Zachary's has the op. They used a high tide so he can gain some space down towards tube and just wait that out when the wall comes down. He might be able to time this so that as soon as the wall's about to drop, he'll pop at least a dash. There you go.
And
then
I don't like that.
Or what a dash, rather. So
yeah.
Done is B-Dog, and Zachary escapes. Nicely done.
Yeah. They weren't actually taking into account the way that the wave dissipates as well. So definitely working out in favor. The decay, not going to do too much. Zachary goes down. And that would have been a beautiful shot if they managed to run away with it. But TTR keeping themselves in the game just a little bit longer.
Not for too long, though. Now you got Hunter's Fury. You got Pulse Plant Util. This Reckoning's not going to do too much because that was the game plan for TTR anyways, to play Pulse Plant Util. Even a lockdown for me is kind of wasted at this point. They don't have to use it for the lockdown. They'll just use it for the defuse.
Oh. I didn't actually get somebody detained there. So Hunter's Fury doing a lot of damage, and great shots coming through from Weeded.
Yeah, one of the rare rounds right now, at least the first round that I see in this series, where there was unfortunately some worser macro from the Glazers trying to understand the pulse plan situation against TTR. But at that moment, like none of your retakes are really working into your favor. If you're looking at the history right now of this first half, yes, a lot of them has an X for elimination, but a lot of these have been lost in pulse plant situation where they can't seem to be able to play the retake with this double controller that should be really good for retake capabilities.
Okay, pop flash. Moving forward, it's not going to catch anybody by, but there is a big rotation coming through with the information given away by Ange. So, yeah, they're not making a lot of noise. They're not putting that pressure, but eventually they will. Yeah, already over the top, finding out where Corey is residing. And a nice smoke to give themselves a little bit more ground.
It's nice util, though, to prevent any type of shenanigans to run out from the B-side bridge after they got spotted. They know the lurk's coming, so this is the second time, too, that you're trying to get a lurk at least towards green, but there's always one or two players greeting you there. TTR really has a good lead on their attack side of this map so far.
Just slowly walking within the smoke. TTR gets punished. They don't want to get punished
One enemy
anymore. The
remaining.
K slowly making its way, and it's impossible to try to run away with a win if you're the Glazers, especially now with Sheriff in hand and peeking out Corey. Yeah, life taken away.
Life taken away, but at least some nice shots coming out from Drone, at least on this, of course, lower buy that you saw in that previous round. And it continues to be that because you're investing a lot trying to force out the op ASAP. And because it's a heavy investment, you need to be able to land your first few shots because your retakes is going to be very hard. How do you expect to retake a site here with double walls coming up on in your composition, right? So your winning con by getting this op right here is to try to place Zachary in good positions where he could actually get these first bloods. And he did so, right? He did a great job on that yellow tech that we talked about before, that walked down towards the middle, but he re-peeked down towards that mid and got punished by the Viper over by We Did on that round. So they are, at least that, I'll put a checkbox on that. They're doing good for TG. Then after that, when they have player advantage or they have an opportunity to play a retake, it's unfortunately not working in their favor because when these hits are happening towards the A site, that's actually when they're not using flankers. And when they're not using flankers, then TTR have all the time in the world to use their post-plant util. They're using flanks on the B side where TTR is just playing pure forward site control. And TG need to adapt to that right now. And now hopefully we'll see that after this timeout.
10-3 off We Did, by the way. He's having a pretty good game.
Who did? We did.
We did. That'd be a great commercial for honestly, I'd buy it if We Did was selling whatever he's selling. Here comes Drone, though, actually taking out Ange. I'm surprised they didn't spray that sooner. Oh, wow, and peeking over the head, too. So, still kept... It is keeping that Viper spit.
This is nice, though. Keeps the pit up, and look at Zachary. So they funnel players towards this B side. They're understanding the lead from sometimes the default is towards B. He gets full push towards the A side, and now you're forcing players to move in towards middle. Oh, no. Okay, thankfully.
Spike down.
Thankfully that happened. They got spiked down, and the last two are alive. Down towards orange. The timing on that one, because Zachary saw the fingers of B-Dog, and they just waited for the smoke to bloom before he lands the shot. This is going to be hard for We Did. But who did?
We did.
There you go.
Oh my goodness, We Did. Patience that We Did has. Just slowly
30 seconds
walk
left.
over, but they can't get the spike regardless. It does do a good job of at least clearing the angle to keep themselves safe for at least 24 seconds.
It makes one player forced to be on a lower buy in the next round because this is still, no matter what, a victory for TG, but a very expensive round. They had to keep all those weapons up to still have some sort of a decent buy going into the next. Now you have two players that actually they'll have buys from their teammates at least. Ange and Riku could drop for both Precision and Drone, but if they lost another one in the process, that would have been almost GG at that point in terms of the econ and shambles for the Glazers. While on the other end for TTR, they could still have a very, very healthy buy even into the next round after this. But at least the game plan's there, right? Trying to fight against those extremity pressure from TG. Oh, sorry, from TTR. And I think the reason why you saw Zachary push all the way up was because there was no util being thrown on that A side either. They have to keep one player now posted for TTR on that side, and it's going to be Adder.
Getting ready to press that up into the faces of TTR2. Adder is just not allowing Zachary to continue to utilize that op.
The
That's a beautiful
confidence
shot.
of him to walk out that cage like that and just pop him while walking. I love it.
While walking is like the cherry on top. Oh my goodness.
At least it's the calm before the storm. Players for TTR working towards this B side, a recon to clear out towards danger and yellow at the same time. Even combining the flash with that, that's the beauty of the KO. Very similar to, you know, a Gecko, a KO flash. You're trying to guarantee some pings with the recon guard. So now it's confirmed here that the B side's open on that left side. They could cycle down a little bit of utility, wait for the next cycle of Toxic to come up here on the attack side and go for a B side plan. And it's up. And here's the attempt.
30 seconds left.
Oh, the shots gave away the location, Corey. And it takes away the hopes and dreams of what the Glazers were hoping for, but a 2v4 situation. TTR there with a win condition. Kind of got the toxin screens going up, making it even harder, but there's some sense of security there, honestly. With the drone kind of being up top and the smokes being there, I don't think Ange knows B-Dog is there. They feel kind of secure with this.
One enemy remaining.
They shouldn't feel any sort of hope that nobody's there. Yeah, TTR taking pretty good control.
Yeah. And there's still no answer to the amount of players that are playing around that B site here for the Glazers. But what can you really do here at that point where maybe 5 seconds, 10 seconds in a round, you've lost the first player already, and then Corey gets the flick like that on the two players? It doesn't really allow for you to get more numbers to try to hold back towards Orange. I mean, they had two players right there at the gate, but then when they lost players on the other side of Orange and top kitchen, there's not really much else you could do. The re was perfect there for the Glazers. And now, at least, thankfully, the silver lining in this broken buy that you have for the Glazers is you have Blade Storm available on the top of yellow, Owl Drone coming out, and a knife will cancel out those daggers. That would initiate the pivot from TTR over towards the A site because they could avoid the Blade Storm now.
No, this is going to give away the positioning of that, and they did so well just trying to be patient. But once that went away, yeah, they're going to have to push themselves onto the side. Of course, ultimate out from Precision, so it gives them some time, and it's unfortunate for Weeded, but still a pretty good position to keep themselves out of harm's way. Corey shutting down anybody wanting to peek outside the smoke, and this leaves that pose plan.
Spike planted.
Very, very nicely for TTR.
And there's not really much you could do. I mean, this so far since this timeout that was out from the Glazers, it's perfectly called. They're finally seeing these two players flank from behind, but unfortunately they've lost players in the process of trying to hold out towards screens, and you also had a lower buy, so I could understand that as well. It's very difficult for them to execute their game plan after understanding how TTR are currently playing this map on the attack when the money doesn't really work out in your favor, so that's just unfortunate. I still now think that we have a nice Valorant game because the macro is now understood for both of these teams. At least it's the Glazers that have to work a little bit more to try to fight back in this first half. But TTR overall, they've been really good in these post plants.
What was Zachary aiming for there? Oh, I guess more so for...
Too suppressed.
Informational. Trying to go over the top, find themselves. Unfortunately, hit in the head by Corey.
Where is everyone hiding?
And it takes round number 12 for them to just hold in spawn, holding Curry spawns. ADS is seeing that push and getting a hat for information where it's a 2-2 for the remaining players, and now everybody's gonna have to scatter back for the Glazers, giving so much room now for Turtle Troop to work around the map. Like, look, they're already scaled up. They grab the orb. They can move back towards the A side. Don't know here if the A orb is still available, but this could still get picked up by Corey, and they could just full ult into an A site using Corey
we did no respect to that. Yeah, honestly, that's got to be...
Let's go back to B.
Hey, guys, it's clear now. I did what I needed to do. Man, 2 in a second is crazy. We did! I'm getting more and more enthusiastic every time I say that.
30 seconds left.
Now they get the plant. They'll get an ult on top of that. This is just times of wasting. It doesn't really matter at this point. Yes, delay for a couple of seconds. Information's there after Precision gets picked up by Weeded.
Oh, and that was perfect. I thought we did have that, honestly, the crosshair on the head, but Drone was not letting that go. The angle being taken away by Corey now. And he got a 9-3 half, by the way.
Switching sides.
All good, chat. All good. It's 9-3 curse.
9-3 curse. It's still possible.
Not that I need to, of course.
This gives a chance for us right now for at least the attack side of this double some true value of it. It's good for flood retakes, but it's also good to explode here towards A site, towards B site as well. Whatever the hell you want to do, you still have 2 walls to help you move through your plan here on the attack side of the Glazers. But we did, man. 17-4. Consistent throughout the 3 maps so far. Clutch situations on Lotus for the last few rounds that pushed them over to the brim and allowing for them to get the first map 13-11. The second one, still doing his good job doing whatever he needs to do on Bind, although they still lost the map. But this time is now being a controller, controlling the series for TTR. With the amount of lurk kills that he's currently getting and anchoring on pulse plants. What can he do now on defense?
No charge flag. TTR is struggling to do anything at this point, just waiting for the rotation to come around the back, and they are met with the turret, so they know, okay, there's at least one person flanking the angle. I don't think Rika really knows what definition is this flank. How hard it's going to be. It seems like their Stellar gets taken down. We did slowly working themselves up with a 3v3 situation. Now Corey finding some way to sandwich in. Okay, first one down. This is great. They're clearing the angles, splitting out these 1v1s.
Last player
now with the defusal there, they've taken it down to half. It's up to Zachary to try to place this. Headshot down. And with 22 health left, okay, the smoke up.
Well,
they know. Yep, they have it. They're good. And they're set for. No.
Actually, it's not done.
Actually, yeah.
It was well done, at least. I was talking about the cloudburst for him to reposition, but it was still a very doable situation for B-Dog because Zachary was low on HP, but goddamn, we did once again getting an opener on that flank, on that retake, and putting the spike at a half to give a chance for B-Dog to win that 1v1, at least putting time in his favor to rush Zachary to get the kill and get the defuse. This is continuously being a masterclass of we did so far.
This goes here.
Oh, what is that nerdy trap?
Poison orb emitting.
Is he placing that up in the air just for anybody trying to run across and go for a plant and get stunned? But the thing is as he does that, even if it pings somebody here, there should be the dome that's being thrown that could, the ocean that's being thrown. Even when you're jumping up like that, I mean, that's, you can definitely see right now it's not as useful as a trip.
It all works out. I see the vision. Oh man, Adder doesn't need vision, to be honest, to see anything. It seems like here, regardless of whatever they're aiming for, they're still going to be able to get some of these fakes. B-Dog in an unfortunate position with TTR slowly moving themselves up. There goes the next one, and down they go. TTR do not like to give away any rounds. They just want it all to themselves, it seems like.
Yeah, definitely. Running away with this. And as much as like to say, you know what we're seeing this scoreline before on this map is Loud and Fnatic, and you know, Fnatic came back and won, but that's a different story, a different era, and a different composition as well of what Loud was doing. Also was Loud in the lead. Or definitely not in the lead with this type of composition right now that TG is currently doing.
This goes here.
But can they only get 11? Turtle Truth.
Yes, this should.
Shock dart.
It's not over yet. Hey, potential is still there. Oh my goodness, and they're just going in aggressively, trying to take out anybody off TG. They did this before, they got denied. Whenever it is that save round, they do tend to overextend themselves there from TTR, so that punishment definitely going to hurt a little bit.
Oh yeah, you definitely saw the results of that as well when TTR were trying to just play aggro and close it right there, then and there, and the Glazers were always ready for that. And it started the comeback for the attack side of the Glazers. This time, come back to be able to get 2 kills and move in towards this B site for a plant.
Yeah, Zachary trying to extend themselves forward.
I suggest you move.
Does get shot up around the back, but now the ultimate might actually do some good here. I'll be honest, it is going to have to keep this team TTR moving with a defusal needed to be done, and of course only 2 sheriffs left. Not even a shot dart. Precision could set down some of the utility, but it's not going to work out. 11. Actually, match point now, leading over to TTR.
Yeah, it almost felt like the cascade that was being thrown there, but Precision had to be stopped at some point.
Yeah.
Just to not allow more line of sight for TTR moving through, but under the heat of fire, you can understand why you don't want to stop it. It could have been very doable at that point, though, at what they had on that post-plant delay opportunity, that they had with that Reckoning. But unfortunately, after getting the Reckoning and the audio cues of where the players are at, you're trying to catch some players off guard here with your Sheriffs, and unfortunately you didn't. Which now puts TTR at map and series point. The Glazers right now, Drone needs a little bit from his teammates being so at the top with double digits in the kills. Trying to give them a little bit of hope. Scaling out towards green with a bit of util, and it's time for TTR to do the opposite. To push out towards A. Win that first fight, over to Zachary, but at least he gets traded out.
Poison orb emitting.
Oh. Okay, Ange backs up. Not a fight they want to pick just yet. And you can tell they don't want to lose any lives.
Yeah.
That fear, honestly, being embedded in them.
Don't want to lose any lives. Ange is able to get a lot of audio cues and trying to cut rotations wherever he could. And just slowing down the pace right now for the Glazers. They forced a pivot from Turtle Troop over towards the A site, which then gives him a great call here to slowly scale up towards B. Laying contact, not putting the wall up now. But as soon as that trip got broken from that shock dart, now the call here for the rest to move in for a plant.
Oh, Ange knows Weeded is there. Most definitely. Yep, seeing the elbow just leak out. And that's going to be enough for them to take that one down. TTR giving themselves away
Placing swarm grenade.
so early on.
Placing alarm bot.
And now absolutely no way to fight back. No util, no nothing. Maybe a flash that could pop through from Corey, but the reality of it is it's too risky.
One enemy remaining.
There it comes. Yep, already taken down.
Keep going
It's up
for
to
it.
Adder.
Keep making it expensive. The more damage you make against your opponents, the difficult it is going to be for TG to bring this comeback. Because at some point, there's going to be a lot of ultimates for TTR. At some point, there's going to be a lot of money for Turtle Troop. And they only need one round. When we talk about ultimates, we already got two, but the stronger ones, the Hunter's Fury, is soon to come online. So the Glazers have to be pristine from this round out in order to try to push this into overtime. We've seen it before, though. It's been done here over in the VCL. Not necessarily in an Icebox, but just in general at this level of competition, it can still be very doable. Opium.
Shutting them down.
And that I do believe there was a huge comeback too coming through from the Glazers in the last map. So if there's anything that we know is that persistence is there for this team.
Persistency, tenacity, first contact, but first blood still for We Did.
Who did?
We did. But he also died.
And it seems like Riku did not either.
Is everyone hiding?
Are you gonna get sent back to the underworld? Though looking like Corey's trying to fight off. Another one down in mid, and this is huge. They've gained so much control of a fight like that one. So now all Ange has to do is just put themselves back in with the team. Stellar.
They're not gonna check this, are they?
No, they're not. They're not even expecting it. Two players that could be taken down. Spray transfer not there. Luckily enough precision answering in due time.
And now that's a high tide. He can pivot back towards the B site because Ange has gained map control on the
30
top of
seconds
window
left.
in the tube. He's going to try to wait and catch the rotate off B-Dog. Here's the footsteps.
Enemy remaining.
And fires. 2 versus 1, 20 seconds left on the clock. Precision has to start hurrying it up here. And thankfully, he has a cove to go for a plant.
Welcome to my world.
Don't tell me you're going to drop
10
it in the
seconds
Ares.
left. Spike planted.
I would love that very much, but I don't think that's gonna happen. Way too risky. Oh my gosh, and they've given it away. a shot to try to hide the footstep, but regardless, you're pretty much just allowing them to know.
I thought I was going to see some Lakia stuff where he just jumps inside the cove and just sprays people down. Unfortunately, winning condition back in favor of the
My eyes
Glazers.
are down.
Oh, there it is. Exactly what you wanted. Didn't work out, no, but...
Yeah, you're just like 18 seconds late, though.
How's everyone feeling? Good? Because you look great.
All right, so at least now, a little bit of breathing room. Thankfully, off the reaction, it's still there for TG to be able to get that trade onto Stellar's position, because if you got those 2 kills, it was definitely over by then for the series.
Yeah.
But we've mentioned it before. The economy is good for TG. They can continue to fight, but now those ultimates are starting to get ready for Turtle Troop. So the next round is going to be very important for the Glazers to take over and win, to give them that confidence that they know that they can bring this into an overtime. They don't want to leave any stones unturned. They go for a reckoning for some information. B-Dog gets sprayed because of the audio cues of that reckoning. But look at TTR, they're already closed in.
This is great. So much use to suspend it out. TTR, they have no way. Okay, maybe Outway. Somehow Adder manages to run away with a shot with the Sheriff
Weedon's
alone.
going to use Pit, isn't he?
Oh, that might actually happen. Honestly, best bet for them too, but the ping's still there.
Especially with that kill.
Nowhere to run!
Right. They're just baiting util at this point, which I think is beautiful. Oh, so much just given away, and the only thing they have to play for left? Nothing. They've utilized all of their snake bites. At this point, especially with it being half down, and it would have been perfect to use the snake, the Viper's
Last player standing.
It would have closed out the round.
Don't interrupt.
They just refuse to. They want to play the aggressive way, and that leads to punishment. TG constantly allowing TTR to just abuse the space.
Yeah,
but then they always take it back.
Totally agree with you, actually. After Adder getting that pick on the top of pipes, I definitely thought that whenever the KO was going to stick that spike, that we were going to bring at least a pit right up, and then just have one more trying to delay at the top of Orange. It could have been potentially a defuse coming through, but we definitely saw it there from the Glazers side. Dude, what is Adder doing? Has he ever played Cypher on this map before? It feels like he's just 360ing around the map trying to see where he can place trips. That was hilarious. Anyways, let's go back to the action. This is still doable somewhat for TG. They have an op on the attack. But as I mentioned before, they had to fight against the ultimates that are available for TTR. Baiting out the Hunter's Fury, winning that, and also somehow baiting out the Viper's Pit could give them a chance to bring it back in the second half.
Head peeked out. Great shot up Corey. Now to Fury as well. This is icing on top of the cake. They still somehow managed to get the next. And this is beautiful information, though Flash comes out. Team play.
Silence.
Friendly fire, but maybe not B-Dog. It just lures them back in. And Riku did not know what to do. And already, it's leading into that 2v5 scenario. Straight through the smoke. And up top, it's done. The TTR, they learn from their lessons. And they're ending things off with this ending flawless. This has to feel good. Finally running away with the victory after a very long third map.
Well, if anything, they baited out the util that I mentioned before. The Hunter's Fury somehow gets a kill and a ping, though, on top of that. And how, sorry that I screamed, but I was trying to figure out how Adder, despite me laughing at him, trying to figure out where to place a trip, still somehow got that trip kill onto, I think it was Drone there at Yellow. That was hilarious. Despite being a little bit one-sided on that third map in favor of Turtle Troop, at least we had some fun shenanigans to finish it off on a high note here. So congratulations, at least to TTR. This was a great first series for both of these teams.
Enemy remaining.
We fought very close in the first 2 maps, but felt like we ran out of gas and momentum here on the third map for the Glazers.
No, an immaculate series. And honestly, I think this is the best way to end off that third map, right? Just there was that moment of anticipation where it's like, are they really going to take it back for the Glazers? And I truly believe they were. But obviously, just because of it does feel like sometimes TTR just tends to kind of go back to their old ways of running it down when they start to get greedy, and that doesn't work out. And luckily, they did catch it early enough this time. They didn't let it continue, and they learned from their mistakes in the last map. But kind of killing it, to be honest.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Hello, friends. What's up? That was a fun game, huh?
Entertaining, I can put it that way. It was entertaining.
Yo, I'm cracking up over here. That was a mad hater energy coming out of the matter. You're like going on him about the Cypher trips one moment, and all of a sudden it's like this immaculate.
It was a god trip in the end.
Spray down through, like
it was
I was
good.
like, yes,
it
let's
was
go
good.
after her, but no.
I think we're gonna see it, right? In the replays.
We have to see it in the replays here. We definitely do, but this was definitely a fun series. Oh, we'll see it right now. We're waiting for it.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh yeah.
There it is. That's
Great
hilarious.
stuff. Great
Adder, I love
analysis,
you.
fans. Great analysis, fans. But no, honestly, I think this is a really fun series overall. On the day, we've gotten both series go to map 3s. This was awesome. I was a little bit worried. I'm like, no, that can't be one of those like comebacks, right? We can't like 9-3 curse this. You're talking about like the Fnatic stuff, and it's like, no, this can't happen here. Glazers got a couple of rounds, but ultimately Gomps in the end. That was a really well done final round for Turtle Troop to just close this out.
Oh no, it absolutely was. Turtle Troop, they kind of own. Like you said, Adder Trip, crazy. I think everything worked out in the end. And it was very, very quick. I wasn't expecting it to be, I guess, as fast as it was, just because there was a lot of like fight back coming through from TG. But listen, they were kind of rolling with the punches when it came to TTR from the beginning. Even if a couple rounds came through, there still was, it was match point for so long, and all they needed was one round. So eventually it was going to come to this, but I do give a big congratulations to TTR. I think this one is well deserved.
I agree. When it came down to that, it was just like what that one round that you need for TTR. And when you're looking at the state of the game and the series that was happening here for Turtle Troop at this point in time, when you're able to get thrifties, you're able to get some heroic plays from We Did on that first and third map.
Who did? Sorry.
Exactly. We did. Right?
We did.
It's bound to finish where it's going to be a victory for Turtle Troop, right? So it's very, very nicely played by TTR on their attack on this third map of Icebox. And the Glazers, though, it's nothing to be ashamed of. I think they put up a super good fight in this series. And I'm actually this is a way better split one for VCL than I expected, to be honest with you. So let's give props where props is due.
Yeah, I think expectations have already been set quite high. Of course, it's a mix of players, it's a mix of teams, and especially in the first week, things can look quite rough. And there's still a little polishing to do, a little here and there for the teams, but I think overall there's a lot of promise happening here, which I think is absolutely immaculate. Of course, we're going to have an opportunity to talk to Turtle Troop real fast, but first our post-series highlights, so don't go too far.
Take down. C.
One more.
No more tree. One enemy. One enemy remaining.
Brave.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Crash is ready.
30 seconds. One enemy.
Like that.
One
off your feet!
One enemy remaining.
No.
My ult.
Enemy down.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy.
Hellfire!
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. remaining. One enemy remaining.
Enemy kill.
One enemy remaining. One enemy. 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy. One enemy
One down. No harm. Interrupt.
One enemy remain player standing. Flawless.
Final match here in Challengers Week 1, and Turtle Troop coming out on top 2-1 in the series. And on the line, I have Stellar to chat a little bit more about what we got to see. Hello, congratulations on the win. How are you feeling about the Turtle Troop debut in Challengers so far?
It was okay. I mean, it was a rough match, but I think we felt comfortable map 3. We were trying some stuff here and there in the match. I'm happy to be doing it in the match instead of just always in practice, but we got the first match out of the way, and, you know, glad to come out with the W.
Well, we definitely had our suspicions on why things could be rough, but it always is different coming from a pro. So what do you think was rough about this match for you guys?
Things just felt a little sped up, I think, on Lotus and Bind especially. I think we were just kind of rushing a couple decisions here and there. Maybe things are just a little bit more hectic than they normally are, but we were able to kind of relax and you know, take a deep breath and step back on that Icebox game, which is, you know, why it was a much better result for us. So we're going to be looking to continue to do that going forward.
That's good. And you're saying that you're testing it out in-game. You'd rather do that than in practice. And in one of the feature pieces that was shown earlier, you're talking about not wanting to be burning the players out. So I want to know, how do you make sure the team is up to par with these other teams that are grinding continuously, that might be burning out, if you have this philosophy of like, I don't want to be overworking, but you're still looking to be these top players? I
mean, I wouldn't say it's overworking. I don't think we I don't want to like sound lazy, right? Like we're not lazy players. We put in a lot of
That's
time.
not what I'm trying to. Sorry. I don't.
No, I know. It's okay. I didn't think
lazy.
you were. I didn't think you were, but I just want to preface that for people that might take that the wrong way. We're not obviously we're doing the best we can, but we don't want to do. We don't want to have 5-6 scrims a day, just like blasting scrims out, like mindlessly practicing. We're trying to value our time and use it wisely to the point where we could put our full focus in that time, versus people getting tired after like 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours, however many hours of time, right, in practice. We'd rather just have a 100% focused practice, which is why we opted to have a little bit shorter days for the most part for most of the week. So that's kind of the approach we're going for. Like I said, we're trying out some things on a couple maps. You saw like Bind Comp, we were trying like Omen on, which is very, it's not super well known or seen. We tried a couple things on Lotus, right? We're just trying these ideas that we have been in practice, and it's good to see them in the matches finally. So we'll tweak a couple things now, and we'll come back to the drawing board, and we'll try it again in the next match.
It's a marathon. It's not a sprint, so definitely kind of working through the split. It'll be super good for the team. And talking about the team, on paper, like there's a lot of skill and talent here, and Turtle Troop is definitely one of those teams that has been talked up. I mean, even last year with some of the pieces, there's a lot of good things to be said. So what do you think like the potential of this squad is heading into this Challenger split?
I mean, I think, not to think like long term, obviously I would love to be able to play in the Ascension tournament, but I think short term I want to go undefeated in our group. I think obviously a couple good teams that maybe sad. I mean, we just beat the Glazers. I think those are kind of like the two better teams in the group that we have to beat. But I mean, that's like our short-term goal, is just going undefeated first. I think we could do it based off of our practice and scrims. We played great against the franchise teams, like pretty often. So if not all the time, and then we just have to learn how to translate that into our games. And then honestly, I think things will go our way. We have a good set of guys.
Yeah, how's that been behind the scenes with the meshing? Because that's also important, making sure that whole team's getting along, right?
Yeah, I think everyone's pretty goofy on the team. I'll be honest. I think that's kind of opened up my eyes. I've been more of a serious person in the past, which is kind of what I want to step away from being almost too serious, right? Like I like to take things. It's a job at the end of the day, but I'm learning how to have fun, or like more fun in practice and more fun, not only with my teammates, but just in VALORANT in general, which has been a really cool thing to do, and they're helping me with that.
Definitely important for the mental, so I'm glad you get to teach them some things, they're teaching you some things. Seems like a good vibe all around. I'll let you go chat with the team, hang out for the night. It's definitely been a long one, but Stellar, thank you so much for chatting with me.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Yeah. As for us, definitely been a long day, but it's been a good one. But of course, we have to be bringing out our casters, Gompers, and Vans just one final time. Vans, am I mistaken? Did you go zombie mode? What's going on over there?
Kind of did, because I just wanted to, it's the end of the night. It's been a long day. We're just relaxing a little bit. I'm set up the mood. Also, my night light is green. And you know who's green? Viper Pit. And you know Viper Pit? We did! MVP!
No. Okay.
I wish I could turn off my light.
I'll go with the vibe here of the lights turned out. But
I like
hey,
your
that's.
Lights. Those are cool.
Thank you. I got so many.
Sorry, I was talking about
wonders.
Gompers' lights.
Oh, it's okay. My bad. Sorry. We'll get back to VALORANT because I'm not gonna get egoed like this. It's the end of the long day. All right. I'm not about to have it from you guys. But it's been a really fun week. This has been the debut week of challengers here.
Great week
and pulling up our group standings. Just want to talk a little bit about what we've gotten to see. It has been talked about through a lot of these teams and these IGLs as well that looking at this challengers, the talent is there. It is back. Like, this is going to be a tough challengers ahead, and Gompers, I could not agree more.
I honestly, yeah, I do think this is going to be a pretty tough challengers. Everyone and not saying, honestly, everyone in the last challengers deserve their spot as well, but I feel like there's just everybody here worked incredibly hard to get to this point. And even then, we could see it throughout the games. The Glazers, tons and tons of third maps, not for no reason either. Like, it is so evident that every single player is putting their blood, sweat, and tears into each and every single map, and it's 2 best of 3s in a day. That is tiring. And the fact that we're able to come into the second best of 3 of the day and still go to that 3rd map and still see the Glazers trying their absolute hardest, no matter how tired or how exhausted or how, like, fatigued they may be playing this game, it just goes to show that we're going to have one hell of a challengers this year.
Definitely to look at it, it's almost like a group of death here over on the A side after seeing the level of competition that came out from Thinking Men, from OXG, from even Together We're Terrific. It's hard to figure out who's going to be that 6th team that's going to go and not make it into playoffs, because it's been quite good to see those matches develop there over at that Group A. Over in Group B, I almost could start agreeing to what Seller's currently saying, although Witted just told me that's what you get for doubting me and you know, predicting the Glazers instead of Turtle Troop. But nonetheless, after seeing how Turtle Troop has been playing, I could maybe see it where maybe it's going to be very difficult against M80, but they could potentially win against everybody else in that group.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how things shake up, because there's definitely a lot of things that we can look at from this week 1 to kind of base our next week and maybe even the split off of. But we've gotten to see even last year that things could shift so quickly. And hey, you never know who's going to be surprising us next, especially with how much the rosters have shuffled around. So it'll be an exciting time, but we're going to have to wait until next week to see just a little bit more. Thank you everyone so much for tuning in today. Thank you, production. Always a dub. Thank you, Gompers and Vans. It has been a fun time hanging out with you guys. Anyone who's been tuning in still here, thank you so much. Make sure to be tuning in next week for more challengers. But until then, have a great night and enjoy watching the rest of Madrid.
Let's go, Master!
One enemy remains. 33. One enemy Sip. One enemy remains. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
That's done.
Enemy remaining. 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Out of charges.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
What's another death?
Spike planted. One enemy.
Still waiting.
Spike down A. One enemy. Last player.
Anyone else?
Flawless. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. enemy remaining.
I can't use.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy kill.
One enemy remaining. One enemy. 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy. One enemy remaining.
Interrupt.
One enemy remaining. Player standing. Flawless.